We're doing it again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen, gather, come join. One man went to mow, the session commences. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed. So you'll be present and come participate. One man went to mow, the session commences, and your company is required. An open microphone session, as I often introduce. And the open microphone is the hyperlink on your screen that says StreamYard. So if you click on that hyperlink, then you come straight onto the screen. And as soon as I've read out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen. So you don't come straight onto the screen, I should say, when you click on the hyperlink, but you'll be in some waiting room somewhere. And then I'll let you onto the screen just as soon as I've read out the talking points, and I'll engage you in a conversation around the talking points. So that is just how it works. And interactive session, as I often say. If you are new to the platform, then please subscribe. We are trying to get our figures up in terms of our subscription. Click on the like button as well, because that helps with the YouTube engagement. All the usual stuff. You're not new to the space, even if you're new to this platform, so you know essentially how social media works. So do all the social media necessaries and kick back and participate. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Ikuko Niriwagbeche, the care guides. Ikuko Niriwagbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Bawa's EFCC wanted to nail me at all cost. Yaya Bello opening up to the space. Of course, you remember the 20 billion naira that he parked somewhere that the EFCC uncovered. It looks as though his daddy in Asoroka signed that off, so they've let him go yet again. But he now opens up to the space. Bawa's EFCC wanted to nail me at all cost, a headline attributed to Yaya Bello. So from Yaya Bello, breaking, Nigerian government files 7-count amended charge against IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. So they've held this guy in situation, but nobody is really clear as to what the charges are. They charge him of treason and all of these vague and ambiguous sort of allegations, but they've not yet firmed up and perfected their case. So it looks as though they're looking to amend that. As again, Nigerian government files 7-count amended charge against IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. So we find out what those charges are exactly. So now this now next story. This was submitted by one of the subscribers to the platform. So I encourage this all the time, and I post my Instagram link for anybody and everybody to DM me a story that they feel that the session might want to engage with. So this is what our Charlie Boy did, and this is the story that our Charlie Boy submitted. Lagos Port, Nigeria makes trillions, yet no Yoruba appointed customs CG. Tony Nandi, pointing to the obvious, Tony Nandi, of course, he of the Nina's fame. Lagos Port, Nigeria makes trillions, yet no Yoruba appointed custom CG, a headline attributed to Tony Nadi. So, or Nandi. Quite always a struggle with those names. Yet another struggle with this name, no doubt. Ifeanyi Uba seeks court permission to visit detained IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. So Ifeanyi Uba, of course, he now in the throes of electioneering with the Anambra gubernatorial seat up for grabs, and he be one of the candidates vying for that space. So cleverly now he conjures up the name Nnamdi Kanu because Nnamdi Kanu, of course, a gold token within the eastern quarters, and he very quickly moves to that space. Ifeanyi Uba seeks court permission to visit detained IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. So now whether or not the court grants him permission to visit Nnamdi Kanu or not, the mere fact that he has put this out there that he is seeking to visit Nnamdi Kanu, that certainly would not do anything negative to his campaigning. In fact, it will positively impact on him because he has, just by virtue of that headline, made an association with his name and the lead name in Igbo land. Ifeanyi Uba seeks court permission to visit detained IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. So we find out exactly what rather clever play is in play there. 12 U.S. Super TUCANO jets deployed to Northeast to fight Boko Haram, Nigerian government. So it looks as though now heavy kit now being launched at the Fulani headsmen and the Fulani banditry in the northeastern part of Nigeria. So having now brought back the anti-aircraft missile that is controlled by the bandits, the Nigerian government now feels emboldened. Again, 12 U.S. Super Tucano jets deployed to Northeast to fight Boko Haram, a headline attributed to the Nigerian government. So back to the eastern quarters, produce Nnamdi Kanu in court to prove to us that he's healthy. Ohaneze backing their sons, Ohaneze tells Buhari government. So every and anybody now that wants to have any sort of political cachet or political relevance within the eastern quarters has to necessarily conjure up the name of their Alpha One. And to the name of that Alpha One they go, produce Nnamdi Kanu in court to prove to us that he's healthy. Ohaneze tells the Buhari government. So we find out what plot rather is in play there too. We don't have to stretch too much to find out what plot is in play with this final headline. Buhari tells journalists not to report insecurity as rising. So this is now the thing now. They are weighing heavily against the media space, almost certainly categorically, and even by virtue of their own pronouncements, they have told us, and they have acted even to shut it down, especially through the what is it called, Communications Commission or something, the person that controls the licenses of media spaces. So, to clear up any equivocation or doubt, Buhari speaks directly to the space. Buhari to journalists, don't report insecurity as rising. So this is now what Malam Buhari has now said to the journalists, just to tell them, settle down, or I'll sort you out. So settle down, I will sort you out. They are bookie to the media space. But we'll be spending a lot of time in the Eastern quarters, as we often do, as we sometimes do. Well, often or sometimes, a lot of people will accuse us of often. But we will certainly be spending a lot of time in the Eastern quarters. So let's then go to the Eastern quarters appropriately. Python dance.
iPod omeriwo n'Izu onírò ya abakare mama dawora olabori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Olabori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Olabori meri Nnamdi bụ onye du iPod omeriwo n'Izu.
And there we are. Python dance once, Python dance twice. But does Python dance one more time? As guys, I bring you this. Bawa's EFCC wanted to nail me at all cost. Yaya Bello lamenting to the space. Governor Yaya Bello has slammed the Abdul Rashid Bawa-led EFCC for deceiving Nigerians and lying against the Kogi state government that it squandered the 20 billion naira bailout given to the state by the federal government, asserting that the anti-graft agency wanted to nail him at all cost. Bello's government is also seeking a public apology from the anti-corruption agency, accusing it of being bent on denting the state's image. Finally, while we reserve all our legal rights against the FCC, we reiterate our demand for an unreserved apology from the EFCC as contained in our letter to the chairman of the EFCC on September the 6th. We hope the EFCC will honor the said demand to regain the trust of Nigerians. The Kogi State Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Fanwo, said in a statement on Sunday. The state government again urges the commission to tender a public apology to it and refrain from measures that can further damage the image of the nation. The Kogi state government also dared the EFCC. The Kogi state government also dared the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) to publicize its investigations into the purported 20 billion naira bailout fraud. The EFCC in August alleged that the 19.3 billion naira Kogi bailout domiciled in Sterling Bank was misappropriated and freezing the state's bank account on orders of a Lagos High Court. On Friday, the EFCC withdrew its suit seeking forfeiture of the 20 billion naira bailout fund. So let's just pause there for a moment. I'm not quite sure what apology the Kogi state government is seeking. Because, of course, if the EFCC had erred in their actions, then they would not be granted forfeiture of 20 billion naira. So if that 20 billion naira that was given to Kogi State government as a bailout to staff was used or is to be used as a bailout for staff and is not being fraudulently purloined, then of course there will be no reason for forfeiture. So the forfeiture itself, an indictment seeking forfeiture of the 20 billion naira bailout fund. However, the Kogi state government had kicked against the withdrawal, charging the EFCC to make its findings on the fund public. The statement also urged Nigerians to ask the EFCC whose custody it found a part of the bailout fund said to have been dissipated. The Kogi state government insisted that the 19.3 billion which Sterling Bank had undertaken to the EFCC to transfer to the central bank does not belong to the Kogi state government, and Kogi did not enter into any agreement either with Sterling Bank or the EFCC to return any fund to the Central Bank of Nigeria. It is our belief that the withdrawal of the suit by the EFCC without informing the court of the facts is a deliberate and a face-saving effort by the Commission in an all in a bid to nail at all cost the Kogi state government and tarnish its image, Mr. Bello's government stated. It added that the EFCC violated an earlier order of the court, failing to report its findings to the court. The Kogi state government accused the anti-corruption agency of unceremoniously withdrawing the suit without facts of its investigation to the court and to the public. Nigerians should further ask the EFCC whether a commercial bank can simply undertake to transfer a customer's money from the customer's account without the order of any court mandating such transfer or a forfeiture. The statement further noted. Nigerians also deserve to know what becomes of the criminal allegation that the EFCC made when it informed the Federal High Court that 666,000 naira out of the 20 billion naira bailout loan had been dissipated and that same was being traced. It also pointed out that Mr. Bello's government, as of October 19, fully dispersed our bailout funds and are already religiously repaying the loan to Sterling Bank PLC. So there you are, the back and forth of all of that are essentially they presenting a case then that it is essentially a case of a witch hunt. So as ever in Nigeria, everything is dabarud in the details. He said, she said. So he said, she said, as guys, I bring you this. Nigerian government files 7-count amended charge against IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. The Nigerian government has filed a 7-count amended charge against the detained leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB Nnamdi Kanu, 3 days to his appearance in court. According to correspondents, the amended charge, which was filed by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, borders on treasonable felony and Kanu's alleged involvement in acts of terrorism. The IPOB leader will be rearranged before trial Justice Binta Nyako on Thursday. Meanwhile, the senator representing Anambra North, Ifeanyi Ubah, on Monday filed a motion before the Federal High Court in Abuja to compel the Department of State Services (DSS) to allow him have access to Kanu in detention. Correspondents had on October the 15th reported that Ifeanyi Ejiofor, the lead counsel to Kanu, stated that he, Kanu, enjoined IPOB followers to proceed on a fast ahead of his trial on October the 21st. Ejiofor had, in an update, added that Kanu and the legal team were confident of victory and no excuses will be tolerated by the Department of State Services. Ejiofor noted that Kanu was strong and ready to appear before the Federal High Court in Abuja on October the 21st. The IPOB leader's lawyer had said, as the D-Day approaches, the legal team is not leaving any stone unturned towards ensuring that all the T's are crossed and I's dotted. It was indeed an eventful visit to our indefatigable client, found as laughable the series of false narratives being spread to the public domain, ostensibly sponsored by the agents of darkness, who are very deep in their dream to prevent his appearance in court and to create a state of panic in the mind of his followers. So I think we may well have crossed across this narrative before, but let's just plow through. I think we may well have come across this narrative before. Okay. Prominent amongst the falsehood desperately championed by mischief makers is the trending subject that our dear client, Oyendu Mazen Kanu, has been flown to China and from China to Israel and from Israel to Kotun, Katafi, etc. We know the purveyors of these fake news and they are aware that their evil conspiracies are dead on arrival. Onyendu, uh, Onyendu was equally amused by another fake news that was making the headlines in some social media quarters that he was asked to sign a document before regaining his freedom. This is a total falsehood and is urging his esteemed followers to please ignore this falsehood. So I think, yes, almost certainly we have come across this narrative before. So this narrative it peters on to like an old story of fake news or not being circulated about Nnamdi Kanu. There was once upon a time that a story went out that documents were presented for Nnamdi Kanu to sign to facilitate his release. So it peters off into that story. So let us peter off to the next headline. Lagos Port. Nigeria makes trillions, yet no Yoruba appointed custom CG, Tony Nnadi. So Tony Nnadi has lambasted the Nigerian and this, by the way, a story submitted by Charles, who goes under the name of Jake Vlog on this platform. So this is for you, Charles. Tony Nande has lambasted the Nigerian government for Tony Nande has lambasted the Nigerian government for shunning the Southwest for the post of Custom Controller General. Nande is the Secretary General of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination (NINAS), a body chaired by Professor Banji Akitoye. In the 13th edition of Fela Debates in Lagos, Nnadi called for the discard of the Nigerian constitution, noting that it favors a section of the country other than others. The event, monitored by correspondents, was part of the 2021 celebration and themed the nation question, evolution or devolution. Nandi told Nigerians to forget any major progress in the country because growth is being stifled by bigots and selfish leaders. The federal government owns everything, including the water in a state. They make trillions from the Lagos port annually, but till date, no Yoruba man or woman has been appointed Nigeria Customs Service Controller General. Is that normal? Lagos should not be going to Abuja cap in hand to beg for funds and be waiting for the federal allocation every month. They don't give Lagos up to 5% of the revenue they generate from the port. I am not even talking about other sectors. The constitution is flawed. I challenge any lawyer in Nigeria to come out. Let us argue in public so that I can disgrace him. Section 2 provides that all good things for the citizen. Section 2 provides that all the good things for the citizen, but they are not doing them. Road, welfare, healthcare, education, etc. Go to section 6, subsection 6C. You will find out that the federal government does not owe you anything. Section 81 says actually pay attention to this. Go to section 6, subsection, if I'm going to actually check that out, or if somebody can look it up, but I certainly will look it up. So go to section 6, subsection 6C. You will find out that the federal government does not owe you anything. So let me see if I can just find that, because sometimes we have to test these things. Section 6. subsection 6C of the Nigerian Constitution. Okay, so now let me just see if I can quickly pull that up. Let's just see. Okay, it might well take a moment to find this. So let me carry on, and maybe in the course of I'll find that. Okay, so where were we? We were with Tony Nandi. So yeah, where were we? So it says here, go to section 6, subsection 6C. You will find out that the federal government does not owe you anything. Section 81 says the president must get legislative approval to spend, but section 82 protects him to spend as he pleases. Section 121 and 122 also allow governors to dip their hands into state vaults anyhow they like. There is section 308 that provides immunity, shielding them, president, vice governor, deputy, from prosecution. This means when they do anything, they can get away with it. Are we going to continue like this? Before the 2023 general election, we must decide on our future. If it is conducted based on the current constitution, Nigeria's problem will not end. If a tap is running, making who if a tap is running, making the whole place, that should say, but it says who. So let me read it properly. If a tap is running, making the whole place flooded, you must just waste your time mopping it. So that's not well written, but essentially what it's saying is if a tap is running, making the place flooded, you are wasting your time mopping it. What you should do is turn it off. If you don't, the problem will continue, and in 300 years, you will still be there mopping. So that is how Tony Nadi tells us with a metaphor. So this, I think we've already captured in a previous narration. Ifeanyi Uba seeks court permission to visit detained Nnamdi Kanu IPOB leader. So senator he is, but I'm not quite sure if this is if he's actually Nnamdi Kanu senator, if Nnamdi Kanu actually falls within his catchment area. The senator representing Anambra South, Ifeanyi Uba, has sought an order of the Federal High Court Abuja to visit the leader of the proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, at the SSS Detention Center. Mr. Uba, who is also the candidate of the YPP Young Progressive Party in the November 6th governorship election, so it now lands essentially on what his intentions are. So essentially, he's using Nnamdi Kanu's name as a campaign tool. So this is what he's actually doing. Mr. Uba, who is also the candidate of the Young Progressive Party YPP in the November 6th governorship election, said he filed the application so that an order of the court could be obtained to direct the DSS to allow him access to the detainee. The lawmaker, in a motion on notice with suit number blah blah blah, dated and filed on October the 15th by his counsel, Ogugwosi Ikem, sought 3 orders. He said as a senator from the zone, he took it upon he said as a senator from the zone, he took it upon himself to carry out his oversight legislative functions, to visit the Kanu at the detention facility to ascertain from him if he is involved in any way in what is happening in the southeast. An order of this honorable court grant leave to Senator Ifeanyi Uba to visit the defendant Nnamdi Kanu as part of his oversight legislative function. An order of this honorable court directing the complainant and/or the Department of State Services DSS to allow the said Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Ubah access to their detention facility for purposes of visiting the defendant Nnamdi Kanu and other orders or further orders as the Honorable Court may deem fit to make in the circumstances of this case. In the affidavit in support of the motion, Mr. Ubah said that as a lawmaker from the Southeast geopolitical zone, he was bound by the oath he took to ensure peace and security, not only in the region, but in the entirety of Nigeria. It reads in part that I state that as a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it is one of my responsibilities to ensure the promotion of the Constitution of Nigeria and other laws of Nigeria, that I know that the defendant in this matter was arrested and brought into Nigeria by the Department of State Services DSS of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and since he was brought into Nigeria, he has been detained at the detention facility of the Department of State Services pending his trial. That I know that by the Constitution of Nigeria, every citizen, including the defendant, that is charged with an offense is presumed innocent until the charge is proven. That I know that the defendant was charged with several offenses and the DSS had only produced him on one occasion in court. That there is an allegation that criminalities are being championed by the indigenous people of Biafra under the leadership of the detained defendant, an allegation which has been denied severally, yet the situation continues to worsen. That I visited and intend to visit the defendant in my capacity as a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and for the purposes of attempting to ameliorate and fashion a meeting point or create a discussion table aimed at reducing tension and quelling the agitation and killings in the southeast, Mr. Ubah said. However, no date has been fixed for the application. So there you are, the guy conjuring up Nnamdi Kanu's name for his own personal political campaign, his political ambition. 12 U.S. Super Tucano jets deployed to the northeast to fight Boko Haram, Nigerian government. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, said the Nigerian government has taken delivery of the final batch of the 12 A-29 Super Tucano fighter jets expected from the United States. He made this known on Monday when he featured in a phone-in program monitored by the news agency of Nigeria. The minister was quoted as saying, all the 12 Super Tucano fighter jets have been received. As of this morning, all the 12 were here and they have been deployed to the northeast. We can see that the Tucano jets are actually game changers. Most of the successes we have recorded in recent times is because of the acquisition of new platforms, not limited to the Super Tucano. Mohammed said that with the improved security situation in the northeast and north central zones, the nation would experience improved food security. If you observe what is happening recently, you can see heightened activities in the agricultural area. This is because of the superior firepower of the military, which is now making it possible for people to go to their farms, especially in the northeast. They have been able to put the criminals at bay, he said. The minister gave an assurance that the success of the military against terrorists and bandits would be sustained. He, however, solicited the cooperation and support of Nigerians for the sustenance of the military action. So there you are. They are technically defeated again. The language that we hear, so, it's just ridiculous, of course. But Nigeria is a ridiculous place. Producing Nnamdi Kanu in court to prove to us that is healthy, Ohaneze tells the Buhari government. The Southeast Apex Socio-Political Organization, Ohaneze Indigbo, has called on the federal government to produce Nnamdi Kanu, the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, in court on Thursday. Ohaneze said producing Kanu unfailing in court would indicate that the IPOB leader is sound in health. Kanu is expected to appear before Justice Binta Nyako led Federal High Court in Abuja on Thursday. The Department of State Services DSS has failed to produce Kanu in court in July following his rearrest and repatriation from Kenya. However, Ohaneze said the IPOB leader should be given a fair trial. In a statement by its spokesman, Chidozie Alex Ogbonia, the group said, "We call on President Muhammadu Buhari to ensure that our son, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is produced in court on Thursday, October the 21st, 2021. This is necessary to prove to the global community that Nnamdi Kanu is not only hale and hearty, but that shady judicial process is not contemplated whilst on trial." Ohaneze Indigbo stands on a firm wicket to proclaim that the agitation and youth restiveness in the southeast of Nigeria is simply a reaction or an effect or the consequences of an orchestrated alienation by the federal government over the years. The theory of causality quickly reminds us of the phenomenon or a chain of phenomena contributes to the production of other forms of phenomena, where the cause is partly responsible for the effect. On the other hand, not until some of the issues of obvious injustice against the Igbos are seen to be addressed, the chain of catastrophe that threatens the corporate existence of Nigeria may well near be inevitable. History shows that it is extremely difficult to have peace amidst injustice. Emphatically, we need not look elsewhere to know that IPOB is simply an exponent of Igbo collective sentiments and predicament in our tortuous journey and on unquantifiable sacrifice for one Nigeria. The President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, Ambassador George Obiozor, had in his inaugural speech on January the 20th, 2021, called on the presidency to consider dialogue as a panacea to peace, insisting that the jackboot approach to the IPOB uprising will rather aggravate the precarious situation. As at today, governors in the north have openly demonstrated their desire to dialogue with dreaded groups terrorizing their regions. The video clips abound. Based on the foregoing, the Ohaneze structures, including the Council of Elders, Council of Traditional Rulers, the Igbo governors, Igbo NASS members, that is, Senate members and Assembly members, government officials, archbishops and clergy, stakeholders, youth and women wing, town unions, etc., are ready for a meaningful dialogue with the federal government of Nigeria on a plethora of challenges facing the Igbo nation and Nigeria. Our core objective is a sense of belonging in a country anchored on equity, justice, and fairness. Ohaneze Indigbo worldwide enunciates the guardrail of democracy is anchored on toleration, forbearance, and dialogue. Good governance is merely an outcome based on the application of democratic norms and values, and not until the right thing is done and seen to have been done, Nigeria will most likely continue on its downward spiral. Finally, we urge the leader of the Ohaneze delegation to the trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Dr. Chukwuemeka Ezeafe, and our legal team to lead the National Legal Advisor of Ohaneze, Barrister Joseph Ojo, and then it goes on to tail off into whatever it does tail off into. So we round off with this now final story. Buhari to journalists do not report rising insecurity. President Muhammadu Buhari on Monday urged the Nigerian Union of Journalists NUJ as well as media organizations not to use the term rising insecurity to address the tone, content, and standard of reporting into security and safety measures. President Buhari, in a statement issued by his senior special assistant on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, and titled President Buhari felicitates with Muslims on Eid el Malud, reassured that significant gains are being made in combating insecurity, said the term rising insecurity should be replaced with reality of declining insecurity. So just to look at that, Buhari essentially now taking on the role as chief editor of the media houses. So he's removing the term because this is a quotation mark now around this phraseology. So he wants the term rising insecurity removed from the lexicon of the narrative of the Nigerian media space on the real reportage on the security of the nation. So he wants that phrase rising insecurity removed. And this, by the way, a press statement. So it's not even he said this. This is what they issued out. So let me just take that paragraph again. President Buhari, in a statement issued by his senior special assistant on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, and titled President Buhari felicitates with Muslims on Eid el Malud, reassures that significant gains are being made in combating insecurity. He said the term rising insecurity, this is his speaking to the media, he said the term rising insecurity should be replaced with the reality of declining insecurity. So, hey, unbelievable. The statement partly reads The president urges Muslims to strive for forgiveness and closeness to the noble life and teachings of the Prophet, whose birthday is being marked on this blessed day. On this auspicious occasion, I wish you all blessings of the day. The president uses the occasion to give a snapshot of the increased activities of the armed forces, police force, and the intelligence agencies have embarked upon to effectively respond to the security challenges in the nation. He says the government fully expects and intends for these trends to continue and calls on the media to address the tone, content, and standard of reporting into security and safety measures. Time has come to revise the prefixes rising insecurity with declining insecurity. The president added that increased cooperation and collaboration from citizenry, coupled with reinvigorated, dynamic, and energized police, security, and military leadership, is helping the administration score more victories against terror, criminality, and economic sabotage. The reality of declining insecurity should replace the inaccurate narrative. The reality of declining insecurity should replace the inaccurate narrative of rising insecurity in the country. Shehu quoted the president as saying, while there is work to do, the men and women in uniform who are helping the nation to achieve this goal desire our collective appreciation and encouragement to do even more. The whole country and its mass communication systems have a duty in this regard. So the president concluded his message by appealing to road users to drive with care and avoid needless accident. So don't get drunk during the festivities, essentially what Aboki says. But just at the madness of it all, UK we see you, Vin we see you, Charlie Boy we see you. So Charlie Boy, we see you. You said you wanted to go first, and you sent me this story. So now let's not start then from that story that you sent in. Tony Nand is speaking to the Lagos space about Lagos generating essentially all of the custom revenues, but then really a Yoruba man never ever haven't been the customs controller general. So what are you making of that
Yeah, when I saw
headline?
that, I was kind of surprised that Yoruba are not in the custom. I was surprised. I was surprised. I was surprised they're not. I was surprised Yoruba are not in the custom. 'Cause I thought they would be in the custom. Maybe Yoruba people don't import stuff a lot, like the Igbos. Maybe that's why. That's what
Hmm?
I'm thinking. They don't import Yoruba people don't import stuff to the country. Maybe, or maybe Nigerian government.
No, what he's saying essentially is that the main port in Nigeria is in Yoruba land. But
My
then
opinion, I
we've
think that's
never
not.
had a non
Yeah, I think that's
Hausa
not
Fulani
fair.
as the
See, that's
comptroller
the problem with
general of
Nigeria.
the. Yeah.
Nigeria's point. Nigeria, they're not being fair to Anna. That's not fair for Yoruba. That's not fair. You should
Mm.
give them something. That's not fair. You're in the land being poor. That's not fair to Yoruba people.
It's almost unbelievable, but then of course the entire Nigerian space is unbelievable. The port is in Lagos, and we have never had a Yoruba man custom chief. There are no ports in the north, and because they want to control what comes into the country. You see, they want to funnel their illegal goods into the country, and they want to monitor you
Yeah.
because they are in mortal fear that you are going to import arms and rescue
But the question
yourself
I'm
from
asking,
their clutches.
who controls the port? What tribe controls the port? That's the question I'm asking. Who controls the port? What tribe?
Yeah, but it's a Fulani man, of course.
Yeah, you
Who else?
see,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Hmm.
Because I know what they're doing. They're finding men like basically they put the prices in the port high. They're doing it for a reason. Because they want to make the people of the south suffer for importing stuff. That's what they're basically doing. They want to make because
Actually,
why?
if you want to be fair, Charles,
Yeah,
it is really an Igbo man that should be the comptroller general of customs because overwhelmingly the Igbos do the most importing. They
yeah,
import the most because they trade internationally.
yeah, yeah. Absolutely. But that's why I think the North understand they're holding the country, they're holding the economy, they're doing that. You can't be people are suffering. People not can even ship a car to Nigeria because they have to worry
Mm,
about the port. People stealing your stuff from the car. It's not
mm.
what shipping the car. If you see people in Nigeria, they come to you and steal your stuff. So you wonder why
Yes,
is
they'll break in, they'll steal your
it
stereo.
in the
In some
modern world.
instances, they will even steal
In the
the
modern
wheel they drive
economy,
in.
a port supposed to be a safest area to import. There should
Mm.
be no criminals in the port, but there are
Well,
criminals, and they
you have a
charge you.
Fulani man in charge of it, so there you are.
But then they import guns for the people.
Yes,
That's hypocrite.
that is exactly it. There was a time they caught a cache of heavy weapons
Uh,
imported
And I,
from China in that
and
space. Yeah,
I think the charges against Namikano is dumb. My opinion. The one thing is dumb. Why you can charge
right.
Namikano when 25 people were killed just today in northwest Nigeria? 12 people were killed in weapon in a village. That's not
Yeah,
fair.
but what has that got to
No,
do with
yeah, no, I
Nandeka?
mean, you gotta do something. How can 12 people get killed every day in the north using nothing? Come on.
Yeah, but what has that got to do with
No, you
Nandekano's
have to do it.
charges?
No, you have to do it. You really have to do it because why? Why is that Nigeria always blame the South? Nigeria, why?
No, they are not blaming Nnamdi Kanu for the killings in the north. They are saying Nnamdi Kanu committed a treasonable act.
What he
So
did?
this,
No,
hmm?
no. My opinion, my don't think. I think Buhari committed. Buhari should be in international court. He should fully be in international
Yeah,
court.
yeah,
He
that
should
I agree with.
because
But the charges against Kanu, though, what do you make of them?
that's why I think even if I know about, he knows it too. If anybody knows, if anybody is probably thinking the same thing. So why you getting charged them killing people killed in the north? He
But by
probably
your consideration, Charles,
yeah.
is Nnamdi Kanu's action is it right to be considered as treasonable? What he has been doing are they acts of treason?
What did I'm kind of did that's treasonable?
He's leading a subversive organization and is leading a paramilitary organization and is agitating for the decimation and the dismemberment of the state.
Yes, yeah. I think my opinion that my opinion it must happen. I don't care. It must happen. The reason why it must happen. The reason Nigeria, I'm concerned. Nigeria. army of the reason Nigeria killing people. So don't,
Okay.
that's why my opinion Nigeria got to
Can
blame
you see
themselves.
can you see why,
Yeah,
not saying it is right, but can you see why the Nigerian state would consider
yeah,
Nnamdi Kanu's actions treasonable?
yeah. I know the decision, but my opinion, I think it's just. But Bali is the reason why Nam can't get popular. Here's the reason. Bali is the reason why Nam can't get popular. If Bali have like fixed the security, not going to get popular. Here's the reason not get popular. Because people be dying every day. How can every time people get dying in the north, he's not nothing about it. All people are dying in the north. So nothing about it. That's what some people in the south. It's kind of a hypocrite, kind of to me. You
Okay.
get no trouble, people dying. It must be fair. Why people die every day in the north? You don't survive. What you do to your people? That's what Nami kind. I think bad people need to stand up to him. Say no, you kidnap people. But need to
Or,
stand up. People are
or,
dying
or,
every day, and he's from the
All right,
north.
Charles. Charles, let me take you to a different
Yeah,
space. What are you making of Buhari's assertion to the journalists now that they should no longer talk about rising insecurity in Nigeria, and they should replace that with then declining insecurity in Nigeria? So Buhari now makes himself, now appoints himself editor in chief of the Nigerian media space. What are you then making of this interference with the editorial integrity
yeah.
by Buhari?
What this show that bad is guilty. When someone is guilty, they will lie. Bad is guilty. That's why he know the media tend to the by him, but he don't want the truth. That's why he's guilty. He know he's guilty. And why are you talking to me? Media, the media, news people are supposed to tell a story. You can't lie. They gotta say the truth. They gotta report the story that's the truth. They can't lie. Say it didn't happen. If I say then why can't he fix the insecurity going in the country?
Or, or, or,
He
or,
he
or,
man, he's destroying his own image. Simple. Fixing security is not that hard to do. Fixing security not hard to do. Why can people every day in northwest Nigeria get killed? I mean that's hard. That's sad. The people in the north.
why do you
People
think why do you think that is, Charles? Why do you
because
think that is?
to me it's sad. What's sad? But it's from that area. Why people
No,
getting
no, no.
killed?
Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's this daily killings going on in the
Because
north?
I think the north elites are not strong. They're not doing anything. They don't care about the people. That's one thing I don't know about the South. One thing about the South people, they care about the people. The North don't care about their own people. I know that with the North, they don't care about their own people. I think that's not fair. Do you know I heard the Northwest is the poorest place in the world. Northwestern Nigeria. That's sad.
I'm
To me,
not sure
that's
if
sad.
in the world, but maybe in Nigeria, but
Yeah, that's
certainly not
sad.
in the
But
world.
to me, it's disheartening. All these dumb people stealing the money, and they can't even help their own people being killed. That's why. That's
Oh,
why. That's why I always think, why do not you stand up? They got to stand up to the government, stand up to the people. Say that your government can stand up. Why they can't stand up? It's not fair. The people be killed every day. I'm working for the moms and children in those villages, killed, slaughtered, whole village slaughtered. Is the acting
oh,
Clinton going to do? You see, I think the final one take over Nigeria. I think Clinton. You won't go to each village after each kill all the people. Doesn't burn not all that's why I think the South had to be ready. The man in the south, and where the came head to the south to find them prepared to kill.
oh, oh, oh,
And
all
to me,
right.
it's sad. It's not fair.
Oh,
They're
oh,
stopping
oh,
nothing.
no, it's
Hell,
not fair, but you have to understand, Charles, that a significant, I won't say the most of life, but a significant part of life is not fair. You know,
and
there's nobody that's gone through life that has not been just taken advantage of at some point in time in that
but the
course of
sad
life.
part,
So
I know
yeah.
it's sad, but some of them not people don't believe. They don't admit that the people get killed. Some of them don't admit that.
No, no, everybody admits it,
Yeah,
but some people they look the other way. Some people think it
yeah,
is in their favor, and then a lot of people think that it is wrong. So it's a complex mix.
yeah. But the kid's gonna stop. What
Okay. So
Nigeria?
it looks as though you are asking for solutions, Charles, but it looks as though that solution is in hand now. 12 United States Super Tucano jets deployed to the northeast. to fight Boko Haram. So it looks as though the government have been listening to your words,
Yeah.
Charles, and they have now come up with a strategy. So they deploy a retinue, a fleet of sophisticated, top of the range fighter jets to go and decimate Boko Haram. What are you making of that? Buhari deploys 12 jets against the Abokis in the forest.
Yeah, I think what Biden knows that his popularity is going down. He's basically doing that for his publicity, like a publicity stunt for Buhari. He knows his popularity is going down. He wants to do something to make his popularity go up, or else he'd be the worst president in the history of Nigeria. He don't want that to happen. He's just doing it just for a publicity stunt. That's what people do. People
You
need
think
fun.
it's a publicity stunt? You think it's just for the cameras?
Yeah.
All right.
Because but let's see.
Oh, all right. All right. Thank you, Charles. And thank you for submitting that story to me via Instagram. So, Charles, let me go on to UK. Let's see if UK is ready for us. UK, are you ready, or do you want me to give you a moment?
Yeah, I'm ready. How are you doing, Mama?
I'm good. Good to hear from you, UK. So, UK, let me quickly take you to this space now. If any Uba seeks permission to visit Nnamdi Kanu in IPOB. So, this is very clever politics by my reckoning from this chap who is running for the governorship in Anambra State, but then now making that name association with his name and Nnamdi Kanu's name. So, clever politics, or what do you think is up to, UK?
Well, it is a very clever politics because was it like last week he went? I think last week he was on Lagos. He was campaigning in Lagos. Then when he went to
was it the one that was shamed in Alaba? Is it the same guy?
Yeah, that was.
Right.
So when he went there, now they were singing "Holy, Holy." Nnamdi is the savior now. I think.
Okay.
He was totally convinced that Nnamdi Kanu is the most powerful in Igbo land as I'm talking to you, because anywhere he goes, all these politicians, anywhere they go, they always shame them, So I think because of that, he will want to align himself with the IPOB now, or to begin to see a way to, to pacify them. These politicians, they are very crooked and they are not straightforward people now, as we all know. So I think, he wants a favor from IPOB. That's the way I'm looking at it. That's my own opinion.
Now, because if they see, if he's able to paint that narrative that is fighting for Nnamdi Kanu, and then of course he would expect that reward at the ballot box. So that's just it's pretty obvious what he's doing, but there we are. You say, I'm fighting for Kanu, vote for me. So this is it, abracadabra. So still within the abracadabra realms, UK, Buhari is asking now journalists to no longer use the word rising insecurity and to instead replace it with declining insecurity. So Buhari now seeks to edit the media space within the country. So what are you making of this vis-a-vis freedom of the press, freedom of expression?
Man, this is serious. Why would Buhari would tell media to not to Buhari, because is very clear. You can't shut the media up, because they have to report what they see. Because if they don't report what they see, which means people that travel, that comes, like people that travel from abroad to Nigeria now, not even Nigeria as per se, other foreigners now. How would they protect themselves now if they go to Nigeria? Because they might get killed if they go there, because you have to let people know how your country is, because nobody wants to go where there's insecurity, So
even in an earlier session, UK, I did a thing where the UK put an advisory out that 12 states in Nigeria are no go.
Yeah, so, I read it. I saw it. Yeah. I saw it when you posted it. I read it. I saw when I saw the headline, that you posted. Yeah. So Well, I mean, the thing is that just to show these people they are not human beings. I mean, why will you go and put people in danger? Because even the investor. So, are you telling the investor to come in, then they will lose their life because they want to invest in Nigeria? Because you have to tell these people, look at what is going on in my country. So, if you need a help, then there's a way people can. I mean, people, if you're looking for a help, then people will say, okay, yeah, since they're this thing, people will have the mind to help or other governments, since you cannot quell the insecurity. So I mean, so telling the media not to report anything about insecurity, so people will come there, they will you will kill them, then then that one. So which means if people get killed, Buhari will tell the media not to even report it. Is it what it means?
But this is it now. You just walking blindfolded into like a ditch is essentially what is, we won't know what is going on in the country, and then you just walk into the clutches of
No.
it's unbelievable, but then we use that word all the time. So let me now take you to this space, still with Nnamdi Kanu, and this is Ohaneze, because anybody that wants any currency within the Eastern Quarters, that wants the favor of the people, they have to conjure up the name of Nnamdi Kanu. So Ohaneze, no different, they conjure Nnamdi Kanu's name. Produce Nnamdi Kanu in court to prove to us that is healthy. Ohaneze tells Buhari's government. So I think is it the 21st? So that's it's in. It's funny, it's funny that these things are happening in quick succession. You have NSAS on the 20th and you have Nnamdi Kanu on the 21st. So now they are saying produce this guy in court so that we can, with our own eyes, see him and assess his well-being. So now, are you anticipating that Nnamdi Kanu will be produced on the 21st? And if it's not produced on the 21st, what do you think the reaction to that will be?
Well, in my own opinion, I think I was reading something this evening. This man is filing another charges. What's his name?
Malami.
Yes. Yeah, he's filing another charges. Say against Nnamdi Kanu about terrorism now. I'll say, why is Malami doing that now? I mean, people that he's supposed to file charges against, they are not filing it. They haven't filed all those Boko Haram they have exposed, and we know the address where they do their dollar something. Those who sponsor, he hasn't even talked about those people. Yeah, but for me, one man, it looks like this man, they might not bring this man to the court too. I mean, that's my own opinion.
I mean, I share that concern with you. I'm not sure that they will.
But just I don't know what the reaction is going to be. That's that. I don't know, because this answers something. Nnamdi Kanu, the same. I mean, just a day after each other. So the whole place will be boiling. But I pray that all these things will come to pass. I mean, I don't know why Nigerian government wouldn't bring this man to court. Bring him to the court now, so that people, because as soon as that man surfaces to the court, I think the tension will die down a little bit. You understand what I'm saying? Even if
it's a complex situation, though, don't you think? Are you okay? Because if they bring him to court, then his adherents, his followers, they would certainly throng the place. They will come there in mass, and they could overwhelm security. But then if they don't bring him in court, the Southeast will react.
Yes.
So damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, so for me, I think I would tell the federal government to bring this man. For the fact, if the man is alive, let them bring him to court. Let people see him. Even if you adjourn the case again, but let people see him that this man is alive. You see what I'm saying? Because that will give people more. Because right now, nobody knows what is really going on. It's only the lawyer who go and report something online that he went and see him that is looking good and healthy. But how do we know? Because Nigeria now, so a lawyer can go there. They will tell him, look at what you have to say. If you don't say this thing, you won't be coming here again. And the lawyer will follow according to what they say. By duress now, they will make you to, because if you don't do what they ask you to do, which means you won't even get access to that place again. You see, then that would be another problem. So I don't really know what is going on, but as for my own thinking, if K is not taken, they might not bring that man. I mean, that's my own opinion. No?
You see, I would be more surprised if they brought him than if they don't,
Yes,
because I don't see them bringing him
bringing
as
him.
well.
Yes,
To be
yes,
honest with you,
yes.
but then what happens after that is
After,
really what
yeah,
will be
that's what we
interesting
don't
to
know.
see.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
All right, UK. Let me take you to this space now. This story now introduced by Charlie Boy himself. Lagos Port, Nigeria makes trillions, yet no Yoruba person appointed Customs Comptroller General. Tony Nadi is the one speaking now. He of the Ninas fame. So now, quite surprising, and I cannot recall ever there been a non-northerner controlling the ports in Nigeria. So we've been carrying the weight now of this nepotism and lopsidedness for a lot longer, but I don't think we've especially paid attention to a lot of these things. It is only now Buhari that is highlighting it. If you look at all of these traditional spaces, we've never really had a southerner as the EFCC chief, as the customs chief. I think we may well have had one or two in the police, but it's essentially they just surround us with guns. This is really what is imagined now, and they have done for a long time. UK.
As a matter of fact, the people that are supposed to be controlling that port should be Yoruba people. The percentage in that port supposed to be Yoruba people because one, let's say that is Yoruba land. At least whatever the Nigerian government.
But in terms of, sorry to interrupt you, UK, but in terms of business activities, should we not really say that it's somebody from the east that should be controlling because they import more than anyone else?
I'm trying to make a point.
Oh yeah,
Yoruba first preference. Yoruba first preference. I mean, like to be the head of this thing. Then they can bring other regions, but not surrounding the whole place with Fulani. That's not how it's supposed to be. Yoruba should have had, then other people, then Igbo, another tribe. Let it be a conglomeration of many people in that port. Not like when you go there, when you enter there, only Abuki that you'll be seeing. You won't see other people. And if you check all the agencies that runs those ports, all their top the managers are Fulanis. Hardly you see any Igbo or Yoruba controlling any top all those agencies that control the port. So the way they have done it.
Can I? Okay, or maybe finish the night. I wanted to add something.
Okay, so at least Yoruba should have that preference. Then other tribes should also be involved. I mean, let it be a balance, equation. Let it be balanced. Then for Igbos, yeah, I know that Igbo people, because it's not only Igbo now that I know the majority of people that bring something to Nigeria is an Igbo, but other people also bring. But let it be an balance.
I know, but when it comes to containers from all over the world, nobody can beat the Igbo man.
Yes.
My container from China, Emeka, how many units do you want to? Because my container don't land. Emeka, how many units you want to?
But for me, as I said, that was being a Yoruba. Yeah, I think the Yoruba people should be headed, except they didn't see a qualified Yoruba man. Then they can give it to other tribe who are qualified to do the job. But I know that Yoruba are capable to do it because they have a very educated Yorubas who can do the same job and do it well. So, but what I'm trying to say, I'm not saying that outside people they shouldn't give Fulani man, space, but let it be balanced.
Do you know that is the same thing at Murtala Mohammed International Airport? When you land, you know this. When you land, the person you present your passport to is an aboki. The person that searches your bag is an aboki. If you go to Semeboda, the person that checks your car is an aboki. If you come in through Tinkan Island, the person that checks your goods is an aboki.
But one man, Obasanjo was president.
We are surrounded.
Obasanjo was president for 8 years. What did he do about it? Jonathan was president for 6 years. What did he do about it? So we need to hold our own leaders accountable for allowing things like this to be happening. You know.
But one man,
Can I interject 1 minute? Mike,
let's UK run through.
I'm saying.
Hold on, CVD. You know UK doesn't like to raise his voice. Eh? Yeah, so, UK.
So what I'm trying to say is, you know, the problem again to concern other tribes. You know, most of us don't enter this government work like these northern people. Though they use IM, as we all know. You know, but if you look, these northerners, because the reason why I'm saying this, I have a friend that worked with one northerner. He said when they used to work in Shell. Do you know that this northerner resigned and enter government job? Said he's going back to their place, and they give and they gave the man this thing. He left that big job and go back to their place. But if you look other tribes in Nigeria, we don't really go after this government job like more especially this federal job like these northerners. But we know why they have advantage now, because there are people always bringing them. So I think that's the one of the advantage they use to beat other tribes. I mean, that's the way I'm looking at it too.
All right, okay. Sorry, Ajalekoko wanted to disagree with Mike, but you go first, CBD.
Yeah, exactly what UK is saying. But also, we can look at it in this way. We keep saying these people have had the best strategy. They are not. You argue they don't have oil. You say they don't have sea, ocean. So the best thing, you know, the most strategic thing they did now is to go into the political arena and take over that space. Where
it's not really the political arena. They went into the forces. Their one strategy is to control the guns. And that is the one thing that that's just their go-to above everything else, control the guns. Yeah.
As much as America is a world power, is the only reason why they call them world or whatever? Is it not because of their security aspect?
It's the guns now. It's always the guns. Yeah.
Trump, who is the president now? Biden will not be the most powerful man in the world without the military and the security forces of America. So the thing is that, like what UK said, these people our people in the south, either it's from Yoruba land or from south, I've never south or southeast, wherever. They are not going into this thing as much. And even if you want to argue that you're going into it and there's some forces that are there that are already blocking you and will just automatically divert positions to people from the north, then what are you doing about it? You know, like Mike is saying, Obasanjo, you know, this is the thing. We need to understand that these politicians have failed, all of them. So we cannot keep looking for them to. It's just like someone now saying that Tinubu or somebody else will come and balance things for us. We'll wait for another 20, 30 years, you know.
All right. In CBD, let Ajalekoko come in and then I'll go on back to UK. So Ajalekoko, you wanted to disagree. Mike was saying that our people unko.
Well, I'm just trying to tell Mike that when Obasanjo was there, he ran a balance sharing of position in the country. So it wasn't like the way this man have done his own, where you have migration, Fulani, where you have custom, Fulani, Port Authority, Fulani, NNPC, Fulani, police, Fulani, head of military. You know, it was, we are not saying that Fulani should not have share, but where you have them everywhere, that is the worry of everybody, that others are not second-class citizens. Obasanjo did not do that. So don't just say when Obasanjo was there, what did he do? He shared it, he make it balance. He didn't concentrate, he didn't give the whole power to one section of the country. So stop just
No, Ajale Koko, particularly we are speaking about the custom, and the airports. It's been the same for the past since I would say since the end of the since 70. It's been the same people running that airport and the custom. That's the argument. That's the argument here. We are not talking about maybe other sectors.
Yeah, Mike.
But that particular that area, that imports and that airports, because that's where most of the money, all those the things that has to do with the national assets, where money, the country makes money, is always headed by Northerner. And we've had Southerners become president. They did nothing about it. Even we still have Southerners saying, you see, when we start blaming Northerners for every governance, we have our own people in the government. They don't do nothing about it. Those are the people we need to be shouting at. Like, we have 6 governors in the Southwest, and you do nothing about your key asset being controlled by the Northerner. But we run straight to a Northerner to come and give up his own enjoyment. Who will give up his enjoyment? Who will give up something that he's enjoying? So we need to point finger at our own people, man. If you want to free yourself, point at your leaders, your kings, your governors. They're the one that should be freeing you, man.
But that's what one man is
instead of
saying,
defending,
they control the guns. So that's also
so he's gone. They are using it to appoint people. When Obasanjo was there,
of course. Do you think holding the security positions is for nothing? That's the purpose, so that you're not able to stand up against them.
So if your leaders will stand up, they will shoot them. So if your governors all rally say, "Come, why are you controlling all these national?" They will shoot them.
For governors, forget about it. It lies with the people. The people.
We can't forget about it. They are the one representing us.
Mike, just to something that Rational Mind was saying yesterday, he was just now. I think he just reflected and realized that the Yorubas have paid a heavy price. Just in the course of Nigeria, all the killings, Awolowo jailed, Abiola killed, Bola Ige, you say that was under Obasanjo, but anytime you raise your head in some form of resistance, Igboho being the latest example, they'll just machine gun you.
But the people raising their hair are not people that are occupying position of power. You understand? Those people raising their hair are just ordinary people, you understand? But we are talking about people that are occupying position of power, like when Obasanjo was president, like the governors occupying positions, the senators, all those guys occupying the position. Those are the ones that have the power to talk. But if you are just the other people you just mentioned, they were not occupying any political position. You understand? So it's easy to go gun them down, because they just.
But that's where we are making mistakes. They are not actually in position of power. They can just be probably figureheads or whatever.
The same thing going on in the East. Instead of you get things that you want, the people you should be.
Well, you know what Obasanjo did?
The people are fighting.
Obasanjo, after they moved to Abuja, they were telling people to clear their things. They moved this thing to the office of where they will clear the listing to Abuja too. They were telling people to go and clear their container in Abuja, that Abuja is the central office. Obasanjo have to return it back to Lagos. Like the seaport, there's no need of people flying to Abuja to go and get a license to come and clear their container. Obasanjo did that. He said that's not possible. That the seaport is there. That Obasanjo was the one who returned it because they were claiming that everything moved to the capital. That's what they moved everything to the capital, including so you have to clear your container in Abuja. When you clear that, you come to Lagos and pick it up. That's what they did.
But why did you still keep the Northerners in charge of the sector? That particular.
What was the main reason of moving the capital to Abuja? Sam, I think Sam is a very.
That was Azikwe's idea now.
That is the idea of the.
No, that was Gowon's idea. It was Gowon that came up with Abuja.
No, it was Azikwe that pushed that already. She said the capital to the center.
What is to the center?
Don't talk anyhow, please. We don't need to get.
How am I talking anyhow? But it's a fact now. He's the one that proposed that the capital should be moved to the center of the country.
Go on, move something to Abuja. He says Azikwe. What's the relationship?
Go on, the movie. It was Babangida that moved it eventually. It was Babangida that moved it.
Go on.
In CBD, you are the one talking on factual now, but you be accusing me. You said go on, move the capital to Abuja, but we know it was Babangida that moved it.
It all started from the time of Go on. So
he didn't start. Babangida moved the capital to Abuja, man. Come on.
All right. Let's get back to. Let's get back to. Sorry.
Before this argument starts now.
Yeah. Start. Get back to UK because he
I love this platform.
UK, back to you.
Yeah.
UK, let me just take you to a totally different talking point, which hopefully is less controversial. So this is now. I'm not sure if you were here when we were covering the YAYA BELLO story space, but
about the 20 billion.
what he is asserting is that there's a personal vendetta against him by the EFCC chair. He says, Bawa's EFCC wanted to nail me at all cost. So this is YAYA BELLO speaking to the space. So a lot of these things now coming out. Just earlier in the afternoon session, we did a story where the governor of Kwara State, he said Lai Mohammed stole 100 million naira from him. So these things are now coming out in the public space now. He's now speaking of a personal vendetta. But the caveat, UK, is that 20 billion naira was forfeited. So if it's not fraudulently taken, then why the forfeiture? So a lot of it just mired in all sorts of mess. So what are you making of that, YAYA BELLO?
Well, I think I read the story, but not from your platform. I read it somewhere. I think the man, what they usually do when they give them those money, now they will go and put it in fixed deposit for them to get more interest. And that will make them, they don't pay people they'll be owing the workers. I mean, that thing started, I think, during Babangida time. Because I remember that time where my mom used to work in National Museum, they don't pay them sometimes. They will say the money is in the fixed deposit. So the money will grow maybe like 1 month before they will pay the next month, So I think that was the way, YAYA BELLO was using that money to do like turnover now.
Yes.
But I think the thing hook, he choke. The thing choke.
Can I come in here 1 minute? I came to this country 1979. And Bruce Ali was in power. They sent us a scholarship because they were giving scholarship. The scholarship, no, they did our own in New York. They left it there for almost like 2 years before we could get it. If my cousin is from Delta too, because they were Delta and Bruce Ali was at this thing. We didn't get it till after 2 years after the government gave out the boat. So that's not only in Nigeria, they do it here too. That's what all these people do here.
Okay, I see.
That they will get pressed.
All right. It looks as though it's common practice.
So the thing he choked YAYA BELLO because one, he's campaigning to be a president now. So they want to use that money to punish him now, so that to terminate his career now. So that I think that's why the EFCC go after him.
All right. But it's not a funny thing. The money is forfeited, but he's claiming that no wrongdoing. Let me take you to this space then. 12 U.S. Super TUCANO jets deployed to the northeast to fight Boko Haram. So they are describing it now as a game changer. So a lot of people now have been querying just how that war is going to be won. So what difference do you then think this is going to make? Charles is just saying, Charles, he's saying that it's just boju. But what are you making of that deployment of heavy weaponry to the northeast?
Yeah, because one, they know that the people already, those terrorists now, because I was reading something. I think according to one paper I was reading, they say, as a matter of fact, during this answer something, these people, they might even use it to hit, because if they have that protest, if everywhere
to go and bomb NSAS, I don't even think Buhari.
No, I'm not talking. No, I said because let's say if they are doing the protest, if they are doing the protest, and they have these terrorists, they're already on ground now. We already know now because they already run over so many northern states now. So until once they hear their whistle now, they might hit. So because because based on that paper I was reading, these people they're already prepared. So I think if actually they move the jet, this is the right time for them to use it, because if they don't use it, these people can overwhelm them even upon that jet, because using the jet is another thing. Killing the people is another, because the jet cannot be precisely targeting people, because you also need people on the ground now, So
is it now time to finish this Boko Haram narrative once and for all? It must not carry on for another 2-3 years, because
no,
enough
one man,
is enough.
1 man
You
to
know,
finish
whoever
them.
is making money should have made enough money by now. So enough
Yeah,
is enough.
1 man to finish them is very difficult. That thing is like a dragon now. It's like a dragon. We can't finish even 10 years. I give you 10 years. They can't even finish it. 10 years. They can't finish because these people they have different factions now. You know. So even if you kill the Boko Haram now, and that set of people already coming up again. You know, see how the kidnapping is just doing as if, you know, just like if you're going on the road, they will just pick you. And nothing happened. Look at so many ransom, like this one, they are trying to deny that they didn't pay for look at for an international media to write concerning that they paid, I think 20 million for the anti-aircraft something. They started denying. So it is true now, you know. It is true.
I don't think Wall Street Journal will make up a story about Nigerian Air Force. Why would they?
Because they have CIA working in Nigeria now. That's the people that always give them information now. They're everywhere. So it is true.
And you will still find some Nigerians defending.
It's true. I mean, they can't just come out.
Just to show you how crazy people are in that country.
That tells you that we have no hope when people are still defending the indefensible.
Yeah, because this terrorism has eaten even Afghanistan on is even more better than Nigeria on now. You know that.
Afghanistan is not better. You know they are selling their children now in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but it's the willpower to fight now.
I think for Afghanistan, they still find them now. They still fight them, but for Nigeria now, like as you know now, the government, their hand is in India now. I mean, some of government officials, their hand is in there. So that's why this things keep going like this now.
One man, for your information, they are selling children in the north too.
Yeah, but that's for a different reason now. Is that not they betroth their children, don't they? Are you saying into marriage? Is that what you're saying?
No, not into marriage. They just sell them off because of poverty.
Into Amajeri.
Yeah, they just sell them off.
So
for money.
So I think let me stop here. I have something to attend. You know, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. But I'll still be on this thing. I'll still be
listening in the background. Yes. Thank you, UK.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adali Koko. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Charles. Thank you.
What is this Hollywood? Well, you're not in Hollywood. What is going on here? Oscar speech? You want to do Oscar speech?
Thank you.
I want to thank God and my mother. You know, look at that. Oscar speech. Thank you, UK. All right. So to you then, Ajande Koko, let me take you then to this space, which rather is concerning. It is just concerning. So this is what they are saying. Buhari, now the editor-in-chief of all media houses in Nigeria, he is now insisting that rising insecurity should be removed as a term in reportage within the Nigerian media space to be replaced by reality of declining insecurity. So now he wants to tell a story that is skewed against the truth. So he's now instructing that the media must no longer talk about rising insecurity in Nigeria. What are you making of this now, Ajale Koko?
It's unfortunate that he's trying to. We know he already gagged the media. So, but
now he's doing the editing.
But I believe the media will not give in to him.
You think so?
I think so because why I said I think so because some few months ago they came out with this kind of threatening against the media not to report about the security, not to be reporting the security situation in the north as devastating against the state. But the media took them to court. They have a lawsuit at the court. We have not had the outcome. So for him coming out again, is I I don't think because the cases in the court, challenging that federal government order that they should not report the true situation of insecurity in the north. So for him to come out again
Ajale Koko, we don't know what we don't know. That is the thing. We don't know what we don't know. And all of this heavy weight to repress the press. We don't know what the press are not reporting because they are not reporting it. But what we do know is that the government is weighing heavily upon them not to report what they should be reporting. So we don't know what we don't know.
If I interject real fast, just
go on.
real quick.
Yeah.
We can look at it from another angle. Yeah, I agree with you that government have no business to be telling press or using force to tell press what to do. That's against the law. But you have to understand one story. There's a recent story that shows that when you give oxygen to, when you do a particular reporting about one particular issue, you give a lot of oxygen to that issue. Like in the United States, what happened at one point, there was a time where constant school shootings and mass shooting was going on, right? And then when they did a study, they found out that whenever they do that shooting, right, they will put the picture of the person that committed that crime, or they put his image, talk about him for days and days and days. And then what they later found out was that people that wanted to commit suicide, right, and things like that, they want to make themselves popular after death. So they go out and do that shooting. That shooting was happening on a constant basis. So the moment they told the media to stop posting those, whoever does those killings, should not like announce that person's name or even put that person the attention. After they started doing that, the shootings went down. You understand? The whole mass shooting thing went down in the United States. The school shootings and all those, it went down. So I think maybe what the government is trying to say is that stop putting oxygen into that direction, because these people that are doing this thing, obviously we know that.
But is it not even a security risk to people? Let's say, for instance, they say that they are killing every time. If you go past Ikeja between 8 and 10, you will be shot, but they are not reporting it. So you go through that space, but that information is known. So they cannot prevent information that will serve for the safety of people to be brought to their attention. No, that's a different.
No. On that, I agree. What I'm saying, I'm not saying totally that I agree with the point, but the part that I'm trying to tell you that.
There are instances where it is justified, is what you're saying.
No, instances where, for example, like those people that go to kill soft target, like the Boko Haram, those people, right? They go to a village and kill soft target. Obviously, they gain nothing from it. They don't they know they don't gain anything from it. You understand? But what they understand is that once we go into that village and kill that soft target, it's going to make the news, and basically, it's going to make the news, right?
No. They do gain from it because their intention is to sack the place and then occupy it. It's a land grab.
No, but most cases they don't do that. They attack that village and they run away. They just leave. By the time the military get there, they're already gone. All the military sees dead bodies. You understand? And they know that, okay, once we do that, it's going to make the news and we're going to laugh and everybody can laugh. They can look like we are defeating the states. You understand? So that's the whole purpose to me, because obviously they know that if they go to that village and just kill people and leave, they don't gain anything from it. All they do is just kill. And they don't really, it doesn't, at the end of the day, it doesn't really take anything from the government. And they themselves know the Nigerian government don't care if people die. So obviously the only purpose they're doing it now is just to get the attention on the news that, okay, we did it. So I think that's the area where I think we should, the media should continue to, the press should continue to report the news, but I think they should find a way to report it where it doesn't favor the perpetrators. You understand?
All right, thank you. Ajale Koko, what are you trying to make of this American spin that Mike is trying to use to excuse Malam Buhari?
I don't agree.
I'm not excusing him. I beg.
I don't agree with Mike with what he said, that because of they said they should not be making publicity about people that use guns to kill people in the mass shooting, and that is what brought down the school shooting in America. No, it was because they took security measures, like in the South here. In the South here, people love gun here. They took security measures that teachers can carry gun. Or no, you wouldn't know that they have guns. So anybody that try to mess up to come into the school, to mess up with a gun, they're ready for you. They will come out they will come out with their own gun to fight that person down. So and they have
Angelico, in
yeah,
Chicago, they have metal detectors in the schools.
and they are put
Metal
all these
detectors. So if you
yes.
come through
They've always had it to, even when they had it, the people that came out to do the shooting usually do it for suicide. If it's a suicide, they come to do it because they want to commit suicide. They want to take other people along, and not because they want to take other people along, but because they want their story to be on TV, their stories to be
Mike,
told.
let
Why
somebody
is
That
your
was
speak.
the
voice
reason.
You
too
are
loud?
talking
Abi, is
your
this
own.
your
And there's no measure you can put that can stop that. If somebody wants to go out and shoot, there's nothing that can stop it.
Other than metal detector, what they have done now is that they have put security measure even to go into school.
No,
Before you come in, before they bust you in, they talk to you on the door. Who do you want to see? There's another door there about school. You have to pass through 2 doors before you enter before you finally get entry into the school. So the 2 doors, some doors they are bulletproof doors. Then you talk to them. Who do you want to see? Who do you want to who is your who do you have appointment with them? So they've taken some security measure. They put some security measure in place that there's no way you can come in easily and commit all those acts all around school.
Ajale Coco,
So
most of
you
the
can
school shooting were done by the students. It wasn't done by a stranger that just say, okay, let me go and shoot that school. It was done by a student that wants to commit suicide, because there's a high rate of suicide among children in America, teenagers in America, and a lot of them, because they
the
want
one
their
that
story
went
to be
hold
told.
on, tell me
not
the
That's
most,
why
instance,
they go
not
to
give me
most of them.
instances the one that
Like,
don't be student.
it's just a
The
very
one
few
that
of them
happened
that is done by students.
no, most of them, majority of
Not
it was done
most,
by
not
school
most.
shooting were done by the students.
well
When you talk about mass shooting in the
what I'm
malls and
telling
public
you
places, it was done by others. But
what
the
I'm
ones
telling you, what you reported that it can never happen in this country. You see the government telling the press, don't do this. That can never happen. The press will not accept from
they
them.
didn't force them, but they work
So,
with the press. And the press, listen, did
well,
the press
I
comply?
told you the school have put security measure in place. Stop saying that this
What
thing.
about the public? What about the public shooting, the public places? Is that one still happening? They put measure in place too.
Can we go back to
in
our
fact,
country,
in
Nigeria,
The
please?
fact,
one that
in
happened,
fact,
So
let me
are we
tell
trying
you.
to make a case for
yes,
what is the point?
no,
Can
The
we
point
go
I'm
back to
making
our
is that
country,
the
Nigeria?
point I'm making is he went down. The old
no,
mass.
it's a
It
false
will still
analogy.
come up. When it comes to time to come up, it will come up again. The one that happened here in my own city, one guy came to blow up several buildings here with his truck. They announced it immediately that people recognize that it's him. They announced his name on the TV immediately. What are you talking about?
Okay, Ajanekoko. So back to it then. Buhari, editor-in-chief of the Nigerian media space. He is actually micromanaging the editorial space because he's removing terminologies and inserting terminologies into the media space. Don't say this particular phrase, use this particular phrase. So micromanaging the media space now. Aboki from Daura.
Is it Buhari that said or Lai
Well,
Buhari?
no, Buhari via Garba Shehu.
Gabashe, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, what I want you to know is that he will try his best to continue to suppress the media from doing their job. But I know that the media in Nigeria as well, we could accuse the media in Nigeria of not standing up the way we expected them. But from their daily reporting and some of these programs that they run, I can see Nigerian media that they are speaking up as well. They're speaking up, but I believe that the government cannot achieve anything. Their purpose, they cannot achieve their purpose because the more incidences happen every day in and out, the media have to report it. The media will report it now. So they will try all the press why they are doing this is because the international community have tagged Nigeria as one of the most terrorized country in the world. And on their own side, they are not doing their own best, to put the situation under control. They have failed, but they are trying to show to the world that, they are working hard to put the situation in control. I mean, the recent incident that we had, we talked about yesterday, that this bandit, the people they call bandit, are not terrorists. Terrorists are regarded more dangerous than the bandits. Bandits are just seen as criminal gang going from one place to
Like Mohammed even said that today.
Yeah, they call them criminal gang going from one place to the. So how could bandits?
Do you know how they are making that distinction, Ajanle Koko? How they are making the distinction between terrorists and bandits? Do you know how the Nigerian space is making that distinction?
Yeah, their distinction is that the terrorists have ideology.
Exactly. So there's no ideology underpinning banditry. It's just
the bandit
criminality.
They are just criminal. Yeah, they are just criminal. Yeah. So how could criminal obtain anti-aircraft missile that they used recently to shut down Nigerian aircraft? About 2 weeks ago, the Senate was calling on the president, they're calling on the executive to tag this bandit as terrorists, and they should stop that. They are, even in most cases, they are more dangerous than even these terrorists that we are talking about, this so-called bandit. That they have acquired so much weapon, they have acquired so much military equipment, and they are moving from state to state. So Nigerian government is a deceitful government. It's a government that want to portray, lie, and propagate a cheap political propaganda to the people and to the world. So they are not winning. They are losing. They are losing the war. That is why they're trying to, and they know that the more the media reports the true situation, the more they will look bad. So they will try their best, but as long as incidences happen every day, the media will report it. Whether they report it or rising insecurity or no, report is what matters. As long as bad report is coming out against the state, a bad security report is coming out every day in Nigeria, the world will know that Nigeria is not a safe place to go. I'm happy that you reported that Britain have just mentioned 12 states where their citizens should not bother to go in Nigeria. So the same thing with US. US said it some few months ago as well, warning their citizens that so don't go to so in Nigeria. So it's a dangerous place to go, and it's not safe. It's not a safe country, and they are losing the war completely. So they can continue to do is trying to suppress them, but I know that the media will still report what they have to report. That's my take on that.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. A lot of those states actually. Let me just because there are states that you suspect, because you've now mentioned it. Let me just see if I've got it. I did have the list. It's Bauchi, Gombe, Kano, Kogi, Kaduna, Niger, and Adamawa. But then it goes on to also list some states in the southeast that you may not well have suspected. Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Imo, Abia, Anambra, Delta, Edo, and Ebonyi. So a lot of those states swept up in that unknown gunmen IPOB narrative. And a lot of the northern states, of course, the banditry and the Boko Haram and the insurgency. So that's the UK list. So let me now take you still.
Oh man, don't go by all these UK, all these countries, man. They just want to see. You have to understand these countries, this UK and US. They don't want Nigeria to progress. They don't want because Nigeria.
Man.
Listen. They don't want. Let me tell you, they don't want foreign investors to come to that country. They will do everything to make sure these African countries don't advance. That's their agenda. You have to understand that. Nigeria right now wants to take off economically, and we need foreign investors.
Hold that in one hand, but then hold what you said. Yeah, hold on, Sam. Hold what you just said in one hand, and Mike, hold that in one hand, and in the other hand, hold this. The northeastern space, the northern space of Nigeria is ravaged by banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, disappearing, ransoming. We read that all the time here. The southeast is ravaged by unknown gunmen, security personnel ravaging the place. So how are they then remiss in recommending that should not be a travel zone for their people?
Let me answer now. Let me answer quick before you come. You just said the northeast, and then you mentioned the southeast, right? And the southeast, the unknown government has happened. It's only happening in Imo and where else? I think one other state. You see, Imo and
Anambra.
Thank you. But that UK list didn't include Delta, Edo, Akwa Ibom, Cross River. They list like almost the whole country. Just, I mean, come on now.
They didn't list a single Yoruba land. They didn't list. They didn't list a lot of the Middle Belt. So
but you have to admit that the list does not correlate with the actual reality on ground. So what I'm saying is
Kaduna does not correlate. Katsina does not correlate.
The list does not correlate.
But
the list you mentioned, you just half of the state they mentioned.
Imo does not correlate. Anambra does not correlate. They all correlate now. This is where activities are going on.
The list again, half of it is not even half of the states they mentioned.
Do you live in Nigeria?
What do you mean? Do I live in? I go to Nigeria. I'm going to Nigeria very soon.
British that mentioned this.
I go to Nigeria. Listen. There's no country in the world that's safe.
The British are more on the ground in Nigeria than what you know.
So you trust British? You trust the British?
The British are more on the ground in Nigeria than what you know.
So you trust the British?
And they are saying, they are talking to their citizens. Please don't go there. You think they are like you?
They are not. They are talking to the whole world. They know their citizens don't go to Nigeria anyway. They're talking to you. They just said you guys got to start looking beyond. They are.
What do you mean that their citizens don't go to Nigeria? What do you mean? Do you know how many Britons that go to Nigeria every day? That are white people.
You talking about Nigerian British?
In Nigeria.
The main target is to tell the foreign investors to get them away from Nigeria. That's what it is. One man, listen to me. In America here,
Mike has a very good point here.
You think they don't love their citizens?
There are many dangerous places all over in America here and even Europe. They are more dangerous than many places.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I think I just heard something. In CBD, did you actually just agree with Mike?
Yeah, as much as
God, write that down, engineer. You agree with Mike in CBD?
In this
there is a God after all. Look at that.
I can see unity coming there now.
Mike, look at that. At last.
You can't tell me that when you're in Nigeria, every corner in Nigeria is just dangerous. You can't tell me that because there are killing going on in bushes.
No, basically,
now the whole Nigeria is not safe. Come on now.
Let me tell you why, because Nigeria is not earning its foreign whatever from tourism right now. It doesn't mean we don't have tourist attractions. So all these people, you're saying British is advising their citizens. How many is Nigeria a tourist destination? No. So
Mike already said it now. Nigerian Brits that essentially travel home. Because when they get into trouble, they will phone the foreign office.
The British don't care about Nigerian Brits, man. They don't care about black Brits, man. They don't give a shit about.
I don't think their major concern is that. I think it's more of this, like what Mike had mentioned. There's a truth in that. I'm not saying everything. Like this is more of referring to the foreign investors and the people coming to do business.
That's what it is.
So it does not how many tourists. This is Nigeria is not East Africa, maybe Kenya, Tanzania.
They are also warning the NGOs. The NGOs, they are warning them as well.
Come on, it's propaganda,
I'm
man.
not
It's
be
Western
honest with you,
countries.
Mike.
They've always been carrying propaganda about
Women,
Africa for a long
white
time.
No,
Don't let people come
Mike.
to Africa to come and invest. They want
Mike.
Africa to remain poor. That's what it is.
Mike.
White
can
animals.
I
Let me just make this correction,
hold
right?
on. One at a time. One at a
Can
time.
Are you drive from Lagos to Delta?
People drive every day from Lagos to Delta every day.
It's not safe. My cousin came back.
Because you've been hearing it on the news every day. People go to Nigeria. I just had a black American friend of mine. I just
Okay,
all those friends in Nigeria. They drove all over. The guy even drove to the north.
Hold on, Mike. Just what you just said. You hear it on the news every day. Is that not what you just said?
No. On the Western news and all these online propaganda.
The Western news that we read.
Every country has insecurity.
Are you saying they are making
every corner of Nigeria, once you land in Nigeria, you're not safe, you're just there. I just had a black American guy that did a tour with his friends in Nigeria. They went there, they even showing video.
Where did he go in Nigeria? Where did he go? Where did that American go?
He drove around Lagos now.
He went to Lagos, to Abuja, to Kaduna. Even he went to the north.
It's lying, don't believe this, Michael.
So there's no car moving on the road in Nigeria as we speak. Every car they move on the road, they kidnap all of them.
Let's hear from engineer. Engineer, let's hear from you.
Yeah, greetings to you all. Just the quick one, Mike. When it comes to anything that is happening in Nigeria, I must be honest to you. Britain, they are the first people to give that information before even the Nigerian television, whatever they call them. I must be honest to you. That's because that's how.
Listen to Britain. I don't understand.
No. When it comes to if anything happened in that country regarding terrorism or regarding any issue, any incident, Britain, they have their agency that works for them properly more than the televisions we have, the new televisions we have in Nigeria.
Does Britain carry out the news about the killing in Chicago? Do you know how much killing are witnessed in America almost on a daily basis?
I'm just telling you.
Do British want their citizens not to go to Chicago? Do they want their citizens not to go to some areas in America here where
they know things that is happening in our country more than any even the channels, the NTA, the AIT, they can't give that direct, straight news. Britain, they know everything. They are the first people to even analyze something before us.
So Nigeria is their number one problem.
It's not the issue of number one problem.
The British don't give a shit about Nigeria to say they are reporting because they want to help us.
Listen now, my brother Mike, they have the agency that works there for them. You understand? So when it comes to reality, when it comes to something, you understand? Nigerian television, whatever they call them, they don't have that enough money to spend on their citizens. You understand?
So why is UK not carrying on the news going on in other African countries? The kidnapping going on in other African countries?
How do you know they don't?
Why is UK not carrying on the Amazonian in Cameroon? The killing that's going on there.
How do you know they don't, sir?
They don't. They only talk about the countries where they know that
they don't. How do you know
you guys are missing things?
The UK does not carry out the human rights or the violence that's going on in some countries where they have interest, where it's okay for them.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, CBD. Let me tell you why you would not know if they are carrying those news. Because those news are not of any particular interest to you. The only time maybe not to you personally, but almost certainly to you personally, but in generality, the only time you pay attention is Britain reports something on Nigeria. That is where your interest is. So the Amazonians would know if they are carrying them or not. But certainly you would know if they are carrying Nigeria because that is where you're. You wouldn't know what they are reporting on other spaces. You would not know what they are reporting on other
spaces. Ask a non-Nigerian about insecurity in Africa. They will talk about Nigeria. They don't even know where Amazonia is, but everybody knows where Nigeria is.
I know how many news I'm getting from just a minute. Sorry.
One man, let us move on, man.
Yeah, okay, sorry everybody. Sorry everybody. Everybody, please. Can you hold on, Sam? Let's Charles put his question and then we will move on because we can be here forever.
Huh? Why is Annabelle on the list? Because we know who's banned the killing in Annabelle. We know who's banned the killings in Annabelle.
Why is who not on the list?
Why is Annabelle on the list?
I don't think Anambra is on the list. It is not on the list.
Oh, it's not on the list.
Please read the list again, one man, because I did not even hear it.
Yes, because it's scattered all over. The one that I had in the afternoon, he listed it on the table,
Yeah,
but this
because I'm
one,
surprised. I
yeah,
listened to the one of afternoon and I'm hearing
yeah.
another names now. So
Yeah, because I couldn't find that article now because I've just swept it off my screen. But it says it includes Kaduna, Katsina, Sokoto, Kebbi, and Niger. And then it goes on into Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Imo, Abia. Anambra is actually on the
You
list.
see, that's
Delta,
that's
Edo, and Ebonyi.
see, that's the part I
And then it
disagree.
goes on to other states
so
as well.
it's basically south, southeast, and the north, or something like that.
Yes, Gombe, Kano, Kaduna, Jos, Bauchi, and the Federal Capital Territory.
But
they're right. They're right. There are insecurity in all those places they mentioned.
No,
there's insecurity in Ebonyi. There's insecurity in Anambra. There's insecurity in all those places.
Are you recommending a foreigner to go and travel in Katsina? Yeah. 12 states.
There are insecurity in all those states that they mentioned. And you people want to defend what? You think they are not, you think they don't know what is going on?
There are Shell company and Chevron companies and everything is still, what are they still doing there?
The reason why, nobody's talking about the reason why being that they let you know is over here. When somebody kill you, there'll be an investigation. Your family will know what happened to you. They will try to stop it. In Africa, when they kill you like a short fry. Your family will not even know what happened to you. You should go to Nigeria. People that died in Nigeria, they just go there, they don't die. Nobody will know anything that happened to them.
So that's exactly the point, isn't it? The United States is a civilized country. Nigeria is not.
That we are still idolizing and putting all manner of adoration on this Western media.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Let me tell you something. Unfortunately, it's so sad to see that some of us are still in this place. This is how I was thinking some 10 years ago.
No.
Because
in what space? In what space?
I used to think like that too, man. They would this Western would scare me to go back to Nigeria. The way they would describe Africa, you yourself don't want to go back.
You guys are not busy making noise, saying this and this and that. Come on, you guys should wake up, man.
Yes,
they are scaring the whole world from going to Africa.
They are not scaring nothing. I beg you. Pretend they have
hold on, everybody, including Insecurity. Are you saying it is scaremongering to ask people to be cautious to travel to Katsina, to Borno, to Gombe, to Sokoto? Are you saying this? Would you yourself, as a Nigerian, travel there? What are you talking about?
No.
What they are not talking about the other part of the world. Why are they only talking about Nigeria?
Forget the other part of the world.
Let's forget about other parts of the world.
I'm talking about UK. Why is UK picking on Nigeria?
Are you saying that it is false news
why are they picking on Nigeria? That's the question. Is Nigeria the only unsafe place on the planet?
They are not picking on Nigeria. Nigeria has this problem of insecurity.
Every country in the world have areas where there's insecurity. In America, there are places that won't
nonsense indefensible. Stop defending indefensible.
We don't need UK to be telling our story for us. We need to tell our own story.
You don't live in UK, live in America. I mean, UK, I'll tell you what UK are doing for us.
UK are not doing anything. They start giving you guys visa.
My brother. Oh goodness! Thank everyone, including you. When I say everyone, in CBD, when I say everyone, that usually includes you as well. So thank you, everyone. But Jafar introduces a new dimension to it. He says, Ajale Koko, there is no insecurity in Kano State. So thank you, Jafar. That's a homeboy.
They didn't mention Kano in the list. There's no Kano there.
Kano was in the list.
There's no Kano there. So where is it coming up about Ajale Koko talking about Kano?
Yes.
Kano was on the list now. I heard it. I heard Kano. Kano was on that list.
No, Kano is actually on the list. Gombe, Kano, Kaduna, Jos, Bauchi, and in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. So
what does that tell you? You keep propaganda.
They have insecurity over there. If they mention it, you think they don't know what is going on?
Jafar defending his home state.
Insecurity in Edo State, if I may ask.
But why should
or even Akwa Ibom? What exactly is the insecurity in those places? So that's what I'm telling you. This is the truth mixed with propaganda.
All right.
There is nothing like propaganda, dear my brother.
No, I don't know why people do this. You are presented with the truth and you say it's racism.
Why would you say it's propaganda?
That is the problem with Nigerians now. That's the problem with Nigerians. They don't like to face reality. They will see reality. We say, oh, no, it's not like that. They want to blame white man for all their problems. They want to blame white man for all their problems. They say Britain doesn't want businessmen to come to Nigeria.
All right, let's mute it for a moment. Ajane Koko, that's just the situation. So they are saying that they're giving a travel advisory for places like Borno, Katsina, and people are quibbling that it is racism. So this is an issue. Are you saying that those places are secure? I mean, come on, man.
Can I say something?
One man. Let me say something.
That is the problem.
One man.
Mike is contradicting himself.
No, I'm not. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. One man.
Why you are contradicting yourself?
No, Ajale Koko. Let me listen. I'm speaking based on my own personal life experience. Listen. I have traveled around America all the time, and I travel to Nigeria all the time. And I feel safer in Nigeria than in America. Hey, I'm telling you for a fact.
All right.
I am telling you for a fact.
It's the place you live, my brother.
No. Listen.
Don't take this guy off the screen, man. This guy
you yourself, you live in Memphis, right? There are neighborhood right there in Memphis. You know there are people in Africa.
Yes,
you know that. In America, here they gun people down every day, man. I'm talking about when I'm in Nigeria.
Let me correct you, Mike.
Because I know that in Nigeria, they just somebody who just shoot bullet from nowhere. America, here, a bullet can just fly and hit you. Everybody have a gun in this country.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
America, here is like a country.
Okay, thank you.
In Nigeria, when everybody afraid that
somebody just shoot around.
In Nigeria, in America, here, you can't leave your children to just walk around anyhow. Drug dealers everywhere. Drug dealers will turn your children to.
Well, which neighborhood? Maybe you live in a bad neighborhood where they shoot like crazy. What do you mean? That they kill everywhere?
All right. Mike.
Let me correct these people. Excuse me.
Hello, guys. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, can we do it one, Mike and Sam as well? Can we do it one at a time? So if somebody is insistent on saying something, just give them the space. Let's hear from engineer. Let's hear from engineer first. Then we hear from engineer Insecurity and Sam, and then I'll move Ajane Koko on. So, engineer, you.
Thank you.
Too long.
I'm not taking too long. I just need to knock that hammer on top of your head and Mike. Because
everybody thinks only his opinion that matters.
You guys are coming out and saying things that is baffling me here. Let me clarify something to you that you need to understand. I have two friends who they send their kids to Nigeria to study. The British embassy, the British intelligence agency in Nigeria, they phoned them not too long. That was a week ago. The same news, one man said it now. Clearly, they told my friend that they need to, if there is possible way, the way things are going on now in Nigeria, they need to come and vacate their kids back to England because they are citizens of the country. So what am I trying to say here? There's nothing like propaganda. There's nothing like all these things. When you come to reality,
it's only in the dictionary, right?
Whatever, if you like, call it dictionary or whatever you call it.
You said there's nothing like propaganda. So where did it come from? It's only in dictionary.
You understand? But whatever we are getting from Nigeria, there is the legit news. If you're in America, you are in CBD. It's up to you guys. If you guys want to meet Joe Biden or nobody's giving you information, it's up to you guys. But I'm just telling you now, whatever one man is saying is the same thing they called my own mates. They told him clearly that Nigeria is not safe. The same places one man mentioned now, they told him, and they told them clearly that they need to, if possible, they need to vacate their kids out of that country. That's all I can say for now.
My point is that they tell you people what they want you people to know per time. Why are they not telling us before? They tell you. I'm not saying what they are saying right now is not truth, but I'm telling you that
you are changing your tune,
mixed with propaganda. That's what I said, and I'm still saying that it is truth mixed with propaganda because these people.
What do they want to?
Sorry, in CBD. Do you know that if to evacuate people comes at a cost? So if they are phoning engineers' mates to say that if need be we would evacuate, do you know that comes at a cost?
So why is Davido, Whiskey, why they not evacuating? Burna Boy, all of them, they all live in Nigeria. Why are they not running away?
Are they not surrounded?
Oh, they live in safe neighborhood, right?
Yeah,
they live in safe neighborhood. Okay. So
yeah,
it's only the bad neighborhood that's bad. The bad neighborhood in America is good.
Let's hear from Insecurity. Yeah, so let's hear from Insecurity.
Okay. Do you know, even in that America, UK, where people are, do you know how people disagree? There are some people that will never watch even Sky News, and there are some people that will never watch CNN, and in the same America. So why are we talking as if everything that those people say we must accept it as the pure gospel? I'm not telling you that they obviously, even if they don't report to you right now, don't you know that there's insecurity in the north, especially in those places they've mentioned? We all know that there's insecurity in some places in the, let's say Anambra, because of what have been happening there. Imo State, it has reduced, but it's still there somehow. Then you can mention a few places, but all this thing is mostly exaggerated, and it is also,
yes, I agree.
if you also want to accept what these people, the engineer is saying that these people know they have equipment. Why are they not telling us everything? Why is it that this thing they tell us when they want us to think in a certain way?
See, here's the
things happening, and everything is calculated. You need to understand.
In CBD,
even in that America,
CBD,
how many people died in Chicago just last year? So my point is this: there's insecurity everywhere. We are not. I'm not saying that there's no insecurity in Nigeria, but I'm telling you that this thing is mixed with a lot of propaganda to push.
In CBD, can you hear me?
Can I come in here? Can I say
in CBD, can you hear me? You are saying in CBD, you are saying it's mixed with propaganda. Propaganda when governorship candidates in Anambra cannot campaign in Anambra, they are going to Lagos to campaign. And you want to call that propaganda?
But we all know what that target is now. We all know what that target is.
Hold on. People are asking that we move on from this space. So let's hear from Sam and then we just move on. Let's hear from Sam and then we just move on.
Make one last statement after Sam. Okay, one last statement. Okay.
Okay. One of the problems Nigeria have is, do you know, even when you commit a crime here, you kill somebody here, 50 years, if they can't figure out who killed the person, that archive will still be active until they were able to figure out who killed the person. They will still put you in jail. The same thing will happen. In Nigeria, there's no investigation. Once you are gone, you are gone. The next thing is go and bury your family. Even if you can find the corpse of your loved one, there's no investigation. So until there's investigation, you can believe that people have to trust. Nobody trusts where you know you can go in, you might not come out.
Until they tell us everything, they should not tell us anything.
You cannot.
As soon as they don't tell us everything.
One man, let's move on, man.
Okay, one man. Let me just make this last statement.
Let me finish. Yes. You cannot drive from. My biggest joy. I used to, when I come to Lagos, get my this thing, have a house in Lagos, stay in Lagos, maybe 2 days, and hit the road. From the road, because I went to school.
Yeah, no, Sam, we know there's insecurity in Nigeria, so we are trying to move on quickly.
There's no security there. Nobody.
All right, thank you, Sam. So please, Charles, don't make me have to remove you. So very quickly to your mic, and then we go on to our Kuku. So yeah.
Now, one man, now when you've been given information, one thing is very important that you do is like kind of do some analysis, right? Now, if you analyze the killing that they're saying happen in Nigeria, right? They will say, 20 kill here, 20 kill, 30 kill. If you notice that the demography of that thing, where that stuff is happening, is usually like in the rural parts, like one village areas. And you notice that they're not saying, the killing happening in the major cities or the major places where someone like us, when we go to Nigeria, we go and visit. If you coming from America,
that is wrong. That is wrong. The killings in the southeast, they are in major cities. The killings in the southeast.
No, it's not happening like in the city of the main cities. Though the one, I can understand that one, like this might be. But wait now. Let me. There's the point I'm trying to make here. Like
but you are building it on a false premise, though. But carry on.
But let me finish this. I can say you coming from America, you are likely to go to a upper class areas, like maybe Lagos Island, or you go to Abuja, or even if you're going to maybe other states, let's say you go to a state, you usually go to the state capital, where is the upper class people live, you understand? But now when they're putting news, oh, don't go to Nigeria, oh, they're killing. But what's the chance of me going to Nigeria? I'm not going to a village in Zamfara to go and visit now. That's not where I'm going. But if you are telling me, oh, they just killing Nigeria, tell me the demography. It's kind of like you coming to America. Of course, you're not going straight to Chicago and places like that.
How many popular
so it's demographic. You have to pay attention to the demography of where the stuff is happening. It's not happening in the places where someone coming from America, someone that have money is going to. And there's more money. Nigeria security is more invested in where there's money than where there's no money.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so let me just clear the screen a little bit because it's getting a bit too out of hand. When I say cooperate, then people please cooperate. But let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, and then we go back to Ajanle Koko. Alexander just super chats to that space. He says, I hope folks know some prominent Nigerians are CIA agents. So almost certainly that will be the case. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So now back to you, Ajanle Koko. Let me move you now from that space to the southeast. Clever politics by this guy, I am saying, but what are you saying? If Ifeanyi Ubah seeks court permission to visit detained IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, so Ifeanyi Ubah now one of the lead names in contention for the governorship space in Anambra just coming. So he now making that association between his name and the name of Nnamdi Kanu. So that then, of course, it chimes with the everyday person in that space. I don't think it's actually Nnamdi Kanu's direct senator. I don't think it's the senator for his senatorial district. But this is the same guy that went to Alaba Market and they chanted Nnamdi Kanu at him. So what are you making then of Ifeanyi Ubah's politics?
The incident at Alaba Market tells me that is not accepted by IPOB, because those guys that you see chanting Nnamdi Kanu is our savior at Alaba. They are IPOB member, if not keen supporter of IPOB. So he can play his politics. He's just playing politics by saying he wants to see. Why didn't he say, since they have kidnapped and renditioned this guy to Nigeria, why didn't he speak until when election time is 2 weeks away, or how many weeks away? He's saying he wants to.
Opportunism, Abi.
Yeah, he's just looking for a cheap way to gain popularity, and that is not gonna. It's not gonna. It cannot win any IPOB member with this.
But do you not think, though, because when the conversation is played out on the streets in Anambra, they will say that Ifeanyi Ubah is fighting hard to rescue Nnamdi Kanu. That is how he will paint it. That is gone to court to go and fight for Nnamdi Kanu. That is how he will play that narrative in Anambra. So yeah, clever politics.
Well, it's just a politics. He's trying to be clever, but it's not clever. It's not clever. Can he go and stand as surety for Kanu? Can he go and stand as surety for him?
No, I think he just wants to use him for just that short period, and then
it's just looking for. Look, he cannot campaign in Anambra State. He know the danger. If he dare try it, they will get him down. So he's just trying to play politics that is the way Nigerian politicians are. They just want to deceive the people and have their way. So, but the people that they are confronting in the East right there doesn't care about any politician, no matter where you are, whether you are APGA or whether you are PDP. those guys over there see politicians as the same people. The party they represent does not matter to them. So it's not gonna. It's deceitful politicking cannot have no way. It's just playing that politics into the gallery. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it.
All right, thank you. And still staying within that Nnamdi Kanu space, it looks as though now Abubakar Malami is perfecting his case as he would have it against Nnamdi Kanu. And they are now filing amended charges against Nnamdi Kanu. And they say that a Nigeria government files 7-count amended charge against IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. So the main thrust of those 7-count charge is it borders around treasonable felony and is alleged involvement in acts of terrorism. So that is where they have narrowed their case to. So is there some veracity to that? Weigh that against the backdrop of Nnamdi Kanu's activities. So we're not saying whether it's justified or not. We're not saying whether the Igbos are marginalized or not. But just those are charges now, treasonable felony and acts of terrorism. Are those legitimate counts that Nnamdi Kanu should be made to account for? Ajanle Koko.
Nigerian state, as we know, is a state that will that does not tolerate anybody or any group of person that stand up for justice or equality. They did the same thing, what they are trying to charge Nnamdi Kanu for now. They did the same against Chief Obafemi Awolowo in the 60s. Just because Awolowo was putting up a very strong opposition against the government of Tafawa Balewa with Nnamdi Azikiwe then. Because he's standing up for justice, equality, and fighting for the right of the minority. They didn't like it, so they roped Chief Obafemi Awolowo up with some mischievous allegations, treasonable felony, and they convicted him and jailed him for 10 years. So Nigerian state can come up with anything against you once they know that you are fighting for the right of your people. So that is the same thing there. Ojukwu did the same thing, fighting for his right of his people then. They took up war against the entire East. So it's not new. This is what Nigerian state will do to anybody that is fighting for their people. We saw what they did to Igboho, how they went and savaged that guy's house and killed people. In that house, they killed two persons. They took 12 to jail. They finally released 10 of them on bail. 2 are still in detention. Those in detention, they wanted to charge. They are trying to charge them for felony too. That is what Nigerian state is known for. It's not a state that feeds. It does not fit the purpose of what a state is known for.
Okay, Ajanle Koko, just staying, because I wanted to narrow it to say, are these charges that are essentially Nnamdi Kanu should be made to at least address and account for. So it says treasonable felony, an offense under English law, are partaking of the nature of treason as devising by overt act to depose or levy war against the sovereign, to compel changes of policy, or to intimidate or overrule parliament, and usually involving life imprisonment rather than a death penalty. So that's just a loose definition of what treasonable felony is. So just from that loose definition, does Nnamdi Kanu's activities not fall under the catchment of that definition? You know, acts looking to forcefully change policy, to intimidate and overrule parliament, to depose and levy war, etc. Are these not acts that are, at the very minimum, Nnamdi Kanu should be made to address and account for?
No, he has not taken up arms against the state.
He has not.
He has not. Yeah, he has not. He has not taken up arms against the state. He has not attempted to topple the government. All he was asking for was referendum for their people to choose whether they want to stay with Nigeria or they want to have the Biafran state. All he was fighting for is self-determination, which is not illegal. So now coming with charges of felony, treasonable felony against him is a wrong move by Nigerian state. I think that will be fight out, and they will fight that out at the law court. They are coming. IPOB is coming with a team of strong lawyers. So Abubakar Malami, I've never won any case in the recent time. Maybe since he have assumed office, I don't think he ever won any case. They have to go and trash this out at the law court. He has to prove before the judge that they have taken up arms against the state Nigeria, because it's charging him against Nigerian state. Has IPOB taken up arms against Nigerian state? Everybody know that is not true. As IPOB,
what would you describe the instance? How would you describe then the instance security? Yeah, go on now, engineer.
I think what Nigerian government will use it against Nnamdi Kanu when he vividly came out on air and said, "Go and kill." So I think that's the only part that I see he didn't do well. I must be honest to you. So those are the areas that they will use to trap him down proper.
Well, can you give us a direct?
I will find that thing and send it to you.
You don't even have to search. Countless, almost every broadcast. Kill. That is all he ever say.
Go and kill. You know.
Yes, he says it all the time. Kill.
Stop arguing.
Just
find that.
Go and kill Tinubu. Go and kill Sanwo-Olu. Go and burn Tinubu's hotel.
He's always saying it. Kill.
The evidence of where he said it.
Come on now.
Go and kill Wike.
It's already Biafra.
100 million Wike said.
Nigerian at all?
That one is incitement.
Wike is the evil guy.
He said what exactly? You know, you've not seen what he said. You know, you're quoting what you're saying.
Go and I will find it and send it to you, my brother. You understand?
I'm surprised in CBD that you are saying
when you
this.
see the truth, you say the truth, my brother.
It's already Biafra now. Every single broadcast.
I get your point, but if you are trying to use this in a legal situation.
No, I'm just telling you, those are the places
they cannot use his own words in a legal.
He never for one day said go and kill. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right.
Okay, let me give you an example. He said anybody who wear any security uniform in that that territory, they should kill him. You understand? Because they're trying to bring another people like Omoteku in the southern area, and that's where Nnamdi Kanu vividly come out and said it clearly. If they catch anybody in that uniform, they should do what they should kill the person.
That's a very high word.
But does he not say that all the time on radio? You follow Radio Biafra now.
I've never heard him say kill.
You've never said all right.
So he said it. He said it, my brother.
I don't think he has done a broadcast that he did not say kill somebody or the other. But But back to you, Ajande Koko. You are saying that it's not tenable, that's reasonable charge.
Yes, it's not. It's to me.
Sorry, that's Prof announcing himself, or his daughter
Who is
announcing
that?
him.
Somebody
No,
saying so if someone is
that's
coming
Prof.
to kill you to kill the person, that's different.
Yeah, of
You know
course
when
it's
Prof,
wrong.
you know when Prof comes
Defend
in, the
yourself.
daughter trumpets in.
Oh,
So
that's
yeah, carry
Professor
on, Ajale.
Dataro.
Yeah, yes, carry on now, Ajale.
Okay, like I was saying, treasonable felony is a very huge offense, and it's got to be proved at the law court that, oh yes, this guy has taken up harm. We caught him planning to topple the government. We had all their network
To defend
of
themselves, Alexander Akashi.
yeah,
Defend.
yeah,
You have to
yeah.
defend yourself. It's different from going and attack somebody. If someone
Oh,
comes to kill you, won't you defend yourself?
so they have to go and prove it out at the law court. That is what is most important. But what I know is that he has not taken up IPOB have not taken up arms against Nigerian state to topple the government, to take over the administration of Nigerian state. So we have to wait and see. Yeah. 7.
All right, Ajale Koko. Let me give you a moment, and I'll
Give me
come
a
back
moment.
to. Yeah,
Yeah.
let me give you a moment. So let's then go on to Insecurity, who is keen to share his. Actually, let's go to engineer who came in earlier.
Man, you don't say it like that. When you mention somebody's name and that person is
look
now.
at that. Okay. Then Insecurity, the floor is yours. So now
Yesterday, somebody removed. I don't know how I left the platform. So at least you should have given me.
I was here before in CBD, innit?
Yes, look at that. You've started a fight now in CBD. Eh?
But I was here before you.
Yeah, troublemaker
Yeah,
in CBD.
okay, no problem. I'm just saying that yesterday I thought you would compensate someone that was removed. I don't know if I was
all right.
removed.
Engineer, you are part of the team, so let's
In CBD, go on.
CBD is part of the team too, but it's just who's that? Who's the? I think that's from Sam. So in CBD, so to you then, so this now treasonable felony, just to the activities of Nnamdi Kanu and his public pronouncements, which he said publicly. So you cannot deny the man's own words for him. Everybody heard him. Sorry, that's God. And somebody, let me just find that.
No,
I think
that's
that's gone.
Ajale.
Yes. So everybody heard him. Alexander Akashi is referencing it. Engineer is referencing it. I am referencing it. You yourself, you hear him say it in every broadcast. Kill, 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 kill. He never says anything more than kill, kill, kill. So you cannot say that he has not or does not say that routinely. We all know that he does. So him saying that now, is that not at the very least reasons for him to be presented to account for him calling for people to wage against the lives of uniformed personnel? Is that not a treasonable act?
No.
One man.
I disagree, 100%.
Yes, yeah, but that's doing CBD. Yeah.
The truth of the matter is that if I tell you that I've listened to all his broadcasts, that's a lie. Mm-hmm. But from what I can tell you is that kill, even if you know that even a terrorist, I'm not even talking of Nnamdi Kanu now, just anybody at all, no matter how brutal they are, they will not even come out and say kill, even the most brutal dictators. So when we are saying this, you need to go, like, don't just assume because of that the narrative that is pushed out there about the person, you just say this is what the person say. No, or this, even if you believe that's what is insinuating, you cannot use insinuation as a in a legal argument. So you have to come out with the proof. You must come out with the exact words that he used, because that's very important when you're trying to make a case that can either incriminate someone or free that person. So That's what I'm just trying to say. When you come out and say he said go and kill, no, the ones I never had go and kill. Kill is a word that people. That's my point. Forget about the insinuation. Forget about what you understand. But you must follow the exact words that he said, and also you must understand that most of the things he was saying before, people now we are that's the thing that is wrong with our people in Nigeria. Well, I won't blame some of us here. People have been living outside the country for a long time. You forget so easy what happened to these people and how the same police that you're shouting, we're killing these people like flies, like chickens every time. When they went and killed about 100, and that was even carried by Al Jazeera, all these network stations that came, that the government denied. Even Amnesty International said they killed 200 and something people, harmless protesters. Did we say the government killed? So when someone now gets up and say, no, these security men, we don't want them in, so-called security men, because they are not securing anything. They were just being used as triggers to commit murder. So when someone says we don't need those people in our space and that you should defend yourself. So if somebody comes with a uniform, because he's a uniformed person and he wants to come and take your life, wouldn't you defend yourself, or you would just be there and saying, okay, because a police should not even shoot you. A police should take you to the station and present you in court where you can be tried, not to kill you on the street. The police is not given the power to be the judge, jury, and execution.
All right. Hold on, Charles. Can you hold on?
The reason why the argument is used, I'm going to explain why.
All right, hold on, Charles. Hold on, hold on in CBD as well. I've not even done a thorough search. I just did a quick search, and I've not listened to this myself fully. But this is just possibly an instance of Nnamdi Kanu. This is just 2 seconds that just came off the thing. So this is now Nnamdi Kanu again in his own words.
Disparaging us. They decided to love us. Biafra at 50 event in Abuja. He talked about love and marriage. Yesterday, when they realized we cannot be moved, they started to go back to what they know how best to go back to, which is threatening language. They said we must eliminate Kanu. Is this what you're listening?
Yes, sir.
And for those words coming out of his mouth, he is going to die. Now they will not have one who we are. Before I put no. Our passenger should have asked Buhari before saying something about.
I can play you the fullness of it, but the fullness of it was asking for the wiping out of Obasanjo and his entire lineage.
You know why?
That was what was. So, and I can go and look for another one. I can bring you 10. Kill. This is all he ever does. Kill.
Wait.
Let me do like wait now. The thing is that
the reason why when you understand all these people name are evil people, and Bashita is evil. They're all evil people.
So you should ask his gunmen to wipe out his lineage. This is what he was saying.
One man, you should have played for us where he said he will wipe up Obasanjo lineage.
No, you were calling me to stop it now. I can play you the rest of it. Do you want to hear the rest of it?
Okay, that's not my point. Is this? Let me make my point. I'm not defending anybody. I'm only saying that no matter how we understand a situation, we should always come out with the fact, with the exact word, especially in this kind of. You asked, who are you asking? Engineer? No, you asked Ajanle Koko, what do you think they can use against him? That was the question.
No,
So
no. I'm
I'm
saying, should he be at the very least made to answer those charges? I'm saying, are those charges credible? At least, at the very least, be made to answer them.
Then engineer said something and said the man was saying kill, 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 and that is
Yeah,
a very
which is what he does.
I said, let
no
me
no
repeat what I said. Sorry, my brother. I said the only way Nigerian government will trap him is the word he used, kill. You understand?
yeah, and the only simple question I'm asking is please show me where he said kill.
But they
If
were
you
just
go
showing you just now. Now you didn't want them to show you.
Because
Tell them to turn it
even
off.
what one man said right now,
wait,
he said
wait.
this. Wait now, he said that from what I heard Nnamdi Kanu saying there, that
Let me
somebody
find this
said
thing
that
for
they
you,
will
man.
eliminate him, and he said for that person saying they will eliminate him, that person will die. Where did kill and I will kill come in? And he's saying that for someone to say that they will eliminate him, that means he was not even the first person to say that to attack that person from nowhere. That so if we let us not be hypocrites, please, because even many of us that are going to
Does that
church,
include you as well? Should you not be a hypocrite too? All
nobody
right.
should be
Okay.
If
hypocrite.
you check, when they
Because even
said they're
people
going
going
to
to
bring
church,
uniform
So
men
you are going
in the
against the
south,
man's own words.
wait,
you understand? No, let me
CBD.
tell him the definition of what he said that
even
kill.
people going to
You
church
understand?
are
If
praying
you
every day that anybody that wants to kill
too.
them should die.
CBD
So
hit it
if
too.
people that are going to church are praying die by fire, die by fire. So if someone, what is the how many times did they even say it? If you go to Mountain on Fire, people will repeat die by fire almost 200 times in 1 hour. So what's the difference between that person and someone that said, for saying you will eliminate me, you should die? So please let us
Is it?
just
I don't know. I mean, don't you think that you like being too very self-centered in the sense that you just don't ever see where an Igbo man does anything wrong? Even when Black League was there saying that Ojukwu blew smoke on one's face, and you still went ahead and defend that act.
No.
You
In
say,
fact, I
"Oh, what
was
is
saying
wrong?
that
Why shouldn't he blow
should
smoke in
even
his
burn
face?"
the cigarette on his face, not just
Just
blowing
say
it.
it's wrong, man. If a Yoruba man does something wrong, I'll tell you it's wrong. It doesn't take a damn out of my
That's
pocket.
not wrong, my
If
friend. You don't know
somebody
what
listen, if so, even if my
you don't know what is wrong and right.
do
And
you
please,
correct your children and do something wrong?
I don't
Like
want to
there's
argue.
not everybody do wrong thing, but don't be trying to
Right.
just defend because the person is from your tribe.
It
It's
has
like you don't
nothing
know
to
how
do with
ridiculous you always
pride.
sound when you
I know
always
how
trying to
many
defend
times
things and
I've defended even people from the same Yoruba, whether South. It has nothing to do with
but what
tribe.
I'm saying, well, we are proving
Somebody,
that Nnamdi Kanu said something wrong. Yeah, you're trying to defend everything, like you're trying to make it like the man was just perfect, he did nothing wrong.
no. I'm only okay. Well, if you're the one bringing too much emotions
No, it's not by emotion. The thing is about Nigeria is
it has
many
don't be
people
emotional
just always
about
want to
it.
defend their tribe to the point where other people will just feel like, okay, if you can
I'm not
empathize with me, there's no point of me empathizing with you. If you
No,
want people
we
to
must.
empathize with
I'm
your
trying
people,
to avoid propaganda, and I'm trying
it's
to
not
avoid
propaganda.
sentiments and emotions. That's what you want me to be arguing from a point of emotions and trying to just assume that because of these people have a perception of this person. We are trying to have a discussion. So, for the sake of that discussion, we must have some kind of clear mind and clear head so that we don't just think because let me just be like that, and everybody, we don't have to be the same.
In CBD, I want you to mute yourself and everybody else mute yourself for just for a moment. Let me bring you even another one still. Kill. Nnamdi Kanu threatens Wike over Obigbo killings. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, on Thursday threatened Governor of Rivers State, Yemseng Wike, over the Obigbo massacre. Kanu claimed that Wike will be haunted for the rest of his life over the killings of IPOB members and other innocent residents following a clash between the group and security operatives in Obigbo. In a tweet, the IPOB leader warned Wike will be haunted by domestic and international legions. He wrote, anyone close to Governor Wike should tell him that till the last day of his miserable life, he will be hunted down for all the atrocities he spearheaded against my people in Abigo. He will be hunted by legions domestically and internationally, and it will be the scorched earth and fury. So it will be rather scorched earth and fury. So there you are. It's just kill. So don't come on now in CBD.
One man. Why are we going back to the same thing? Whatever you've read now is just confirming what I've said.
Which is what?
Hunted down. Because I'm telling you
They'll be
that
hunted down and giving flowers. Are they going to hunt him down and give him flowers?
No, I think Insecurity just want to hear that word called kill, and that's why
they'll be hunted down and given a hug. They want to hunt it down to hug him.
I know where Insecurity is trying to be very smart.
I'm telling you, for the sake of a legal argument, you cannot present that somebody said. Do you know that?
But there are countless instances. Countless. There are countless now. Do you want me to play the rest of the video? Come on, man.
He said it clearly. The people who are claiming they will come out with their new outfit, if they catch any of them, they should kill them. That's what he said.
Engineer.
I'm telling you, my brother. Just go and get
okay, all right. Let's just move it on from there. Because even if we show you that video, you will still not accept it.
When you see the truth, you say the
truth. It would not accept it.
When you see the truth, you say the truth. This is where I will nail you down, my brother. I will be telling you the truth. That's just the truth.
The truth without facts. What are you even saying about truth?
He said it clearly. That's what Nnamdi Kanu said. And this is why I'm telling you what Nigerian government, they will use it against him.
That is,
you understand? Down. But you keep saying, oh, he didn't say this, he didn't say. Come on, man.
Did you listen to the broadcast he did during the answers?
This thing will just be going down this rabbit hole.
Because
you are being very tribalistic. That's why.
All right. Okay. Let's move on from there. Okay. All right. Let's move on from there. Insecurity will not be moved, as it is right not to be. But let's acknowledge Sally's super chat and Sally's super chat to say, sometimes people need to face facts. Billionaire Sun Don was jailed for 18 years in China for being outspoken against the government. So yeah, that I don't agree with. Even another. But thank you for the super chat, Sally. But being outspoken is not sufficient enough of a reason to be jailed. But asking that people be killed certainly is. So somebody has posted even another article still of Nnamdi Kanu's kill. But I will not read it to you in CBD because I know you will only just say
that's exactly because there's no kill there. If you say hunt down, I will agree. The way you've read. If you say any other word, I might agree. But I'm telling you, show me where you see kill, then I will agree. Just a simple
go back to Radio Biafra, go and check the new uniform men that were being about to put in place. You understand? Go to the Southside News and listen to Nnamdi Kanu when he overheard that they're going to bring a uniform man, a different uniform man in form of Omoteko in that area. He clearly said it.
What if they see anybody, please, I don't have this.
No.
Oh my goodness me, man.
What engineer is saying?
Brother,
that's what he's saying.
I will say a word, man. One man carry on with you.
I know this is
somebody like
it would never accept.
You have a serious case.
Summarize discussions like that, please. If you know me,
no, I'm telling you, he used that word kill. If you don't use it, nobody will agree.
Sorry, engineer.
The case will come out real. You will see it with your 2 eyes, and I will remind you this thing. I'm telling you now.
Sorry, engineer, and in CBD, what engineer is saying to you in CBD is that when an Amotekun-like security outfit was formed in the East, a Bubiagu, that will be wearing that will be wearing because I think engineer couldn't reach the name. He couldn't recall. That's why he was drawing the parallel. But Ebubuagu, when they were being formed, Nnamdi Kanu in his broadcast said that anybody seen wearing the uniform of that outfit should be killed, which is what he does. Kill.
One man, give him another topic, I beg.
Yes, he is not going to.
You never listen. You see, people, in CBD, I must be honest with you, right? I'm from South, but if you keep doing this, you are making things worse for Igbo people. I'm telling you now.
I disagree
I'm telling
100%.
you.
I disagree
If you
with
keep
that.
doing this,
You're
when you
talking
see
about
the
this,
truth, say the
engineer.
truth. The truth
Because
will set you
you
free.
can't. Am I the spokesman for people? I don't even
No, I'm
expect you
just
to make
telling
that
you,
kind
if
of
you keep doing this,
stupid
because
comment.
you're playing the mindset of Igbo's
I
people.
don't expect
No.
you to make
Come
such
on, man.
rubbish.
Wake
Am
up,
I
man.
a spokesman for
Don't be thick,
Igbo
my
people? What
brother.
are you
Stop
talking
being thick.
about?
CBD,
Stop
hesitate.
being
So,
thick.
Nigerians
so
behind
now
the
I will
case.
start
all right.
holding one man as the spokesman for Yoruba people.
As the Igbo guy here,
What
Nigerian.
sense are you even making? So let's
All
not go
right.
into that
Okay,
nonsense.
let's move you from that space because let me move on from that space because
Not
you will not
making
be
any
moved.
sense, man.
You will not be moved on that topic, but will you be moved on this topic? This is
Making it hard for Igbo people. It's as if Igbo people is like some 500 people somewhere.
Do you know what engineer is
Oh my
saying?
God.
Which is a
That's my advice
conversation.
to you. If you like, you take it.
Hold
If you
on,
like, don't take
You're
it, my
engineer.
talking
brother.
nonsense.
I'm
I
just
don't even
advising you
expect
as a
that
brother.
from you, man.
You
I
get
don't
me? I'm
expect
from
that
Hold
from
on,
you.
Rivers. I'm telling you now, I'm from Rivers.
engineer,
When you
please
see the
hold
truth, you
on.
say the
Rubbish.
truth. You
Rubbish. You
understand?
can't even
Engineer,
speak for
please hold on.
Rivers
In
people as you are
CBD,
like
in
this. You
CBD,
can't.
please now hold on. What engineer is saying, my
Unbelievable,
understanding,
man.
hold on, engineer. What engineer is saying, my understanding of it is just similar to a conversation that I was having with Bia just yesterday. That in some instances, the conversation is too narrowed to having to defend a position. Sometimes you can be expansive. We know you for your elegance in CBD. So you can be elegant even with an ego narrative and say, no, well, that I don't agree with, but I agree with the wider topic. And now they can say skill all the
you
time
see
now. He
what
says it and you know it. So why are you
but you
saying
see what
it
he's trying
doesn't?
to do is the same thing I
Yeah.
said yesterday. It's easy to just nosedive into the Igbo, whatever, south.
But
It's
accept
so
it's
easy to
CBD.
dive into that.
It's
I'm
CBD.
giving my
No,
opinion. I'm
I
giving
was
my
just saying.
opinion, and you're making me look like a spokesman for it.
No.
Now I'm the one that is
Yeah.
carrying Igbo people
No,
on my head.
you are not a spokesman for anybody. You are just you are no different from everybody
That's
here
very
is just one
primitive
voice.
way of thinking, man.
So you are just one voice, and we're not
More
nose
than that.
diving. We were just saying that. But my question to you rather was that even given the justifications for it or not, is it as a minimum that Nnamdi Kanu should be made to answer charges of treason, even though they might be justifiable and it might well be dismissed, because some of his acts and pronouncements are on the cusp of that
What
charge. So that's just the question,
one man? Let me
Yeah.
close that by saying this without any
Mm.
argument. Not
Right.
close out. Close that topic.
Yeah, no,
Let the
carry on, yeah.
man. Let them bring him to court whenever is required to be brought to court. I believe in the law. I'm not a non-state actor or whatever. I believe
All
in the
right.
law. They should follow the law, and if they convict him for anything, let everything just take its due lawful process. Let everything just flow like that. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not here
All
trying
right.
to defend
Okay. I'll
anything.
take that as just the last on that. But let me now take you off the back of that, your last statement, to this now next headline that they should produce him. So this is now also what Ohaneze and Digwe is saying. They are saying produce Nnamdi Kanu in court to prove to us that is healthy. So I was saying just in a conversation with Charles that Nnamdi Kanu now the gold ticket in the ego space, and everybody wants to chime to his name. But what Ohaneze are saying that Nnamdi Kanu must be produced in court, which is on the 21st of October, which is a fortuitous, or you would say an unfortunate date, because it comes just after NSAS. So now they are saying produce him in court because we want to see that he's healthy and in good form. But what is your anticipation about Nnamdi Kanu being produced in court? I am saying there's a strong likelihood that he would not, just for reasons one of being able to manage him, bringing him to court, and the weight of because the counterweight is that they could be charged out when it's brought to court and just overwhelmed by the IPOB adherence. That's one. And then the other one is it comes too quickly just off the back of NSAS, and the atmosphere in the country is already charged up. So it's just a very combustible atmosphere. and for expediency or for whatever reason, they might not present him in court. So if they do, so what is your anticipation, one, of his being presented in court? And if they don't present him in court, what reactions do you expect to trail that? So to both those are spaces in CBD.
Yeah, so yeah, they should present him in court now. That's very simple mathematics. Nobody is even talking about don't do this to him and all that. Just present him in court. Simple. Do the normal judge, not that judge is giving order, DSS is refusing. All that is what people are saying. You say the man is a terrorist, is whatever you call him. Now presenting him in court again is a problem. Someone that you're so sure that is the one that will lose. If you're so sure that is the one that will lose the case, bring him to court, do the process, even have a secret trial if possible. Have a secret trial. Maybe record it and you play it later on for people to see. So that's just the
Can you not think of justifiable reasons why he may not be presented in court in CBD?
Yeah, obviously, I actually do not buy that thing of security challenge there, because there's definitely how many can IPOB members overwhelm the entire security outfit of Nigeria if they just send, like, even if it's just even 500 security officers there? Do you think IPOB members will be able to overpower them or whatever? So I really do not want to go into
if they present him in court, how deep do you think the IPOB support members will be that would want to trump?
People might be around the court premises, maybe
how
along
deep
the
though?
road,
How deep? What numbers are you anticipating?
No, it depends on where will the
in Abuja
session even be in Abuja. Abuja is not Igbo land now. It's
Are you
neither,
sure?
and
The
IPOB is
Igbos
not the
own
entire
80% of Abuja.
and IPOB is not the entire Igbo people. There are many people that will tell their loved ones, please, don't go anywhere. There are many people that there are many Igbos that are not even members of IPOB. So I don't think people will be there, obviously, but it's not as I believe that's not what is keeping them from, or that's not what is preventing them from bringing him to court. And that's the truth. They have other things that they are trying they don't want to expose yet. They have other things that they want to.
So theorize to that space, then speculate.
Yeah, but you see now, that's the thing about me, one man. I deal with facts. I don't summarize.
You're just saying now that.
And that's where I'm having problem.
You are saying that
all these summary conversations.
Well, none of us we are here to just speculate on the Nigerian space. But you are saying that the reasons why they may not present him, some of the reasons that I adduced are not plausible. So then, if you think those reasons are not plausible, and you are saying that there are ulterior reasons, then you speculate to those ulterior reasons, the ulterior motives.
I can speculate. I can speculate. The only speculation I can give right now is probably there's some definitely, I don't know about his health. Maybe if his lawyer says he's okay, then he might not be 100% okay, but at least he's somehow healthy. Then maybe also there are details regarding the process at which they brought him to their custody that probably they are not yet ready to expose. And Nnamdi Kanu himself, you saw the trial they had in 2015.
But how would that prevent them from bringing him to court?
Yeah, probably there are some argument they don't want his lawyers yet to bring to the open.
Yeah, no, but that his presence has nothing to do with the lawyer's arguments. What
do
you think?
But the lawyer cannot speak. The argument that the lawyers are supposed to present to the judge, he cannot present it to the media. So there's definitely a difference. He cannot come out and start saying things that he knows that he must only say in the presence of the judge, which was what he also said when he was being interviewed in Arise News. He said when they were asking him series of questions, Tundu and Ruben, about it.
So are you saying
he said that these
let me
are other things he will present to the judge, not for the media. So that's where I knew that. Not like I knew that from the beginning. So I knew that, definitely. So it means this man cannot say some things that he's supposed to present only to the judge for his argument. So probably, and that's why, as long as that case has not gone to court, I mean, Nnamdi Kanu is not there, there's no procession. So there are some details that cannot be revealed. So probably they want to manage that space a bit and make sure they have full control, or maybe even try to settle this whole thing without that route, without necessarily following that that route. Yeah, that's why they are just delaying the whole thing. So I feel like there's also a high possibility that they will come up with some kind of, should I say, agreement. I don't know how it works. I'm not a lawyer. Before they bring him to court, to avoid some things that they don't want to be exposed.
All right. That's actually plausible. Let me take you then from that space in CBD to now Buhari being now appointing himself the editor-in-chief of the Nigerian media space, telling them that they cannot use specific words in their reporting and to instead substitute those words with a different set of words. So to that space, of course, the insecurity, he is order is giving the order to. So what are you then making of it? Buhari says he doesn't want increasing insecurity as a phrase in Nigeria media space anymore. What are you making of that?
Yeah. I don't think, and to be honest, Buhari, the way the country is being governed right now, I mean, being governed, it doesn't. There's no media house that will just come out and start uh, playing down on the success of maybe the administration in fighting insecurity. So I feel like the whole thing is just a way of trying to win. They feel like it's kind of a media war, but the problem is that they're focusing on the media war, and you can win the media war in one day or 1 week at most by just obviously by just using your power through the NBC and everything and making some kind of rules. But winning the main thing, the war, people that are going through this thing on the ground. Are you winning? If you're winning there, then there's no problem. But having said that, it's also the media also have obviously the media has a part to play in the whole thing. They should just report the truth. They should report the truth, what is happening. Yeah, if because I see the way they report. I understand. There are some media houses that I really understand how they report because of how I've been following their news, like Arise News. You will see someone like sometimes Abati look can be very uh, 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 annoying, but at some point you also understand that he's doing his job, and he has to bring some kind of logic to whatever is being discussed. So that's the thing. So the media also has a role to play, but they should report the truth. And I don't support that, to be honest. If to put it in a more clearer term, I do not agree with telling the media to use a particular phrase. It's more like you're trying to change some kind of narrative. And the only narrative that can be changed is when we do not get report that 50
Yes,
people, 5 people.
just ends the killing, and that
Yeah,
changes the
once
narrative.
people are not dying, the whole
Yeah.
thing is over. So we don't need people to tell us. Even if the media don't say insurgents, as long as you see on the news that people are being kidnapped and killed, so you already know what is happening. So.
All right, thank you. In CBD, let me take you to this space now. This story introduced by Charles. He sent me it via Instagram. Lagos ports. Nigeria makes trillions, yet no Yoruba appointed customs CG. Tony Nadi is the one now, the Ninas guy saying this. So that then led us down the path of just how skewed a lot of these appointments are. Mike has shared his views. Now, what's yours in CBD?
Oh no, Yoruba, yeah.
But really, no Southerners. I don't think they've ever really. Obviously, if they've never had the Yoruba, then almost certainly forget the Igbos. So totally a northern thing than the Nigerian Customs Service, even though the
Yes,
port
yes,
is in
yes,
Lagos. Yeah.
yes, yes. It's always a northern thing. Even if you have a Yoruba there, there's a way. Right now, like many Yorubas have realized, it's not like a 50-50 partnership that they have with the North. I'm sure maybe in those early days, maybe so many years ago, they actually probably the leaders of the Yoruba people then, not all, because I know of the outstanding and the activist Yoruba people, but I'm talking about the one that were in bed with all those northern caucus. Probably they felt this thing will be 50-50 or somehow they will have equal whatever. But obviously they are saying they are more like just how do you say it? There's a word for that, but they're just being used somehow and probably given, obviously treated a little bit better than the rest, but still making them know that we are the ones in charge. Oh, you people will just,
In America during the slavery days, if you want to know why people this thing for lighter skin, especially from the diaspora space,
yeah,
in America they have something they call the house Negro. So
yes,
in the slavery times, you have this big manor house that cascades over an estate. So the slaves will be in the field, and then some of the slaves will be in the
in
in
the
the
house.
in the house. So those house slaves are called the house Negroes. But the thing was, there was a lot of taken advantage of then when all these people they just go and take advantage of the black women. So they then
Yes,
have children, and then the children then they end up in the house. So that is why the lighter your skin is, the closer you get to the manor house and ultimately living in the manor house. So that is essentially the house Negro narrative. So essentially, what you are saying is that the Yorubas are the house Negroes. So is that what you are saying? You say, how
one
dare
man,
you?
one man,
You say that to
one
another
man,
man? Eh?
one man.
You think?
You have said it all, but I did not say it
You
all.
do know that I'm an man in CBD? Eh?
All the
No, no,
Yoruba only,
Eh?
and all the South, all the
yeah,
South,
all, all, all this,
No, what he's
but
saying, is the Yorubas are treated slightly better because they are house Negroes. So this is
oh,
what
okay,
it's
yeah,
CBD
then
saying.
the South,
yeah,
but the South
somehow
is still
Mm,
worse.
yeah.
it looks that way. But I'm sure we've also realized that being in the house or being outside, as long as you're not you're not an equal shareholder, then it's almost like you have nothing. So that's why now you see people from all over the south, whether it's Yoruba or wherever. The only people that many of them sometimes I'm not even attacking them or anything, but is this some people these people that accept to be called South. I'm not saying it to discredit them. Oh, it should be called South. Oh, but do you know I was doing my research the other day? There is no Nigeria is the only country in the world with a region called South. South. They did not even ask people in the north why didn't they have one place there called North. You know.
What
So
about Midwest? Is there a place in the world where you find Midwest? I mean, like,
Midwest. Nigeria have so many unique things. That is what I'm telling you. Midwest. I've not done my research on that, but I
US
don't
as
know.
Midwest.
no. What I'm saying in
Oh,
geography,
Midwest
there's no
is in the
such thing as
US, I
Midwest.
think. I
I
think
know, but in geography, there's either west, east, north, and south. There's no
yeah,
Midwest in
yeah.
But America came up with it.
There
It's
is
fine. But when
there
Nigeria
is
come up with their own,
southeast,
it's
there's
wrong.
southeast, there's south, there's south. Sorry,
Nigeria come up with
sorry.
the extra
There's
south to confuse
there's
everybody, is it?
southeast, there's south west.
Nobody extra west.
Are you
There's
reversing or
middle,
something? Are you
middle of
driving?
west.
Are you driving, Mike?
No, I'm not driving. No, sorry. I put my key in this thing. No, I'm not.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
there's south central everywhere, but in our wonderful Nigeria, there is south, there is middle belt, there is everything, So that's
Well,
one thing.
it's just a name to describe a place. That's all. So there's
Oh,
nothing wrong
No,
to
no,
describe a place. However, I feel like
people,
describing it.
but people will come out and tell you that have you even looked at the map? Okay, I'm not trying to start anything here. Thank God that our brother James is not here. Maybe we'll
No
start
you
such thing as
see,
serious.
because James is not here, you are
to
using that
divide Igbo
opportunity
people from the
to
people.
look at that.
No,
Thank you,
but you see,
Sibidi. Yeah,
no,
go
sorry,
on.
one man, please. You see,
Yeah, go on.
the thing is that if you look at even the map, you'll be surprised at the places that they are calling north and the place they are calling south. You see, the place called the whole thing is just for like separating. I don't know. It's just a political thing, to be honest. Because
Yeah, but do we not have it north central, north
if you look
west,
at
north?
Edo State is even more northern than Imo and
Is
Abia
that
State.
not just for administrative reasons, just to
Yeah,
be able
exactly.
to
That's the
Cross
word I'm
River
looking
is in the east, and they
yes.
call us southeast. How is that so?
How
yeah,
do you mean?
imagine Cross River actually is even more southeast than any part of
Is
Igbo
Cross
land.
River not south?
No, to be honest with you, some people still even
Yes,
refer
why
to
is it
Cross
south
River.
and it's in the east? Tell me.
It's not really about the name. It's more of what the people chose. It's not
Hey, man,
geopolitics. What
shut
the
your
people
mouth,
chose
man.
to.
Stop talking rubbish. You
Mike,
like
now
talk
you're
One man,
talking
get
rubbish.
this, get this English muffin out of here, man. It's coming here. All these English morons, man.
No, don't attack him because of his accent. Let him have his voice
That
too.
British accent, man. They always sound
but,
stupid when they try.
Mike, the people did not choose. Oh, the people did not choose. Please.
Well, but they're okay. They're not complaining now. So I mean, let the people with the name.
Told you they're not complaining.
All right, hold on. Let's hear from Jafar.
South. Listen to him. South, as if they are really people.
Hold on. Has anyone?
It's the high poor people that are complaining.
Yeah, and you too, Mike. Let's hear from Jafar, and this is what Jafar is saying. He says, at one man in 1802, a Yoruba man was appointed to some office in customs. So this is what he's saying now in 1802. Some Yoruba man was, look at that, some Jafar, come on, man, you can do better than that. But yes, and Sibi, round off your thoughts on that, and then I'll move you on to another topic.
Yeah. So that's the thing. What was that last topic? Sorry, one man.
It was essentially the Yorubas, Lagos ports contributing trillions to the Nigerian coffers, but the Yorubas not ever being a custom comptroller general.
Obviously, the Lagos State, I think they are referring to Lagos State, right? Because of the seaport.
Yes, he's just citing that example just to highlight a greater space. And we've expanded it. I don't think we've ever had an EFCC that is not from the north. The majority of the IGs, 80% from the north. The army chief, etc. So it's just, we're essentially surrounded. It's essentially what Attorney Nandi was saying.
Yeah, so exactly. Lagos is Yoruba. I think there was an argument.
Do you concede that? I thought you were saying it's no man's land. Is it no longer no man's? Not you, but the Eastern narrative is that Lagos is.
One man, please. You see this thing. It's not. I think the day we move past Yoruba versus Igbo or Igbo versus Yoruba in the south, then probably a lot of things will work for the better in that.
It's so much fun now. How can we move from that?
Because it's not Igbo. Why now you've said it's Igbo people that said
it's Arsenal Man U now. It's friendly jousting. It's not anything aggressive.
Yeah, but my point is this. Obviously, Yoruba, Aworis, I'm sure they are Yorubas. They are the first settlers in, according to history, that some, if not everybody, but many people will agree, they are the first settlers in Europe, in Lagos. Then they said the Benin also part of it. So my point is this. Sorry. My point is this. These people definitely, that is their territory. That's their waters. So it only makes sense that even if it's a federal system of government, they are using this federal character and whatever to confuse people and just take all these things. So the Yoruba should be first, the people that should be in control of that space. To be honest, then any other person can come in, and unfortunately, that's where we are in that country, and a lot of things needs to be changed. Like I was saying earlier, I think I responded to this question. If you're talking about these people are in power and they are controlling everything because they are in charge of the security and everything, then the people don't understand that the people, even all these leaders we are talking about, Tinubu, were they not once young people that was protesting against the system? but they came there and they became the principality in that area. So let us also rise. Let the young people also of this generation rise up and change the system. So that's the thing.
All right, Insecurity. Let me finally take you to this Ifeanyi Uba Space, who is now conjuring up Nnamdi Kanu's name for electioneering purposes. A clever move, or is it, Insecurity?
Yeah, but unfortunately, the Igbo people are not. People have
They're
moved
not
past.
dum-dums. Yeah.
They have moved past this thing of politician, and our people will not vote for you even if you give them 10,000 each. Or they
Even if
might.
you can show that you're Nnamdi Kanu approved, if you're able to
They,
show
they
you're
know. They
Nnamdi
know.
Kanu approved.
Yeah, the thing is that he's even doing it too late. He's doing it. It's too obvious. You went to Alaba the other day. They chased you shouting Nnamdi Kanu. Then the other, how many weeks later, you're coming out saying that you want to fight for Nnamdi Kanu. So they will just thank you for doing that. Maybe if he succeeds in getting Nnamdi, if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, maybe the joy can make these people just say, okay, even if he did that for his own personal gain, but no problem, we'll vote for him. But if it doesn't happen like that, then the whole thing is a waste of time. So he's trying to play politics there. But let's see, it might work if whatever negotiation, because to be honest, I feel like there's some kind of talks going on behind the scene that nobody knows. Maybe we'll see how it plays out. Then we can determine. But as it stands right now, the man has nothing. He has nothing for. Maybe it's just his village people. His village people will vote for him, maybe, but not the Anambra State people.
All right, thank you, Insibidi. So let's go on from Insibidi to engineer. And before I go on to engineer, let me just acknowledge engineer has been super chatting at the platform, but he doesn't usually super chat via the usual ways. He usually does it via the coffee, that's via coffee thing. So just to acknowledge our engineer's super chat. So from your super chat then to this now super topic. Um Buhari now trying to rebrand himself as though he doesn't have enough titles. He now wants to be editor in chief of the Nigerian media space. So Buhari now micromanaging reportage within Nigerian media. What says you, engineer?
Yeah, greetings to everybody. Buhari has limited time, so he's doing his best to see what he can do to make things go well for him to finish his 8 years and vacate. That's what Buhari is doing, because he did everything possible to shut the media, but unfortunately, it's a bit tough. So the best thing he will do now is to come out and beg the media not to expose too much stuff in that country in terms of the insecurity. But as of the man, I'm telling you, he will do anything to finish his tenure successfully and go successfully. That's what is happening.
All right. So to that space that is generating somewhat of a talking point, the charges now being leveled against this Nnamdi Kanu now are treason and acts of terrorism. So I am just saying, just leaving the sentiment out of it and just looking at it from the coldness of the charge. Are those charges that, at the very least, Nnamdi Kanu should be legitimately asked to answer? So we've gone through treason. We've read out the literal definition and the legal definition, and some of the actions and words of Nnamdi Kanu surely they fall within the cusp of what will be considered treasonable. Or do you disagree, engineer?
Yeah, to be honest, I did not disagree because based on what happened some time ago when the issue of IPOB members, you see, in that eastern quarters, I think after some issue or some riot, I think the first incident, I think, is the police station they set on fire in here. But
No.
at the end of the day,
no, okay, just listen to that. The first issue that happened is the police station that is set on fire.
Please post this so-called video. Let's see.
So, and you know, that's what I'm saying. This format
burning of a place.
No, sorry. In CBD, you must let him run through because he let you run through. So run through, engineer.
The first thing that
this
happened.
Is a fake platform.
Can I say something, please?
Sorry, hold on.
You need to tell the truth, Mr. So-called engineer.
Woman, get rid of this English.
Hold on, everybody. Has anyone? We have a form of etiquette here, so you have to follow the etiquette. If you want to interject, then you ask to interject, and if you interject, you address the point that is being made and not the person making the point. So we don't do ad hominems here. We address the topic, not the person. Just so you know, you are new to the space, but that is how we do it. Back to you, engineer.
Okay.
Yeah.
My brother from Britain, please. I need you in this platform. I don't want one man to ban you. So just stay with us, please. I know it's hard.
Why do you need him? Why do you need him in CBD?
I need
you have me now. You have me now.
When we have somebody like Mike here, why won't I need somebody?
No, but we have you as well, so you counterweight Mike, don't you? Look at that.
Bro.
Look at that.
CBD, I go compare me to IPOB terrorists. That guy came here with the terrorists.
All right, so
shouting like a terrorist, and you're comparing me with the guy. Come on now.
Thank you. Back to engineer. And I just said now, no hard hominems, and you're doing it, Mike, please. So back to engineer.
Am I good to go?
Yeah, carry on.
Please be careful how you go.
Thank you.
Let him go at his own pace. Go.
One man now come out and say.
No. I was saying let engineer have the floor. I shouldn't have to remove somebody like you in CBD. I shouldn't have to put you in the back seat. So let him have let him run through, and then you can disagree with him.
You see the problem with our people. They don't like someone telling them the truth. That's just the basic truth. Whenever people comes out to tell them the truth, they will take it in a different form.
What do you understand by the truth?
Engineer, talk your point.
Okay, here we go.
Don't create more controversies. Just say
when you're talking, I didn't talk now. Allow me to talk. Wow, you people have serious problem, man. I must be honest. Well, some time ago, there was an incident in the south, and police station has been burned. INEC office has been burned. You see, all these things, those are the things that Nigerian government will look at it and like be laying fingers on the IPOB members. Because if you look at it, what they'll end up saying is because of what Kanu said. And even though Nigerian government may use their own agencies to go and destroy their own property, it will end up being IPOB members, because that's what Nigerian government will be doing. That's how they'll be pointing fingers on them, you see. But the very issue that they will hold on to Kanu is that words that he used in terms of that killing. And I keep saying it. When it comes to reality, look, some time ago, Buhari, people think Buhari is mad. He's very smart. He's intelligent. He only clarified something. He said he will speak to them in the voice that they will understand. Look, Kanu said, if they see any uniformed man, they should kill the person. So it's a two different issue there that Some of my brothers here, they're very confused. They don't want to listen and they don't want to understand what I'm saying. So when you come to the issue of South area, if there's anything that happened, obviously Nigerian government will be pointing fingers on the IPOB members. But these are the things that our people here, they would never listen and they would never understand whatever somebody is telling them or saying the truth. Now, the way things are going on, even though Nigerian government, they can still do things on their own and still point finger on IPOB members. And this is what is happening. Huh? It's just unfortunate that our people here, they find things hard.
But to the original question, engineer, is there ground for those charges, do you think, or do you think the Nigerian government is just reaching? Are they reaching, or is there even if it's a scintilla that it should be made to at least address those charges?
To be honest, if they can come out with concrete evidence, the only evidence that I can see, based on my own understanding, is just that word he used. But apart from that, I don't see anything. Because apart from that, I don't see anything that will warrant them to.
What about the formation of ESN, a paramilitary organization? Is that not an act against the state?
Yeah, I think it's something that he came out and he mobilizes people based on what is happening in that soil. Since the elite, they messed up. The elite, they're not ready to do anything.
You know that the ESN are armed.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you have an armed militia in the hands of a privateer outside of the authority of the state? Can you have that?
I think I don't know much about Nigerian constitution, because if you buy gun, you can register it with the police. That's all I know.
Yeah, but to form your own private army, there is a private army, is it not?
No, it's not that private army. He tried to to provide security, people that will protect the area, protect the territory, that based on what is happening in that channel, in that area, you understand? And those are the things that you see the Boko Haram, they are finding it hard to penetrate to that area. I must be honest to you, because when it comes to reality, the Boko Haram, they're very, very scared. Based on that, IPOB members, they have their own weapon, and their leader, he bought the weapon and gave it to them. But they haven't used it, because if they use it, definitely Nigerian
they haven't used it. That the estimation sorry, engineer, in CBD you can interject. It's just don't overrun the space. I mean, you know how we do it now. You're a member, but the estimation is that ESN is a 50,000 strong, organization, and as you said, they are armed. That is an army.
They're armed. Well, one man, try to understand what I'm saying here. If they're fully armed, I'm telling you, if today they use any weapon, Nigerian police, if they handle that cartridge, they will use it against them. You understand?
Would it not be responsible of the Nigerian state not to take a position with that regarding that situation?
Let's be honest with you. If they use those weapons or they don't use it, something you need to understand here. Some part of the northern government, the same thing they said, you have to protect yourself with anything, whether it's knife or gun or anything. You just have to protect yourself. You understand? So based on what these IPOB members they're having is protection. They're just protecting their people. That's all. That's just the truth.
But are they authorized? Are they legitimate? Do they have? Are they legal? Is it a legal body?
Yeah, but this is something that that we need to be very, very careful in terms of. You see, those are the things that I'm a little bit worried, because just 1 second, my brother. If you have those kind of things, don't put it outside. Don't show it to the public. You understand? Because this is what I'm trying to say here. If you look, some of the northern elite, they said it clearly: protect yourself. Get anything you can get to protect yourself. Do we know how many AK-47 they have there behind closed door? They're not showing it. You understand? So the only issue that is a little bit worry is based on our people there, that they are showing their own stuff in the public. So
right.
those they will classify that as part of threat.
All right. Sam, you wanted to come in.
One man, please. Can I ask engineer a question, please?
Yes, let Sam go first, and then you come in after him.
Remember, it's only when the people cannot go to the forest, to the farm anymore. They were killing people in the forest. That is when they said they will protect their forest so their people can still go to the farm.
They forget very so easily.
Can I finish? ESN will only be in the forest, in the bush, so that the women and their people can farm without somebody killing them, because they rape people, they kill people over there, and they don't know, they think it's Fulani heads, but they don't know who killed them. That is only when they decide to say, okay, this is how we protect ourselves. And the northern governors are doing it. You have to protect yourself. Before defense, you have a life to protect yourself.
All right, thank you, Sam. Somebody wanted to put a question
to... Thomas, it's me, Thomas.
Yeah, go on, Thomas. Yeah.
Please, I want to ask engineer this question, and I want you to answer me straight. Do you think IPOB has never killed in the name of Nnamdi Kanu? Are they innocent? I just want you to answer that question straight, please.
No.
Okay.
Do you think that? No.
No, he's answered you. Okay. So
are you sure?
No.
I just said
what are you talking about? He said no. Do you want to put words in his mouth?
Oh, that's all right.
He said no.
Yeah. But have you seen, my brother? Have you seen Nigerian army destroying Nigerian facility themselves, then blaming IPOB for it because of what Nnamdi Kanu have been saying? Kill.
Okay. Let me answer your question. See, my brother, this is what is happening now. If today IPOB members, let's say we don't have IPOBs and we don't have Nnamdi Kanu, I bet you by now people will be suffering attack from Boko Haram. Do you agree with that? The only place that Boko Haram, they are finding it hard to penetrate is just that south. You understand? So when you come to look at how things are going on, because Nigerian government can do anything possible to nail IPOB members. The reason
Engineer, sorry, let me interject. Boko Haram has not made it past Maiduguri. They haven't even made it to the Midwest. Sorry, the Middle Belt. So don't say the only place they haven't made it to is the South.
So what are the people killing people?
Coming now, please. Can you guys?
Those are not Boko Haram. Those are bandits and X-Men.
No,
he said Boko Haram.
Mike,
terrorist is a terrorist.
Mike. Terrorists, Boko Haram have visited Plateau State long time. They visited the Middle Belt long time ago. Their first operation started from Maiduguri, which is Borno State. Let me be honest with you and let me make it clearly to you to understand. So back to you, my brother Thomas. At the end of the day, this is what is happening. If there is no way for them to penetrate to that area, like I said to one man is saying, if is IPOB members allowed to, them carrying gun, is it allowed? What a good question. The Boko Haram, the Fulani headsmen carrying AK-47, are they still allowed to carry it? The same Nigerian government, they said it, was it the president who said it, that if they catch any Fulani man with AK-47, they should do what? Shoot him aside.
Engineer, just to come in, by your logic, should the government then treat the ESN space in the same manner as Boko Haram?
Yes.
So they shall allow Boko Haram everywhere.
Yeah. No. It's saying both are illegal organizations.
Ourselves in this platform, please.
No, the thing is, the Boko Haram they're allowed to take AK-47, isn't it? So what is stopping?
No, they are not. They are not. They are just
what
launching.
They are fighting Boko Haram. They are one with Boko Haram, engineer. Come on now.
Hold on. Let me give you this engineer. Hold on, CBD.
CBD, wait.
12 US Super Tucano jets deployed to the northeast to fight Boko Haram. So are you asking them to deploy 12 US Super Tucano jets to the southeast as well to fight ESN? Because you are saying they are one and the same.
No, wait, one man, don't confuse the issue here, because
they are both illegal organizations carrying arms.
They have sent helicopter in the south.
Are they not?
Yes.
In the south. You understand, one man?
Why have they not been declared terrorists?
People capture it. People capture that area very well. When they send helicopter to the south side, during whatever they do, they shot some people. One man, people capture that helicopter in south area. You understand? What I'm saying here is the Boko Haram, they go freely with AK-47. How can somebody that will control a car with carrying AK-47, is that
those are headsmen, not Boko Haram? Don't conflate the two.
Yeah, but is that
Boko Haram and they are one and the same?
You understand? Is those weapons registered? No, it's not registered. So let's be honest to ourselves. The same way they treat those people, how can they treat the people from the ESM too?
All right. Thank you, engineer. Come in, Rational Mind. Let's hear from has anyone who I think I may have stifled you. I don't want to hold your voice back. It's just not overrun people. So let's hear from Rational Mind. Then let's hear from
all, I just want to address,
has anyone. Yeah. So Rational Mind.
I want to address Mike's what he said when the engineer was speaking. Yes, Boko Haram has got up to the Middle Belt. For information. If you heard of Kabiru Sokoto, that was arrested. He was a member of Boko Haram that bombed some part of, I think they bombed Suleja area, and they bombed Abuja, in some parts of Abuja. So he was a member of Boko Haram. So Boko Haram are active, even right now, they're active in Niger State. Niger State is part of Middle Belt, for information. Having said that, engineer, I just want to say something. Sometimes when we speak to things, let's speak with what we understand, what we know. When we start putting things here, people, there's a lot of people who listen to us on this platform. I don't want them to start thinking of us or looking at us like, oh, do these people even know what they are talking about?
Okay.
When we don't understand it,
what are you addressing? What are you addressing?
Yeah, what I'm just addressing is when the point he was trying to, I don't really get what he was trying to, the decision he was trying to make between ESN and Boko Haram. Boko Haram is a terrorist organization.
I don't understand.
ESN has not been designated a terrorist organization, but because IPOB that has it is proscribed, they too are proscribed because they are the militant wing of IPOB. So we don't have to wait for them. For the fact that they've taken arm against the state in a sense, that makes them illegal organization.
My brother, that's also a mistake.
No. Hold on. Let him follow. You can't micromanage everybody's thoughts now in CBD. You have to.
You are always fond of coming on this platform.
No. Don't go after in CBD. All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Let
me make up this point, please.
Yeah.
And so my point is, for the fact that they are not part of the security architecture of Nigeria, they are not legally recognized by Nigeria. We understand what they were trying to do, the ESN. They were trying to maintain law and order in that part of the eastern region, the eastern part of Nigeria, that is the Igbo side, where the herdsmen were wreaking havoc. We understand that. But that does not make them legal. They are illegal. As long as they are not acting for the state does not recognize. Okay, why do if it were be easy for them, the Western governors, governors from the Southwest would have just create their own security outfits, but they have to go through the law. The law is that they have to go through their state legislature to enact that law to make them legal. They can't just have their own vigilante group like that. So that is the point. So ESN is not a legal organization. And so they can be categorized in the same category as the Boko Haram and the Herdsmen. From a legal perspective, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that.
All right. Let's hear from Has Anyone. So Has Anyone. Sorry, Nsebide. Let's hear from Has Anyone, and then I'll move Engineer on to a different topic. So Has Anyone, what is your contribution to the discussion? Are you there? Has anyone XYZ? What? Okay, I think you may well.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay, Insibidi, you have the final say, and then I'll just move Engineer on.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh my God. Okay. Rational Mind started very well. I was even happy that he said something. But it's okay. Everybody has opinion entitled to their own.
If everybody is saying these things, then you have to pay attention to it.
No.
They cannot all be anti-Igbo. We cannot all be anti-Igbo. Yeah.
I'm sorry to say this,
but they are not making sense.
I don't push that narrative, but obviously it seems many of our Yoruba brothers here have a particular view. If you look at the Thomas that spoke, Mike, now Rational Mind. So it's okay. There's no problem.
You just want everybody to come here and be kissing your ass. That's all.
It's not about kissing my ass, but look at the
what's the legality to ESN?
No. Let's Insibidi make his point, and then I want to hear from Has Anyone. Then go on, Insibidi.
We are throwing. You started very well by pointing out people are just throwing the words around, topics around that without a proper understanding, and you ended up to me, you ended up just doing the same thing. So the truth of the matter is, that's why I said to me.
Are you speaking to the thing? Is that what it is?
No, he's saying his own subjective. Go on.
No, sometimes we will never just come here and just talk
okay, so go on and Insibidi. Yeah, let's Insibidi land. Yeah.
Must I praise what you've just said? I said to me, you ended up saying the same rubbish now.
All right, I will just move on if we're not even able to land. So land Insibidi. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the truth of the matter is this: when we say that ESN took up arms against the government, and when engineer started his own statement by saying they started by burning, that's what I'm saying, those are summarized, and that's dangerous. That's it's a very dangerous thing when you're trying to create a narrative from where it has ended rather than where it started from. So if you look at this thing, you should, when you're talking about something, say it exactly how it happened, how it all began. You're talking about ESN. What was the purpose? You came out and said they took up arms against the state. What does that mean? They took up arms to protect their people in the forest. You know how many times people were being killed? They were being killed on a weekly basis in the farms.
They took up arms against the state.
Did you see them?
Did I say that? Why are you twisting my word?
I think it's just speaking to everything that's been said, not specifically what you said.
You said they took up arms against the state, my brother.
When did I say that?
When did I say that? Guys, can I finish my talk?
All right. Thank you, Insibidi. I think we get your point.
I will finish by saying this because
can I finish my talk?
Yeah. Let me finish by saying this.
Hey.
Please, let us avoid these summarized statements without facts and figures. And
no, we can't solve. We can't. You
don't like facing the
truth. Can I finish my talk?
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. What I want to hear next from is Has Anyone, and then engineer finishes his thought. So, has anyone insert your thought into that, and then engineer, you sweep it all up. So, has anyone?
Yes, hi. Sorry, can you repeat your question again, please?
Okay, it wasn't a question. I thought you were paying attention and I wanted to get a sampling of your thoughts. But stay with us. Let engineer carry on. Engineer, to you.
Okay, thank you. Oh my God. Yeah. Well, to cut this story short, one man, this is what is happening, right? If whether bandits or Boko Haram or Meeti Allah, they take weapon to protect themselves, let that be the same with ESM. In Lagos State, I don't know if they stop it now. If they
How
caught
can
any
you
criminals,
do Boko Haram with Mieti?
oh my brother, don't be doing that now.
Sorry, carry on, engineer. In CBD, you must settle down in CBD, please. Yes, carry on, engineer.
Whether it's Boko Haram or Mieti Allah or whatever, all of them, they do have weapon. The question is, are they registered? No. You understand? Based on what you're saying, your question, when you ask me if ESM the guns they're using, is it registered? I said to you, no, they're not registered because they're there to protect their people. The reason why they're protecting their people, and the reason why I keep telling you, one man, these people can't penetrate South, is because of what they saw, that in case of incasity, if something happened, the disaster is going to be a nightmare for them. And come to think about it, one man, in Lagos State, if they catch any criminals with weapon, they do parade them and they do sample the kind of weapon they use. But something that I keep telling you, that when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu, that things will be a little bit kind of, it's not going to work for them, for Nigerian government, because if today any ESM use any weapon that Nnamdi Kanu bought for them, if they should use it, and come on, Nigerian police, they know the kind of weapon people do use. They can name any kind of weapon to you. But have they caught any ESM with rifle that, oh, this is ESM, that this is what they do, and this is the kind of weapon they use? Impossible. Nothing like that has taken place. So when it comes to reality, one man, ESM are there to protect their people. That's just the truth. It's just like what the governors in the north, they said it. They too, they are there to protect their people. So this is what is happening in Nigeria.
Can you see where the concern? Sorry, can you
say they are protecting their people? That's my point.
Yeah. Okay. I think you've made that point in CBD. But can you justify that though, engineer, for a private citizen to form a 50,000 strong militia group, heavily armed, for reasons of saying he wants to protect his people, and he then nests that within a sovereign state? Can you justify that?
Yeah, I can justify that, one man.
Yeah.
We have graduates, we have elite, we have governors who don't care about their people, who don't value their people. Most of the businesses in the South, 80 to 90% is not government money, it's individuals' money. So people, they decide to wake up to get something that will protect their life and their family and their loved ones. Farmers can't go to farm, they're being killed. One man volunteered to buy something that will protect his people. So to me, I don't see anything wrong in that, because he's there to protect his own people. If we have elite, if the elite, they knew that, yes, it's wrong, they should have called him to caution him or to question him. But the elite in that territory, have they done that? No. Because they didn't do nothing. So one has to protect their state, one has to protect their land, one has to protect their family.
All right, thank you. Rational mind, let me move engineer onto that space, because if you say something now, you open up another portal that somebody will want to respond to, and then we just...
No, I just want to comment on that super sticker, but it is the comment that you displayed on the screen.
No, it wasn't a super sticker, but it was just a comment that chimed with yes, but carry on.
Yeah, I just want to say, we cannot be, like the person said, we cannot be picking or choosing which law applies to who. That is just the point I'm trying to make.
Exactly. That's why I highlighted it.
Yeah, anything that is done illegally that does not follow the law, it's illegal. So we can't say because they do it in North and we should be doing it in South, that makes it legal. but we can understand the circumstances surrounding it. We understand the circumstances surrounding why people have vigilantes.
Yeah, but
are
it is still illegal.
Yeah. No, that's the point. My whole point here is not like was CBD was saying something about we're attacking Easterners.
No, don't call it CBD out.
I'm not attacking Easterners. I'm only talking about things from a legal point of view.
Let me tell you what frustrates in CBD. In CBD, feels frustrated that people are not taking the totality of everything, and they're just isolating it to weigh against the East.
How can you have a proper conversation if you do not look at the thing in a broader and in a more complete sense? So it's just like picking.
I understand why ESN was created. I understand. But does it make it legal? No.
Why are we summarizing everything as if it's just something so casual?
Okay, let me ask a question. Is ESN a legal entity or security or outfit in the eastern part, within the eastern states?
It is not. That is just, that is whatever and wherever in CBD. You see, you are going there now.
So we're picking now. We are picking
that point.
Why has it not been designated
No. Can you just acknowledge? Hold on. In CBD, can you just acknowledge what Rational Mind just said, which is essentially what I am saying too, and then we just have that as a fact. Is ESN a legally recognized military militia organization, or however you're choosing to define them? Are they legally recognized to be carrying weapons in Nigeria? Yes or no? Not what the reasons or why what for. Are they or are they not? Are they known law? Yes, so they are illegal then. It's an illegal
body. They are not recognized according to the Nigerian
so there you are. So there's
who designates organizations terrorist organizations? That that's
the law. The law is who does it. The law does it.
It's not the law of your country. It's an international law.
One man.
No, it's the law of your village.
All right. Let me move you on, engineer to.
Okay.
No, it has to be the law of your village.
He's the man.
All right. Thank you, CBD and Mike. Okay. Has anyone? Did you want to add something? Because
this conversation about ESN carrying guns, should it be illegal? This is a non-entity talk. This is absolutely rubbish. I have a right as a human to protect myself within proportion to what the person is attacking me with.
Right.
You understand? In this country, in England, somebody's fighting with me and he punches me. I have every right to punch him back and defend myself. And that is what ESN is there for, to protect our people, because these Fulani head people.
Hold on, Mike.
Why they are armed to protect our people. We're not going to give ESN sticks and machetes to fight these people.
I think we get where you're going, but you're citing the example of where you are. So where you are in the UK, do you have the right to carry knives or carry a weapon?
No, you don't have the right. But if a situation presents itself, I have every right to defend myself. If
nobody is disputing that.
Hold on. If the security are not doing their job and not protecting people, and I'm seeing people around me are dying and being killed and massacred, then I have every right to carry a weapon to go and protect myself.
Well, outside of the law, you have the right to carry a weapon outside of the law.
Out there to protect me, so I have the right to pick whatever that's around me to protect myself. It's a human right. You don't need to be written down in law.
It's not a fundamental human right to weaponize.
It's a fundamental human right. You have a right to self-defense.
Yeah, but not to weaponize. You don't have
the right. If the people that are going around killing people are weaponized, so what do I use to protect me then?
Then you have to pressure the security apparatus of the state.
Oh my God!
You can't take the law into your hands. Sorry. Are you saying you? Sorry.
In the US, they have that right.
No.
They have that enshrined in the Constitution.
No. Hold on. We are not doing shouting here. Are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying you have the right, to take the law into your hands and acquire weapons?
Yes, I am absolutely saying that. if the situation presents itself, which it has done in Nigeria. Nobody can travel home now because of the security situation. Nobody dares travel at night. Why? Because of fears of getting kidnapped, getting killed, all kind of things. You have a right to defend yourself. Nigeria is a banana republic.
Has anyone? Don't bang the table. We're not table banging here. So don't bang.
Sorry, I'm not shouting at you. Please,
no.
I'm not shouting at you. It's just that my voice is naturally quite loud when I'm.
No. That's fine because of the just the emotions of the thing. But just stay within the limits, so then we can then have a conversation rather than me trying to shout over you and then you ratcheting up and me ratcheting up.
Please do not take it that I'm shouting at you. I'm not shouting at you.
No,
that's
fine.
The way I am.
No,
that's
fine.
No,
that's fine. But I've even lost where I wanted to take you to now. But it's good to hear from you.
Can I continue my talk?
Yeah, but I just wanted to have a feel of your voice so that everybody can be introduced to you. So you have now been introduced, but I will come to you formally soon. But back to engineer, round of your thoughts.
Okay. Oof.
Yeah, it's a wild one today, isn't it? This session is going to be.
Well, the truth of the matter, if we love our country, Nigeria, it's unfortunate that things are going wrong in our country, and nobody will sit and look back and saying, "Is this the Nigeria we know?" Something that
comparing Boko Haram with
Insecurity, don't talk again. No, if not, I go fight you. You understand? So things like this, we have passionate in that country. Everybody in this platform, they have passionate. That's just the truth. And it's unfortunate we see that our people are dying, and Nigerian government, they are not there to protect people anymore. Rather, they're there to be looting the money.
To that argument, is there some veracity to it that if the government has patently, demonstrably failed either to protect you and they have not shown any real capacity to protect you, then F the law, all bets are off. You protect yourself first and then you worry about the legality of it later. Essentially, what has anyone was trying to say, that the law has failed, then let's go to lawlessness. So are we essentially going to lawlessness now?
Of course.
But that's what the government is telling us. That's what the government is telling us.
Oh God. People have to let engineer speak. Engineer, carry on.
I don't
speak for too long.
Yeah, because you don't let him land. Oh God. Carry on, engineer. Okay, sorry. Now to you, engineer.
Well, to be honest, woman, the way the country is going now, everybody can see it. We have failed government who don't care about their citizens, and to be honest, if everything is in place, if Buhari do well in that country today, we won't have all these bandits, all these headmen, all this and that. It's the coming of Buhari, IPOB members, they come out to make it clearly that since you said you're not for us, we are not for you too. That's just the truth. If Nigerian government put this in place, honestly, all these things won't take place. Let's be realistic to ourselves.
All right, thank you, engineer. So let me move you now quickly away from there to hopefully what is a safer space. Let me look at where the safest space to move you to is. Okay, so produce Nnamdi Kanu in court to prove that he is healthy. This is Ohaneze speaking to the space. So what they are saying essentially, Ohaneze, is that they need to see Nnamdi Kanu physically. But I'm saying the chances of Nnamdi Kanu being presented on the 21st of October, those chances, they are not as gold standard as they would be. One, given the events that will take place the day prior, and then even the high chance, there's just it's a combustible space bringing Nnamdi Kanu to court. And the security deployment, the level of anticipation, what could potentially go wrong. All of these things add to the fact that this guy might not be presented in court. So do you anticipate that Nnamdi Kanu will be presented in court on the 21st of October? And if it's not presented in court, what do you think the consequences will be?
Okay. Before I answer that, one man, let me say, based on the first thing you said, you see, to me, I'm using myself as reference now. I'm a bit disappointed in Ohanese. I'm a bit disappointed in Ndibos, and I've been disappointed with southern elites. The reason why I'm saying that, because when this guy was captured, they should have organized a group of people that will be going to check on him. You understand? We know, based on the security, whatever that is behind that area, it's not a crime for people to go and check the citizen of their soil. You understand? As long as he's a fellow Igbo man who is fighting for his people, regardless, maybe some people disagree with him, but they should have created a kind of like a kind of group of people, well recognized, well presented, to go and be checking on this guy and to be giving update, apart from his lawyer and his brother. You understand? So those are the kind of things that they should have been doing. But I don't see that in place, which is a bit, to me, I feel a bit disappointed from that area. And also, if you look at it, his well-being, to be honest, if his lawyer will come out and said he is okay, but how okay and how sound is he to come out? And something you need to understand again, Nigerian government, they're very smart. They will weigh things, they will analyze things, and they have their own agency that will be working for them. If maybe they will end up hearing, oh, too much, maybe people will turn around, or they may end up attacking the court, they will use that as excuses to give not for him to come to the court.
Is that not a legitimate reason? You are saying it's an excuse, but is that a reason rather than an excuse? Do you not have the anticipation of that as a possibility?
Yeah. But
that the IPOB will try to overrun the court.
Yeah, but this is what I'm telling you. They may end up using their own agencies, to do all those things, to protect themselves as well. And also, again, if you look at it, we don't know how 100% this guy he is for him to come out of that place to go to the court. Because if you look what happened earlier on, the first time they said he's going to come to the court, well, most of the lawyers, they refused them going inside the court. From there, if you can look at it, there's a little bit tension in that area then. But things like this, one have to be very careful. It's just, we can never predict, or we can never say what is going to take place. We can only say what we can say as of now. But to be honest, if he can come to the court, that will be good. But if he can't come, well, we don't know. So,
all right. Thank you, Engineer. Engineer, for reasons of time, let me go on to Mike. Mike, are you still? But stay with us just for as long as you can, Engineer. Or I know you often like to go to bed. But Mike, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, good stuff. Are you ready, Mike? Good of you to stay, Mike. So to that space, then it's just really this thing, because I'm not quite sure if people are understanding how I'm really wanting it narrowed down. I'm not saying that Nnamdi Kanu was not right in doing whatever it is that he did, but the charges of treason and acts of terror are quite specific, because they've amended the charges that they are leveling against the chap now. So they're saying treason and acts of terror. So those specific charges, can you see grounds where Nnamdi Kanu will be made to answer to at least those charges? He may well have justifiable reasons, but are they legitimate enough charges to be leveled against the IPOB leader?
You see, prior to the second arrest, like After the first arrest, if you ask me this question, I would say no. The first arrest before he left and came back, and the second arrest, that first arrest, all the charges, no, I didn't
arrest.
see.
It was abduction.
I didn't see him being.
Forget about the first arrest. They're asking you this arrest.
So why you don't want to ask me a question? I'm not. I'm telling you what to forget. It was one man that asked me a question. Let me answer one man's question in CBD. In CBD, if you want me to answer your question, invite me to your show. I'll come and answer a question there. Okay. Let me answer one man's question now. So the first time when he was arrested, I looked at the charges, the treasonous charges and everything. It was ridiculous. The guy obviously didn't commit any crime. But this second arrest, this second time, I mean, I see a lot of proof. I see a lot of things that it did that definitely indicted him. And I don't think he expected himself to be ever arrested before actually doing those things. And clearly, I mean, from the recordings, from all the actions, I mean, that he was carrying out, it was obvious that the guy broke the law in many aspects, in many areas, you know. And I mean, those charges, I really don't know how to stand up to say, hey, I can defend him against those charges, you know, because it was clear. The recordings are there. I mean, the NSAS recordings where he say, go and kill the governor of Lagos, go and attack his property, and, you know, from announcing go and kill Governor Wike, from even one recordings I listened to where he said he has guns in the bushes in Edo State, that they should take it and kill the soldiers and take the guns from the soldiers and kill the rest. I've seen so many recordings that just prove that. And also when he created ESN, he probably came to announce that he has created ESN. And we saw the ESN people when they're doing their demonstration, they announced that their commander, their creator, their commander is Nnamdi Kanu. So all these things are there, these recordings. So the guy's really indicted himself, you know.
Yes.
So all these things. And also so many of the police that's been killed, soldiers killed, and ESN, I mean, like, I just see it. It's not because I'm not saying it because I don't like the guy. I don't like him. I like to be fair in my, you know, assessments. So those charges, I definitely can see the guy being found guilty of those charges, you know.
Yes, it's exactly that. That's just where I was really wanting the conversation, because there is a body of utterances by Nnamdi Kanu that come under that cusp of those charges, and he may well, with a smart lawyer, be able to just have it dismissed. But certainly, they are not wrong in asking him to speak to that. At least I think we can say that. So thank you for that, Mike. So now,
but one more, I can also say in one area that the Nigerian state actually they created that gap to be that way, because in that first arrest there was no reason to put that guy in prison for that long. You understand? They violated his rights, so we can see that the Nigerian state committed offense against the guy as well. You understand?
Who carries the
it's too wrong. Yeah.
Who carries the weight?
Both sides.
Don't.
Okay,
Who
go
carries
ahead.
the weight? Not you, but I want to just have this conversation. Who carries the weight of this narrative between the IPOB space and the Nigerian state? So who carries, leaving aside the traditional Biafra agitation, that is a story in itself, but in the isolation of that IPOB narrative that has now ratcheted up to this now space that it occupies now, who carries the weight of the blame of this journey now to this point that we're in the IPOB
between you saying versus Nigeria state? It's a case of you throw me one punch and I throw you two punches. You understand? And you say who carries the weight. So you can look at it like, okay, you only threw me one punch, I threw you two punches, I threw more punches. But the fact that you threw the first punch kind of make you more guilty, because in a sense, I would say the Nigerian state committed crime against Kanu first. You understand? Because
that Python dance.
Is it the first crime was not the Python. The first crime was when they kept him in prison against. The first crime was when they kept him in prison against the law, because the law say when you arrest somebody, you charge that person within some amount of time, and also the person has to be. You can't keep someone in prison for longer than some. So the Nigerian state went against the law itself. The first time when they kept the guy in prison for over a year, that's a long time. And also, when they gave him a bail and gave him bail condition, yes, he violated those bail conditions. Okay, that wasn't which, okay, we understand that it's not a heavy crime. But then when you came and attack his home and killed some people, you understand? That's another crime the Nigerian state committed against him. But later on now, he started committing crime against them back. So, but we can say he committed more heavier crime or something. We can say, look at it that way. But the way I look at the whole thing is both sides committed crime against each other. So if I were him and his lawyer...
Are you attributing the original sin to the Nigerian state? Who carries the original sin?
Yeah, the first sin was committed by the Nigerian state. Yeah, the first sin. Right. Yeah, okay. The original. Yeah, but both sides can, if his lawyers and they are smart, they also should be indicting the Nigerian state as much as they are indicting him. So that way, maybe they can both meet in the middle and say, okay, we both are found guilty of crime. Okay, let's forgive each other or something like that. Yes. I think if his lawyers are smart, if he's a smart guy, he himself should be indicting the Nigerian state as much as they're indicting him. That's the move he should be making. You understand?
Well, it's kind of like it's going to be a political settlement ultimately. There's no other. But let me move you from that space, Mike, to Lagos State. Now, this is a story that was introduced by Charles. Lagos Port, Nigeria makes trillions, yet no Yoruba appointed customs controller general. So, Jafar was trying to point us to some historical something in 2003, etc. But broadly and in totality, we've never really had a non-northerner as the Comptroller General of the Customs, or have we, Mike?
If that's the case, then we should be pointing finger at ourselves. And if we want to change that, then we should be asking our leaders, our elected leaders. You understand? Like, okay, what's going on? What is this? I think that's the move we should be making, rather than just pointing at the northerners to give us things or to change things. If we want things to change, we have to hold our own leaders accountable. We had a Yoruba president for 8 years. What did he do about it? Nothing. And we don't go after him for that. We're not doing anything. We had a South president for 6 years. He did nothing about it. Currently we have senators, governors. We're not going after them to make these changes for our regions or for fairness. Even my Eastern people, they say they want Biafra. Why are they not sending their senators and their governors to go and put in motion for Biafra? They're sending a civilian to go and, the non-elected person to go and fight for Biafra for them. So we are not. I don't think we are taking right steps in things that we are complaining about. We are telling Northerners to make a Yoruba man the head of custom. The man is going to act on his own interest. If that's not his interest, if his best interest upon his northern brother to be the head of custom for his own best interest, he's going to do that. Now, if you want to fight against that, then we should rally against against our own elected leaders and say, hey, this is what's going on here.
Because you can't.
It's like we don't go after our leadership. We don't go after our leadership at all. It's like we spare them, and then we complain that Northerners are doing things in their own interest. They are ripping us off.
We must rally against them.
That's our biggest problem.
Already in the East.
Yes. Who? So Insecurity was just agreeing with you. He says we must rally against them, and they are already doing that in the East. So let me take you from that space now to this rather curious little thing that just came out from the Buhari space. It says President Buhari, in a statement issued by his senior special assistant on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, and titled "President Buhari felicitates with Muslim on a momentous day," reassures that significant gains have been made in combating insecurity. So now this is where I'm taking you to, Mike. It says the term rising, so this is in quotation marks, the term rising insecurity should be replaced with, and this then next set of words in quotation marks as well, so should be replaced with the reality of declining insecurity. So now Buhari essentially saying to the media that they should no longer use that term rising insecurity and substitute it instead with reality of declining insecurity. What are you then making then of this micromanaging of the media space by the Aboki in Daura?
This is my position on that. This is my position. I don't think the president should be dictating to the media on what to do. You understand? However, what I can encourage him to do is maybe work with the media and work with the Nigerian people on the best interest of the state itself. You understand? Like, okay, what are ways we need to do our jobs collectively to make sure we are we end up, carrying out what's best for the country. You understand? Which is what America did when, like I gave you the example I gave you earlier, when the whole what they call it, the mass shootings was going on, and they were investigating, finding out that they get into the minds of those perpetrators and finding out that these guys were having mental breakdown and things, and they wanted to make themselves known, they wanted to be heard, and they go out and do mass shooting. You understand? And then the government had to get with the media and say, listen, this is one of the reasons why these things keep happening on a large scale, and what are the ways we can reduce it or at least stop it. And they came to an agreement that, okay, when this happens, we want to report it, let's not put the picture of the person or the face of the person, or even talk about the guy's personal life or personal story, so he doesn't get his story carried, he doesn't end up achieving the purpose why he's doing what he's doing. And if others can see that, okay, if I do the same thing, I won't achieve my end goal of having people know who I am, or knowing, that what I'm saying. So what I see in this situation in Nigeria is the people, like the terrorists, the Boko Haram, in some cases, they carry out some of these attacks, these senseless attacks, just for one reason alone, just to be heard, just to get their story out there in the news, and for people to talk about them, to make it look like, okay, they are beating Nigeria, they are defeating Nigeria. You understand? So if the Nigerian state can get with the media and say, okay, listen, what can we do together where you guys can do your job, and not in a manner where you are actually helping these guys to achieve their aim. You understand? So I can see from that angle, because a lot of times I see the Nigerian media actually contributing to the problem, not deliberately, but the manner in which they do their job. And a lot of times also realize that, like I said earlier, there's some forces out there, they don't want foreign investors to come to Nigeria. And the ways they have to do that is to scare the foreign investors away by constantly putting out negative, and even overblowing the negative to scare what is really not. You understand? Just to scare foreign investors away from Nigeria. Because I remember there was a time where during Jonathan's regime where the finance minister met up with foreign, like larger corporations, like card manufacturers, industrial manufacturing companies all over the world, and was putting to them how they can benefit setting up their plants in Nigeria. You understand? Invest in Nigeria. We have a large market. We're putting cases. You understand? And some of them, the kind of question they were asking was, okay, what is this insecurity? Boko Haram. Even that time, Boko Haram was limited to the northeast. But these people thought Boko Haram was all over Nigeria. You understand? So we have to consider that. But if our media themselves are not looking at that aspect and understanding that, listen, yeah, we need to report this news, but we need to do it in a way where, hey, we manage it to a point where we don't cause, we are not throwing babies with bathwater. You understand? We don't cause more, we're not creating collateral damages in area. We're not sabotaging other areas, So we have to look at it from that perspective as well. So if the president is saying, come, let's report like this, let's report like that. But if the president is just dictating and he wants to start using that Nigerian leadership mentality of just using force to ban people and tell people what to do, then he can go to hell. I don't agree with that.
Yeah,
but if he's a smart,
yeah, well, what you're saying, you're right. When it comes to Nigeria, this is what I keep saying. Nigerian president, he is very smart and he has limited time. He is rounding up. So, he can't stop media. That's just the truth, because media is something that is well recognized everywhere in this world we are living now. And at the end of the day, he has been banning that, using his Lai Mohammed to say so many things. You understand? Now, what he's trying to do, they said, even WhatsApp in Nigeria, they said they are monitoring it, or have they implemented the law? So only God knows what is going to happen next. So, but what I'm trying to say here, he can't ban media. That's just the truth. In any angle.
But my argument is not going to ban media, and I don't think he has a constitutional right to ban media.
Yeah, good. So he is now coming back to say, oh, don't be telling things about insecurity that much and this and this and that. Come on. It's a failed state. It's a failed country. You failed us. So people are angry. People will definitely be posting things online because you failed. If you take care of your citizens, you do well for them, people will still use that platform to praise you, to hail your name. But you coming out now trying to say, oh, you want them not to expose things about insecurity? No way. People will definitely expose this man. And remember, this man has limited time. So he wants to finish that 8 years. Let that be in his record. That's all what he's doing.
So, engineer, do you think it's about Buhari or it's about Nigeria? Do you think the choices the media should be making should be in the interest of Buhari or the interest of Nigeria?
Of Nigerian citizens, because they failed. They failed.
He failed. There's no question about that. They can always announce. You can always put in news in a manner that president fails. You understand? But you can also put in news at the same time, at the same break, and also put in news in a way where you don't sabotage Nigeria itself, the state.
You see,
it's like throwing the baby out of the bathwater.
The media.
Not about binding me. I think you're missing my argument. My argument is not. Even Buhari himself is not saying. He didn't make a statement saying they must not. His statement is more like in an encouraging manner. Like, okay, I encourage you guys to put your news in this manner rather than that manner. You understand? He's saying in a manner that, okay, things in a manner where you don't chase away investors or just make the country look so bad. Because what I see here a lot of times is that we Nigerians, because we are so frustrated at our leaders, right? We begin to curse the nation itself, or just to accuse attack the country itself rather than the leadership. You understand?
No, nobody.
And what we don't realize a lot of time is a lot of times what we do is we say, oh, the country the country has failed, the country is this, the country is that. Whereas it's really the leaders as this and that, but it's really the leaders as screwing up, right? And sometimes I see a lot of Nigerians, when they want to curse, they will say, God will punish Nigeria. Nigeria will never be well. Nigeria. I'm like, come on now. Just throw that insult at the leadership.
Yeah, I disagree with
I've been hearing that since the 80s. Since I was a kid in the 80s. Like when Nigerians wake up in the morning, they swear for Nigeria. And if you swear for yourself, if you swear for the country, that leaders come and go, the country remains.
Yeah, Mike, something you need to understand here that I need to pinpoint to you is, since when these people came into power, if you sit down and calculate the money they have been borrowing up to date, that money, if today they should use it in a legitimate way, Nigeria, I don't think will have problem. But they borrowed the amount of money to the stage. The central governor is voicing it out. That's to tell you that we have a failed government. That's just the truth.
And
the government has how long to left? Okay, now
Mike.
There was one smart thing. Okay, yeah.
Can I interject? I listened to the I think Channel TV, Tundu, and they spoke on it. What happened is that he told them not to report the news. Nigerian media took them to court. He's still in court now. The media
took who to court?
Took the Nigerian government to court. They sued. Not to report the news. That's what the case is still in court. That's what.
I'm totally against that. I mean, I agree with you on that one. I'm not supporting government. My argument here is not to support government for telling the media what to do or not to do.
No, the media said if they kill so people, their all information is not to give the news. That is the right of the media. They have to give the news. They cannot say this is the news. They will not give. If they said, oh, they kidnap people going from Lagos to Ibadan, so people are kidnapped, they should report it so that people who are going next out should be careful. He's telling them not to do that. That's why they sued. That's why they sued the federal government. The case haven't been. They haven't made judgment on the case yet.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Sam. Mike, let me move you on to another talking point. you decide if this is a good news or not. Just bear with me. So, 12 U.S. Super Tucano jets deployed to the northeast to fight Boko Haram. The Nigerian government saying this. So a lot of our storyline around those super jets that they bought from the Americans, they have now taken a full delivery of the full complement, and they have deployed it straight away now where the most urgent need is, to the northeast. So now, heavy weaponry now against Boko Haram. What are you making of that then? Is Buhari then going to win this war now, finally, Mike?
See, the strategies is just where I think they are getting it wrong, and that's one reason why that war will just continue, because they themselves were saying that Boko Haram possess anti-aircraft missile, right? So now you're buying more aircraft. There's eventually going to be shot down by Boko Haram. So, and you spend so much money buying that. So what strategies? That's the wrong strategy, man. That's a terrible strategy. Because eventually they will shoot it down. The people possess the anti-aircraft weapons, so they will shoot that shit down. So why waste the money to buy it in the first place? Because once they blow that shit off, that's $200 million gone. So their strategies just was been wrong all along. And I will always say this: for the Nigerian states to succeed, they will have to connect with the people, work with the people. You have to work with the people. It's a simple case. And especially internal security, the easiest way to defeat internal security is to work with the people. In fact, the people are the one that can defeat internal security, not the law enforcement or the government. Even any issue internally, the people, if government does not partner with the people, can never succeed. It comes to the West, that's how they do it. Any internal problem, any societal problem, the government partner with the people. They communicate with the people, they give people information what's going on, how something happened, how it can be prevented, how the people need to work with the government, and then they open a line of communication with the people, with the geniuses among the people, to come up with solutions. Because the real genius are in the population. They are not in the government. Government officials are not geniuses. The real scientists, the real brains are among the population. You have to open that space for the best minds. Like, hey, if you're Nigerian, you have the solution to this problem. Come forth, come and articulate it, come and discuss it with the leadership, and let's solve this problem together. But unfortunately, the way the Nigerian government do things, you send a army to right there in the northeast to go and solve the problem. When the people that live there, they know the terrains, they've been there for generation to generation. They know what's going on. In fact, there's a research that shows that before something happens in a community, an attack or some kind of bad event, there's always a child in that community that saw it coming. They had the information, but they didn't know who to express it to. You understand? Before Boko or anything, there's always that sense of, let's say, Ifura. There's something Yoruba they call Ifura. The people, before something bad happens in an environment, somebody or the people in that environment usually feel the nature by always giving that sign, the itch that, okay, something, it's like something bad will happen. Or somebody in the Yoruba, there's some women that call the Yalajis, the women have dreams. They usually dream and tell, they dream. Usually, women have the power of dreaming.
No, I think you're saying Fura do no.
No. I was thinking he's speaking Yoruba language. That's it.
It's premonition. It's premonition. It's just the closest in English.
The style thing. Women have this. Women, that with their maternal instinct and things like that, they usually have this instinct where something bad is about to happen. They usually have a dream, like, okay.
What is it called in Yoruba?
Or something like that.
What is it called in Yoruba, Mike?
What do you mean?
Oh, you just said it now. What's it called?
Oh, Shay Furadi. Anyway.
Look at that.
But the point I'm making. What I'm saying is that
this guy a Yoruba man. It's not called Ifura. What are you talking about? Tell
what
me
do you
what
mean?
it's called.
You mean
you must not know everything now.
What do you mean? What did you ask me? I didn't get your question. You say, what did you ask me? Like, what did you ask?
It's not called Ifura. What are you talking about? What is it
What,
called?
what is not
What is it
called
called?
What is it? What is
No,
it in
no.
English?
A rational mind. You just said it. What is it called? Rational mind.
Ifunra.
Did you hear?
Well, that's what I said. Ifunra, yeah.
No, you said Ifura. It's not
Come on,
Ifura. It's
man.
Ifura.
You must know
It depends on your dialect
Ifura.
anyway. In Lagos, they say
Look at
Ifura.
that.
In
Look
Lagos,
at
it's
that.
Ifura. In
Mike,
Oyo, it's
carry
Ifura.
on.
Well,
No
however,
mind, no mind one man. Carry
Are
on,
you sure
Mike.
you're not an Igbo man because you have an Igbo name, Mike? What
Oh
are you
my
saying?
goodness me.
Look at that.
Whatever, man. But anyway, what I'm saying is it's really deep. See, the problem in Nigerian society is when there's no connection between the government and the people, you can't achieve anything. You have to be partnership because most of these things that's happening, the people themselves, the locals can solve their problem. They believe in it for thousands of years. They know the terrain. They know
Mike, do you know what you're talking about is restructuring of Nigeria?
That's the best thing. That's why people like us have been crying for now, because we understand that the reason why this is happening is because
okay. Let's not open. Yeah, go on, Mike. Round off, then I'll go on
which
to
is in line of
round off it. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. So the way we do things, we just don't do it. We don't apply philosophy to it. We need to see Nigerian states, Nigerian government, they're getting wrong. It's like they don't copy and paste, and the British handed the system to them and they're just using the system. They don't understand it. They don't understand that things have to evolve the way society work. Things change. Things have to evolve on a daily basis.
I was having a conversation with Ajanle Koko. I'm not sure if you were here, Mike, and I was saying and others that these are democracy that we practice. It might not necessarily be suited to our being and our culture and our worldview.
Exactly.
So should we then evolve?
We just copy and paste.
We still hold on to democracy, which is some sort of like a representative leadership, but evolve like a hybrid of it that is more
you have to
suited.
exactly.
Yeah.
What Nigeria did in '99 was they look at America and copy and paste.
Yeah,
that's
no,
stupid. Before the Americans created their system, they had to study their environment. They have to study their nature, their own society. They have to study it. They sat down with a bunch of group of philosophers, sociologists, everybody before they started making system laws and everything. You understand? But we don't understand that if you want to create a country, first of all, you have to sit down with your best mind, your group of philosophers. They will study your entire country, understand the whole society, and then come together to put a system that will fit that society. You understand? We've never done that. That's why we are working like.
In addition to that,
Mike, and stumbling and falling and fighting, and it just won't happen. The way the Yorubas have been doing this for thousands of years, it's completely different from the way one of that group have been doing things for. And
we are not Americans and we are not British people. So why should we then think that we can replicate their system in our environment and our culture?
One man, look, these people, what qualification do they have to be there? Are they qualified? What experience do they have?
Which people?
Those are the question that the Nigerian and the elites. You understand?
Yeah, no, let me answer that, engineer. Why they are there is because they are a product of us trying to marry what we hold traditionally and what we are trying to replicate, which is this Western ways. So we have all of these aged old people, and from our culture, you deference the aged old people, and then we're trying to marry that with a democracy which is alien to our culture. So it's just really we have to evolve a system.
So that simply means this is what Englishman said. If you think education is expensive, you try ignorance.
I want Mike.
Engineer, listen, man. Listen. Imagine.
They copy.
Imagine.
They copy the whole American system. They copy half and half. Because American system, each state, each individual state have their own laws, they govern their own space and all those things. And that's why each Yoruba, Lagos have to be governed by Lagos. We're supposed to have light in Lagos. We cannot, if that person in Kaduna don't have light, I won't have light in Lagos. That's the problem.
All right.
Okay.
Round off your thought, Mike, and then I'll go on.
So, Yeah, Sam. Imagine that. Let's say, as a Yoruba person now, right? I go to Europe, right? I become maybe very powerful. I go to Europe and I join England, Italy, France, Portugal, Germany. Just put them together and say, okay,
Yes.
Your official language is Yoruba, even though they've been had their own stuff for thousands of years, they do things their way for thousands of years.
Thank you, Mike.
Make them
Yes.
one and come and bring the way we do things in Yoruba land and say this is a new way you have to start doing things.
Thank you.
You understand? What you will have, first of all, they themselves, among themselves, they're already different. That's one problem. Now, another problem, they have to learn this new thing that's coming from outside, where they have to learn the new language, the new word, the everything. So that's what we are dealing with in Africa, man.
All right,
and
thank
then
you, Mike.
they themselves not
Especially
believing
in
in themselves.
Nigeria, you know, just I was saying thank you, Mike, because I have long held that view too that you've just expressed. So I've long held the view that the Nigerian mix is essentially forcefully putting the Germans, the French, the English, essentially maybe even the Italians, but essentially the German, the English, the French together, and then foisting a new language on top of them, and then telling them to nation form. It's never going to happen. The Englishman would never yield to a French or a German. The German would never yield to an Englishman or it's just it will essentially be Nigeria. So this is what we have in Nigeria, just completely disparate. Because if you think of all the makeup of Nigerians, the Yorubas are a nationhood unto themselves. They've always been colossal, you know, controlled their own space and even other people's spaces if you let them take advantage of you. The Hausa Fulanis have always been a nation unto themselves. They control. The same thing with the Igbo. So you are now telling these people to come together and asking one of them to yield space to the other. So it will continually internally combust. But thank you, Mike, for that. Mike, let me go on just for reasons of time. I was going to go to Rational Mind next because has anyone left? But he has come back now, so let me go to him because he was the one I was intending to go to had he not left. So has anyone, are you there?
Ask yourself that.
No, ask myself what? Has anyone, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good to have you. So I mean, you've had a flavor of the conversation, so you know the general thrust of it. So let me now take you to the first talking point, which is essentially a territory that I'm sure you are keen to address. So Nnamdi Kanu now. So they've narrowed it now down. Nigerian government files 7. Actually, let me bring up the. Yes, Nigerian government files 7-count amended charge against the IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. So 7 charges been levied, and all of those charges essentially wrapped around treasonable felony and acts of terrorism. So what are you making then of those charges now being brought against?
Let me ask you something. What is the meaning of treasonable felony? I'm trying to understand what this treasonable.
We read it out just a moment ago. Let me see if I can bear with me. I did read it out just like a second ago. But essentially, it's an act against the state trying to use force to amend a policy position, even to the point of waging against the state militarily. So essentially, along those lines.
In what way is IPOB waging a war against the Nigerian government? Are they trying to say that we are waging a war to remove the Nigerian government from office so we can take over? Is that what they're trying to say?
No. They are waging to secede.
We are asking for a referendum. We are asking first for a referendum. Let the people decide if they want to continue to be part of Nigeria. If people say yes, then they continue. If they say no, then they have to let us go. It's our right to agitate for referendum.
What compels the Nigerian state to cede to that referendum? Why should they give the referendum?
Because they are signatory to self-determination and referendum, and is it not part of the constitution for to express yourself?
Yeah, but there's a pathway for that. It's a democracy, and you have representation, and it can be presented.
Democracy, yeah. But are we not following the democratic way? Are we not?
No, you are not
protesting on the streets. writing to.
Well, you are not peacefully
protesting. What
protesting.
Are we doing that's illegal or against the constitution?
Well, burning down federal infrastructure.
Oh my God! Has anybody been arrested, convicted? I want to know: has anybody genuine IPOB member, been convicted of any of these allegations?
Are you saying that is untrue? Are you saying that is not happening?
It's not happening at all. But I'm asking you a question. Name me anybody that's a part of IPOB that's been convicted of these allegations you put in front of me.
Well, I'm not the legal department of the Nigerian state, but essentially burning down federal infrastructure.
I know that if you were to find something, you will post it on your platform. Come on, we all know this.
Well, no, you are asking me right now.
You know for sure that all these allegations are just bunkum. Come on.
Well, how is it bunkum?
It's bunkum because you cannot put in front of me anybody that's of IPOB member that's been convicted. You're telling me, you're not a lawyer and all this thing, but you cannot bring in front of me to prove to me that IPOB member.
But it has already. Did you not see the video that I just played?
It's not good enough for me. I need proper evidence. I need to see that this person that you claim that burns this place is convicted. You don't do that. All you're putting in front of me is allegations.
Allegations.
In front of me.
No, hold on. They are not allegations.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, hold on. They are not allegations because we've just cited countless written audio, even to his own voice video as well. Instances of Nnamdi Kanu inciting the killings of people, acts of savagery, waging against the state.
You're just cutting piece of things that you claim that but you're not putting the whole context of the whole thing that he's saying. Somebody said that they're going to kill me. I have every right to say, well, if you're going to kill me, I'll go and kill you back.
All right, Thomas, you wanted to say, yeah.
Thank you, Woman. Ask someone Zoom. Yes, I'm just want to ask you this question, my brother. Does it mean that any IPOB member has not been caught or indicted or convicted? Does that mean IPOB has not raised terror in Nigeria?
Yes, exactly. It definitely means that. I mean, how much money has Nigerian government spent in trying to blackmail IPOB? They have illegally proscribed IPOB as a terrorist group.
Yes.
No country on earth has done this. Why? Tell me that. I want to know why no country on earth on this planet Earth has proscribed IPOB as a terrorist group.
No. Why would any other country proscribe IPOB? It's a localized terror group. They are not terrorizing America. They are terrorizing Nigeria. It's a localized terror group. And it's proscribed locally.
What about Boko Haram? Where are they doing their terrorizing? Are they not doing it in Nigeria? But they are recognized as a terrorist group. Even Fulani people are terrorists. Who are they killing children up and down in the place? Is it not Nigeria?
No, they're doing it in the Boko Haram is a cross-national terror organization. The proscription of IPOB is specific to that localized space where the government is alleging that they are perpetrating terror. So it's totally different. What is the business of United Kingdom in proscribing IPOB when they're a terror group?
They
are international.
They're killing people, bombing people to pieces.
It is not in Nigeria. It is in the Chad Basin, which straddles a whole about 3-4 countries. So Boko Haram is an international terror group.
Yeah,
wasn't there a time that the Nigerian government had written to the British government, the American government, and various other countries and say, look, this group, IPOB, is a terrorist group. Please, can you prescribe that? And they replied, I think it was the American government was the first one to say, look, these people are not terrorists. They're a peaceful group that agitating for referendum.
Where you getting that from? Is that from Radio Biafra?
That did happen. There was a time, I think it was the US government was the first to reply.
Where did you hear that? Is that Radio Biafra again?
Hold on, let me give you a proof. Do you remember after that incident, the UK now granted amnesty to the IPOB people after they come into refugees?
I covered that. I covered the instance.
So that is to tell you they have proven that IPOB is not a terrorist organization.
No, but
and they even included
you are missing. No,
it is the truth.
No. You are missing the point. IPOB is pro. Look, IPOB is specific and exclusively within the Nigerian borders. That is where their activity is, and where that center,
But
the
let me ask you
epicenter.
something, Mr. One Man. Yeah, if
Really?
you want
They are
to
no longer in
localize it and say
Cameroon?
IPOB is only doing the business in Nigeria,
They are
wouldn't it
not in
make sense?
Cameroon. Cameroon
Wait,
has
wait,
their
hold
own,
on, Mr.
whatever they
One
are
Man.
called. Yeah.
Mr.
You
One Man,
guys
let
are
me
really
ask you a quick
funny.
question.
Right, go on.
Yeah. You say that, the international community is none of their business because it's a localized thing in Nigeria. But wouldn't it make sense for other countries to be involved in this? Because if IPOB is a terrorist group and the people are terrorists, wouldn't it make sense for them to be aware of this so they can stop these IPOB members in their own country from potentially terrorizing their own people?
Well,
So why would they want to keep it localized in Nigeria and not?
You are still missing the point. Let me cite an example that illustrates that point. Nelson Mandela was deemed as a terrorist by South Africa, but the rest of the world deemed him as a freedom fighter. In South Africa, where he was active, he was deemed as a terrorist because that is the epicenter of his space. So the IPOB movement, they are deemed as a terror group. And that, by the way, is not to say that I agree with the Nigerian stance. I am just saying it for reasons of counterbalancing what you are saying. But the IPOB are deemed within the Nigerian state as a terror organization. That is their designation, and for reasons that we can all see. So that is their designation. Now, internationally, there's an ambivalence to that. So some don't even take a position, some just give a tacit nod to it, but there's no real appetite internationally because this is a localized situation. But within its own locality, it's a terror organization.
Oh my God! Do you remember the IRA?
Yes.
That was bombing people left and right in England.
Yes.
Yes. Were they bombing anywhere outside the United Kingdom?
Right. Carry on.
But they were known as a terrorist group in many countries around the world.
Yes. Irish.
Exactly.
What does IRA mean?
I can't remember.
Irish.
Basically,
Hold on. No. But I wasn't being pedantic. I just wanted to highlight something. IRA, Irish Republican Army. So okay. Irish, and then you're saying they are bombing in England. So you're saying it's the United Kingdom, but England is a completely different country from Ireland because, of course, So that was already international, and IRA also, they have a strong presence in America because, of course, that period where the Irish were essentially shipped to America for whatever reason during the potato famines and for reasons
Mr.
of.
Man, I will put it in front of you.
So
that
it has an
what
international
you're saying
dimension.
doesn't hold
IRA.
water. That's basically what it is. Everybody's seen that through the eyes of that Nigeria is a terrorist country.
Why would you say that?
With these allegations that they put in front of Martin and Kanu.
No, you said something now. Why would you say that Nigeria is a terrorist country? Why would you say that?
Of course, it's a terrorist country. Look at the amount of
you said this. I asked
organization
why.
that's coming out of such a country like that. There's so many of them breathing left, right, and center, all from the north. When Donald Trump was in...
No. I will let you have I will let you run through, but I just wanted to narrow you down to what you said then. You said everybody knows that Nigeria is a terrorist organization or a terrorist country. So now, why did you say that?
Why? I just told you. Nigeria is breeding terrorism up and down the place.
Yes, go on. Expand on
that. Name any country in the world that has more terrorism, Islamist terrorism, anywhere in the world. Like in Nigeria, the amount of terrorist organization in one country.
What you are saying is different from what you originally said. So what you are saying is that there's an avalanche, there's a plethora of terrorism in Nigeria, which yes, everybody knows that, but that's the state in itself is not a terrorist state, is it? There's terrorism in Nigeria as opposed to Nigeria. Hold on. He opened up that space, so let him expand on his thought. So has anyone? Yeah. Go on. Has anyone? Are you there?
Can I say
So
something?
can you put your point across again? I got kind of distracted.
You got distracted. Yes. What I am saying is, you said everybody knows that Nigeria is a terrorist state, and I asked you to expand on that. And as you expanded, you were describing essentially terrorism in Nigeria. So everybody knows that there's just the whole of Nigeria is overrun with terrorism of all manner, banditry, Fulani herdsmen, Boko Haram, ISWAP, all of that. We all know that. But the state itself is not a terrorist, is it? There's terrorism in the state as opposed to the state being a terrorist state. Do you see the distinction that I'm making?
One man is very smart.
I don't know the point you're trying to get through to.
Hold on. Let him follow through now because he opened
Was
it
it
up.
day before yesterday? The British government said to its citizens, please do not go to these states in Nigeria. They are mayhem, terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, killers everywhere. Please don't go to those places.
Right.
I mean, how many states do they have in that contraption called Nigeria?
36.
They know there's more.
Plus, yeah.
They know there is more. I mean, that's nearly half of those states.
Yes.
They're fighting their citizens. Do not go there. In one country. Where do you get this in the world?
Yes. The whole country
is not
overwhelmed. Yeah, no, nobody is disagreeing. The whole country is overwhelmed with terrorism, but the country itself is not a terrorist state. That is sorry, hold on, don't butt in. Just let me have this conversation with this chap. Do you see the distinction? Sorry, do you see the distinction?
To me,
no, hold on. I don't say do you agree, but do you see it?
As anyone,
Nigeria is a terrorist state because of the government. You understand?
Okay, why?
Nigeria is not a terrorist state. Please.
It's a terrorist state, my friend.
No. Let me just.
I don't think he understands.
Yeah,
the distinction.
one man.
Explain it to him.
Let's look at the timeline of Nigeria. Even before it was officially made a country. From 1945,
are we going to Lord Lugard?
Years when there were massacres in that country.
My brother,
is this talking point? This is Radio Biafra again, isn't it?
Yeah,
okay. If you want me to put Nigeria to a better
one man, Mike said something earlier on. He said we should stop accusing Nigeria. We should accuse the leaders. So that's where, my brother, you are making a little bit error in that area.
Who is Nigeria? Who are the leaders?
You got me. So if you said Nigeria is a terrorist, it's a lie.
That's every one of them.
If you said
people are controlling everywhere,
if there should be
all right. Thank you, everyone. Sorry, let's hear from Charles. Yeah, Charles.
Nigeria is a terrorist state, so you got to get it wrong. Thomas, you're wrong. Nigeria is a failed state, and Nigeria now. Nigeria kill people. Nigeria terrorist state. Look what doing animal state. Don't have me killing people. Don't play that.
Nigeria is not a terrorist state. Please.
Yes. Can I ask you a wrong question before you guys a terrorist state, my friend?
All right. Let's hear from Sam. Let's hear from Sam. Charles. Let's hear from Sam.
Remember when what's the last president of America? He was the president.
Mr. One Man, this was my turn for you to talk to me. Let me finish what you were asking me, please. Let's finish my conversation, then you can move on to the next person, please.
No, we have
we're trying to help you, my friend.
Interjecting on people, you have to allow people to interject as well.
Yes.
He banned visa from people coming from Nigeria. He said Boko Haram because we don't have a system of knowing who is a Nigerian and who is not a Nigerian. That is how he had to restrict.
Thank you. That's a good one. Very true.
Coming into America. That's what, and that I don't know. Donald Trump is this president.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. So
Can
do you
I
understand?
No,
please don't cite anything. Let the guy just have his space. Well.
Oh my God.
Okay, cite your example. Let's hear it. You don't go on.
Okay. A country who the military shoots the indigents because they raise a flag and sing a national anthem. Is that not a terrorist state? A country who negotiates and
thank you. If
people
that's,
who
are
kill
you
other
going to
people.
do that?
Is that not a terrorist state?
All right, okay. All right.
I have a question for Charles, please.
No, don't ask him, man. It's just the usual. But if you narrow it down, you always say that space doesn't hold water. Then they start to thump.
I don't think it will be a
So one man.
Can I say something?
One man, if you call Nigeria,
can you let the guy speak now? You know we like to hear new voices, and he is a new voice. So has anyone run through with your thoughts? Has anyone? Have we lost you?
Well, yeah, I'm here. I mean, I've already told you. I believe Nigeria is.
All right, but that is your subjective view, though, not based on fact, not based on anything of that you can substantiate.
Mr. Man, Mr. One Man, it's based on fact. Nigeria is breeding terrorism.
my brother.
I know you guys like to call it bandits. Yeah,
one man,
terrorism. You don't like the word terrorism because it's showing that Nigeria is a terrorist state. So you guys and your media call it bandits.
No.
Ask the question, please.
No. Hold on. I'm quite determined that this chap understands the distinction. What you are describing, has anyone, is that there's an overwhelming, more than is tolerable level of terrorism in Nigeria. So there's vast, huge terrorism in Nigeria. The Fulani headsmen, the bandits, ISWAP now, just in the north alone, kidnapping. So the whole place is completely consumed with terrorism. So nobody is disputing that, but the state itself is not a terrorist state, is it? It's a state that is battling terrorism.
Because you have, hold on. Who makes the laws in a country?
Right.
Is it not the government?
Yes, the government, yes.
If your government is having open borders and you're paying terrorists to stop killing, I mean, these are recipe for a terrorist state. You are laying terrorists.
Question, please.
That's Radio Biafra. That's Radio Biafra.
Just one. You have to stop that. You have to stop that.
All right.
Let's move on.
We have too many voices.
Can I ask one question, please?
Ask your question, engineer, and then we'll move. We'll move on to another topic.
What's his name again?
Has anyone? Let's call him Has anyone. Yeah.
Okay, passport and Charles. If you classify Nigeria as a terrorist state, are you saying the South they are terrorists as well?
No, I'm saying Nigeria comes to terror.
Yes. Exactly. I said that exactly. Yes, because the Nigerian government, which is a terrorist government, is operating everywhere in that Nigerian space.
All right.
Any of this terrorism is not going to leave it in the north. It's going to bring it down in Biafra land as well. And in Yoruba land as well. In the middle as well.
Let me ask you a different. Sorry, thank you, Rashomine. No, sorry. I must push on.
I'm not going to drag it.
One man, let's move on.
Yeah, you are telling us let's move on. I'm trying to, but you guys won't allow me to. So let me then move on. Has anyone? Let me move you to this space then. So this is Ohaneze Indigbo speaking, and they are saying produce Nnamdi Kanu in court to prove to us that is healthy. So that is what the lead Igbo group are requesting of the government. But Nnamdi Kanu is due in court on the 21st of October. Now, you know that on the 20th of October, they're having the NSAS commemoration. And you know also that there is a lot of security protocols and strategic whatever that needs to be done to bring Nnamdi Kanu to court. So there's a strong likelihood that Nnamdi Kanu might well not be presented in court on the 21st of October. So do you first think Nnamdi Kanu will be presented? And if it's not presented, what do you think will happen? So that's to you, has anyone.
I don't think they will produce him in court. When they kidnapped him from Kenya, you would have thought that all this court proceeding would have started a long time ago, but all this, the court date will come, they will give one excuse, lame excuse, and say, oh, we couldn't bring him because our bus broke down and all this nonsense. They won't bring him to court because this treason charge is rubbish, felony, whatever you call it, it's all made up. They're not going to bring him because they know they cannot convict him. Do you understand? So basically what they're trying to do is trying to get their propaganda machine going so they can hopefully mislead many people, and then they can use that and say, oh, a lot of the people feel that you're guilty. They're going to secretly take him away and execute him. That's what they're trying to do.
Oh, come
you understand?
on
They're not going to bring him to court. They're not, because they know, no matter how much they try to pay that judge, they know that it will be a showcase. And they know they cannot
sorry,
afford.
hold on. Sorry, even you don't think they are looking to secretly take him away to execute him, because they could have done that in Kenya, which would have been easier and tidier. But
I believe, yes, that's a very good point.
Yeah.
I believe they could have done that, but the reason that they didn't was they were in two minds. Should we take him away and just kill him, or bring him alive back so we can show the world that we are, we have a top security, we are strong and all this. They want to put it to our faces that they have our leader, and that's what was overwhelming on their part.
So
they could have did to what they did to that Saudi Arabian guy in I think it was in America. They massacred the guy.
Turkey.
They could have done that,
Turkey.
but they were in two minds. But the minds of we wanted to put it to the Biafrans, to the IPOB member, that we have your leader, and you have to stop this agitation, or we're going to do something to your leader. So that was what was overwhelming, and that's why they kept him alive.
Right.
But at the end, this is not going to work. I believe with this allegation of treasonable and all this thing, they do want to kill him. But I believe that will be the beginning of the end of Nigeria. Mark this down. Mark this.
No, don't do that. You've been. So just don't do that. Just stay as you are. You do not believe what you said you believe, because what you said does not tally with that belief. You said they could have killed him in Kenya, which they could have. So you said they brought him to Nigeria to present him to the world that we captured your leader, which they did. They cannot not have killed him in Kenya, brought him to Nigeria and paraded him, like you said, to rub it in the face of the Igbos and to celebrate their victory to the rest of the world, and then kill him. There's no sense in that. There's no sense in that.
Woman.
So if there is no sense in that, then you do not believe that. So don't say things that you do not believe.
Okay. I put everything too short at the time. But what I was trying to say was that, yes, they were in two minds. They could have executed him in Kenya. They didn't do that because they wanted to tell the IPOB members that we have your leader. Yes.
Right.
Now that things are not going to the plans that they thought maybe that the agitation would have slowed down, and people would be like, do you understand? It didn't work, and people are in fact joining the fight even more. So they're like in two minds. But this FULANIS, they cannot let go of Nigeria. You understand? So they know that Mazi Kanu is not going to give up the fight. You understand? So what do they do?
How do you know that? How do you know he's not going to give up the fight?
He was willing to compromise to their wish, they would have done it a long time ago. We would have known about it.
Yes.
One man.
They know Mazi Kanu. He is not for the what's that? What that Iron lady said one time, not for the turning.
Not for the turning.
He is not for the turning. They know him. He has strong conviction to what he's fighting for. This is why so many people love him.
Are you sure about his conviction? Are you sure about that?
Come on. Look, they're still holding him. And now they've upped the allegations against him.
Do you know that Nnamdi Kanu was a turning? He's not for the turning. He has turned before.
Turned for what?
Yeah, well, he was he was a one Nigerianist barely 10 years ago. It was actually...
Who told you he was a one Nigerianist?
Well, he
was just protesting about showing his humanity, that there were killings going on in Nigeria. He came out there to tell the world, look, please,
not in Nigeria.
Look at what's going on in Nigeria. There are people dying. Please come and do something. That is the man who's going to say he's for one Nigeria. He didn't believe in one Nigeria. He was just showing up as a human that was seeing what's going on in Nigeria.
So he is.
When did he say that he was for one Nigeria? Did he say he was for one Nigeria?
Do you want me to say? Can I interject? No, do not. Please, let me have the conversation, please. I'm sorry that if I raise my voice, but don't, because otherwise the whole place will be consumed. So he did say he's a one Nigerianist. Essentially, he was in front of the Nigerian House protesting and
Hold on, Mr.
himself
One
in
Man.
front
Let me
of
ask you. I know the video you're talking about, and I've heard him. I've never heard him say, "Oh, I'm standing here as for one Nigeria."
No, that's essentially what he said. He was fighting for the women and children in northern Nigeria. I think he actually mentioned
how does
Zamfara
it make
State.
him one Nigerian?
Well, he's an Igbo man. He's an
for
Igbo man, is he
humanity's
not?
sake. Humanity's sake.
Yeah, is an Igbo man and a Biafran fighting, and he was speaking. He says the Nigerian government should help our cousins.
Let me ask you something. Do you know the late Apple's boss, Steve Jobs, his brother, was protesting against the massacre, the killings of Igbos during the Biafran War? Are you going to tell me he was a Biafran?
No. What are you saying?
Well, that's the same thing you're saying to me. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was standing and he was being interviewed, and he was just trying to highlight the killings going on in Nigeria. That makes him that he was fighting for one Nigeria.
Yeah, but he's a Nigerian. He's a Nigerian.
He was showing his humane side. That there were killings going on in Nigeria. He's trying to highlight to the world what's going on.
Yes, he's a Nigerian highlighting the sufferings in other parts of his country. Additionally, even in his interview with Kadira Ahmed, he was still asking for a confederation. So a loose structure.
Was it a confederation in Nigeria or in Biafra land?
No. Do you want me to pull up the interview? Kadira Ahmed, we all saw that interview. He was asking for a confederation.
Let's look at the video, please.
No, everybody has seen it, so you have to look it up.
He was asking for self-determination. Till tomorrow, he asked for self-determination.
I've played that video several times.
Let me say this.
The one man play that video, please.
You make your point. Make your point and people don't take it. Don't overstress it. Let it go, okay?
No, what do you mean? What point am I overstretching?
No, it's not you. I'm telling Mr. Hart. Please, if you make your point, not agree with you, don't fight. Let it go so that we can move on. Please.
No. He can stick with his position and I stick with mine. That's just the point of the conversation. So I'm here to present as I see it. He presents as he sees it. We either converge or agree to disagree. So that's just the whole point. But Nnamdi Kanu certainly for the turning. He has turned several times. He spins like a top. This is what Nnamdi Kanu does.
Yes. Man, Mr. One Man.
Yes.
You cannot hoodwink me. The videos that you're talking about, I have seen them.
Right.
You can fool these people that like to be fooled, but I'm not for the turning. You can't fool me.
Then
I
what
know
did you?
exactly
How
the
did
videos you're talking about?
Yes, because you've chosen to interpret it in a manner that the guy was not presenting.
Chosen to interpret it exactly as I saw it and I heard it.
Right. Okay.
You are changing things to suit your narrative. Not
so
me.
Who are the fools then now?
All right. Let me move you on then to another
brother. Sometimes you mind your language, man.
Sometimes it's what's that?
I say sometimes he needs to mind the language that he does says, man. Don't say
just not calling every other person a fool.
It's good.
Bad. You see, that's why I wanted to address him.
To set you free.
Don't call every other person a fool because they agree with one man.
I didn't call anybody a fool.
You just said it now. You're saying it's unfair now.
What did he say?
Did
I miss something? No. I think that's
I didn't tell Mr. Engineer is a fool. Mr. Ego. I just said use the word generically. It wasn't
you can't beat any Biafra ideology. Let him go.
No.
If you
hold on. No. I including you, Charles. Charles, don't.
This is the reason why the Igbo don't want Nigeria. This is the reason.
Which is the reason? What's the reason?
Because he's what did I say? He's saying the truth.
What is he saying?
Nigeria tells Nigeria kill people. You guys don't believe that? No, Mike. No. Nigeria kill people every day. Look at Nigeria came to and kill people. That's wrong. How can Nigeria kill my own people?
Your own people? Who are your people? What don't say my? You are not. You don't say my people now, Charles. Come on, man. You don't say my people. Your people.
We have the people,
Are you the
don't mess with him,
Igwe? Are you who made
We
you
have the
king?
people,
Who made you king of who made you king? Can I have the people too? I want the people too. Do you have the people, engineer? I want the people. So we
Can
can
I
have
ask my
people.
brother the same question again, one man, please? Just
Can
1 minute.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Charles, did you say Nigeria is a terrorist country?
Yes.
Are you saying people from the south, they are terrorists as well?
No, Nigeria.
No, I am saying that the Nigerian government is a terrorist. It's a terrorist
I disagree
with you,
my
which
brother.
enables
Now
the
you are
state
talking.
to be under
Nigerian
terrorism.
government. Now you are talking.
Now you're talking now. Now you're talking. Initially,
Yes, the Nigerian state. I said the Nigerian. I never said the Nigerian people. I said the Nigerian state. The government makes the state.
Wait, I want
No,
to
the people and the government make the
I want to
state.
answer what engineer
The people are the
not in
state.
Nigeria. You go on the streets, you get killed. So
why are you saying
what
that?
are you telling me that the people are the state? The people are not the state in Nigeria. You don't have a border. You have all manner of people coming through your border. Who is a Nigerian?
No,
we have
Who is a Nigerian, man?
Don't allow chicken and chips to finish also.
You have Nigerians in Chad. You have Nigerians in Senegal, in South Africa, in Somalia.
Right. Yes.
Is that who is a Nigerian?
Yes. We have Nigerians all over the world. So what point? What's the point?
The point I'm trying to make is that you don't have a state.
How do you mean?
Because you have open borders. There are all manner of people that come into the country and claim that they're Nigerian. You had one of your governors that said that the Nigerian people are anywhere. We don't have borders and they could come anywhere and settle in Nigeria and so on. This talk of Nigerian, who is exactly the Nigerian?
One man.
Hold on. Can you hold on? Can you just hold on? Let me decide to move on. But let me. We do have a state, but you are saying that the borders is porous. The borders are porous. They have the same problem in America.
No. You don't have. It's not that the borders are porous. Your government don't have any borders at all in the north. So the people from the north, the Fulanese from the north, from wherever they are, can come and settle in Nigeria.
Okay, let me debunk that immediately. Rational mind, have you cited instances of your experience at Sokoto border on this platform?
Yeah.
Okay, so describe that border then to our friend here.
I think virtually all Nigerian borders, even the one in Lagos, is almost similar. The only difference is just out of Lagos has a lot of water, some creeks, like creek-like. Well, people still smuggle things through those areas. Even Ogun State border too is the same thing. But the only challenges there is that you have to cross some little waters, lakes, and things like that. But the thing about the northern border is that there is no fencing at all. Fine, there might be fencing in some part, maybe towards the border, but there are some other parts of it that are just like that. People can just stroll in. Even the same. Even those parts.
Is why no fencing or any kind of demarcation between Nigeria and its neighboring country.
There is demarcation because that.
I just heard it from one Nordicum. He said that there is no fencing, nothing.
Yes, it is porous, as I said, but the border post is a demarcation.
It's not porous, it's a line that could be fenced to demarcate Nigeria from another country, but there's nothing.
No, hold on.
What is the border?
Do you know what a border is?
A border could be a fence.
No. What?
A border is not a fence.
What is a border? I'm going to remove the person. Who's the shouter? I'm going to have to remove you if you don't. I mean, come on, man. What is the purpose of a border?
The purpose of a border is to distinguish your sovereignty from another country's sovereignty.
There you are then. So you just heard rational mind now to say.
Okay, so how do you distinguish your own country's sovereignty from another country's sovereignty? How do you do it?
By having a border post. Which rational mind just told you. Yes, but it says there are no fencing there.
So how is a border post going to distinguish your own land, your own sovereignty from another by just having a single post? Is it a single post you're talking about?
No, there are posts all over the place. There are posts all over every space within Nigeria. Is it sufficient? No. Is it fit for purpose? No. Is it there? Yes. There are borders, but it is porous, as I said. So
Just say borders.
sorry, do you go to Radio Biafra? Do you spend time on Radio Biafra?
Woman, stop that. Stop that. Woman, stop that.
I listen to Radio Biafra like my Bible.
Hold on, can everybody hold on? Hold on. Do you spend time? Can you hold on, please? Do you spend time on Radio Biafra?
I do, like a Bible. It's my Bible.
Oh, thank you. And that is it. It is his Bible. So Radio Biafra speaking. We know the voice, but thank you. It's good to hear from you. Please spend when you come off Radio Biafra, please come and spend time with us here. If only so that we can delight in your voice and we can hear the latest from Radio Biafra. So thank you. Thank you.
One man.
Thank you, Radio Biafra.
My Bible tells me the truth.
Mama, can I say
Where
something?
did you get your information from? Tell me, where did you get your information
I get it from conversations with you and others, you know.
Beautiful. Can I say something?
And you and others. So how can you ascertain that the information you're getting from other people is genuine information? It's just by hearing from them. That's good enough for you?
No. I hear it, I research it, I present it, and have it countered by people like you. And then because I follow not people like you, but anybody that wants to counter it. No, I didn't say you people, by the way, so don't put words into my mouth.
How was you able to counter what I said? Yeah, that is you're not happy with. Tell me how is it that anything I've said
you told us that Nigeria doesn't have a border.
I've said.
No,
you
said,
let other people talk, Mr. Hart?
Hold on. You said Nigeria doesn't have a border. We've established that it does. You've
said
that Nigeria is a terrorist state, but you're actually saying that there's terrorism
if there was any border in Sokoto that he's been, and he told you there was no fence,
let him go. Let other people talk.
So there's no border. You claim that a border is a post.
No, a border post. Do you know what a border post is? You know that just one soldier standing in attention to mark a spot, that is a border post. It's not necessarily a building.
So a border post
what do they call it?
Is good enough to distinguish your country's sovereignty from another country.
No,
you don't have no physical demarcation.
No, it is not sufficient, no, but nevertheless, it is still an acknowledgement.
But why is that the case, though? But let me ask you, why is that the case? Why is it
because
not
Nigeria
sufficient?
Is a corrupt
How many years has this been like that everywhere in the north of Nigeria?
Because Nigeria is a corrupt space that is not fit for purpose. That
just proves my point.
Yes,
Nigeria is with the high tension going on in Nigeria, with the high level of killings and all this thing going on, and you're telling me that Nigeria is not a terrorist state? No. It's a terrorist state because the reason they didn't want physical demarcation from Nigeria and other countries, knowing that even your president has said it on one news platform that the killers are from, is it Chad or what, outside Nigeria?
Yes, it's
now there's no efforts to put a physical demarcation from Nigeria to all these countries where they are flooding in from. And you're telling me Nigeria is not a terrorist state?
You want them to build the Great Wall
of China. I don't live in England, but I use the English public school education system, like, man. I just want to buy it.
No, don't attack. I told you not to attack people. But thank you.
One man. Can I speak, please?
Mike.
Yes, let me go on to Thomas then. So, a real delight to hear from you. Certainly, you've livened up the place, if nothing else. So, whenever you do have the time, then please just spare us that time, because I, for one, I've been engaged by your
Mike is a wicked man.
So let's go on then to.
But please, can I say something before I go?
Yeah, go on.
No. I want to say, is Insecurity there?
No, he's
gone. I wanted to say Insecurity Noa Chineke.
Look at
that, bro.
You can see
you're doing a good job. Do not allow these people to turn you like them.
You see, we are these people now.
And also, can you bring back Adabafra, Starman, Steve, Morris, Freeman?
Who's Steve?
Steve. There was one guy, his name was Steve. I think he's from Delta State.
Let me just tell you.
Starman, Freeman, Morris, bring them back, please.
Yeah, let me respond to that. Everybody anybody and everybody is free to come. Just two people have been banned from the platform. Maurice for reasons of foul language, and just
Adeyinka, grandson.
No, I didn't ban him. I just kicked him off the platform on that day, but he can come back as well. So Maurice for reasons of foul language, and Pansad for just reasons of just this igbotic, jibba jabba, just igbotic. It just, yes. It's too, I can't abide, that
He's
level.
too Igbo.
It's not too Igbo. You are more Igbo than he is. Yeah.
What is wrong with you? How can you say somebody's too Igbo? That's an insult.
But he's an Igbo man. He's an Igbo man.
He's trying to synchronize some views. Don't say that again.
All right. We are wanting everybody to mind their language with such aggression. Maybe you should tone it down too. So thank you, everyone. But thank you especially. How do you want to be referred to?
Haas, Mr. Haas.
Okay, Haas. Okay, thank you, Haas.
You call me Mr. Biafra.
Mr. Biafra, Mr. Biafra. Is it Mr. Bombastic or Mr. Biafra?
Hold on, please. Hold on. Before he goes, I have a question. Just simple.
Don't kick him off again. Don't spark him off. Okay, go on.
British Biafra.
British Biafra. It's a bit like Charles, isn't it? Who has never been to Nigeria before and is coming here to tell us
American Biafra.
I have been to Nigeria before. It was a nightmare.
Has anyone? Are you ready?
Yeah, go on.
Has anyone? Are you ready?
Yes.
IPOB.
One family, one indestructible family. One family.
IPOB. Look at that.
I have a question for him.
I haven't heard that since Kanu was arrested, man. It's been a while.
Mike Olowe he was not arrested. He was kidnapped. Please.
I have one question for you.
No. Let's move on from there because we've spent quite a bit of time there. So let me come to you then and take your sampling and then on just speak on YAYA BELLO, who insists that the EFCC is out to nail him at all cost. So he, of course, found with 20 billion naira in his pocket, but is pleading innocence. What says you?
What I think about that is every politicians, they are corrupt. Anytime you make step to ascertain a big post over there, or you show your interest that you want to be somebody, like YAYA BELLO is intending to be a president of Nigeria, they have your archive somewhere, all your corrupt that have been gathering somewhere. They don't want to bring it out because you are APC, but now they think is the one now they want to tackle Tinubu. That is why they are bringing this on his doorstep. That is just it. All now politics, like OVA.
Okay. And to this narrative, so this narrative then introduced by Charlie Boy, Nigeria makes trillions, yet no Yoruba man appointed as customs chief. So Jafar has tried to correct that space, citing 2 instances, but in general, what are you just making of that? The just overweight of just disappointments beyond Buhari's regime, just all the way through. What are you making of that?
Yes, you are right. Sometimes I'm not very happy with Nigerians in how we make our leaders. We don't tend to go with competency. We are too tribalistic, religious, their ethnicity as well. I don't care where Controller General of Custom came from. What I'm mindful of is competency. Are you competent? As I'm speaking now, if another Hausa man can be Nigerian president in 2023 and he can be competent and do what is right, I even prefer an Hausa man to be a next president, a competent man, an upright man, than a Yoruba man to be a president in 2023. I'm based on competency. I don't base on ethnic group. I don't base on religion. I don't base on where you come from. But since Buhari has been there, he's been a nepotic president. He doesn't share the groups or the leaders appropriately across the whole ethnic group. That is just the problem I have with Buhari.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. 12 U.S. Super Tucano jets deployed to Northeast to fight Boko Haram. So is this the turning point then as we then move to take victory over that space? So what are you making of that then now? Heavy kits deployed to finish Boko Haram once and for all.
My brother, we've heard many times without number, we have defeated Boko Haram. We have defeated Boko Haram. So I don't know. Sorry?
Go ahead.
I've heard many times they've said they have defeated Boko Haram. Not twice, not thrice. So I don't know who are they going to fight against now. But kudos to them. If they can do this and defeat Boko Haram, so be it. All Nigerians will be happy. Even all the world will be happy if they can do this and defeat Boko Haram.
All right. All right. Thank you. And to Buhari now appointing himself as editor-in-chief of the Nigerian media space, deleting certain terminology and inserting words of his own pleasing. So what are you then making of this instruction being given by the Abokini Daura to the media space? What are you making of Buhari becoming the editor of Nigerian media?
The problem I'm having with Buhari is they traveled all over the world, but they don't learn from where they have traveled, have been with. In America, in the UK, the first opposition party is the media, because the media is the one that normally scrutinize, be the first opposition before the other parties, the Democrats or Labour Party. The media is the first opposition party. But Nigerian space, they like to gag the media. They like to gag the press. It's not going to help Nigeria. It's not healthy for our democracy at all. If Nigerian state is trying to gag the media, it's not going to work. Like they are gagging the channels television, gagging Arise News, because those are the people that speak truth to the authority. AIT can't speak the truth. NTA will not speak the truth. BCOS will not speak the truth. So I'm having problem with Buhari because he's trying to gag the press, and it's not going to happen. The press will still speak up. Their voice will be heard. That's what I want to say about that.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, just for reasons of time, let me go on then to Rational Mind, who has been patiently waiting for his turn. Rational Mind, are you still with us?
Oh, before you go, please.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Mr. Haxu, but he has left. If you categorize Nigerian state as a terrorist state, what will you call Afghanistan? Please, come on.
Don't open up that space. That's another 1 hour. But thank you, Thomas.
He's not here, so we're lucky.
You call it Taliban state.
You call it Taliban state. So that's your answer right there. So to you then, Rational Mind. Are you there, Rational Mind?
Can I come in?
Yeah, go on, Sam. Yeah, let's hear from you.
Well, I don't know what topic. I never spoke today.
I'm still here.
Yeah, no, I'll get to you in a moment, but let me go to Rational Mind, then I'll come to you. So Rational Mind to you. So let's start you then from that. Let me just the Nnamdi Kanu space again. Nigerian government filed 7-count amended charges, and those charges wrapped around treasonable felony and acts of terrorism. Justified or not, Rational Mind?
Well, we know the Nigerian state is, I won't characterize it I would say it's normal by our friend here, Passport Zoo or whatever he calls himself. By so saying, I'm not trying to speak condescendingly on him to him. What I'm trying to just say is it's a misnomer to say Nigeria is a terrorist state. Well, even though we know the government do perpetrate acts of terrorism or terrorist acts, like on their citizens, like we saw in the case of Kanu and Igboho, and some other people too, like the lawyers that got their privacy, their private residence invaded by so-called state actors or whatever. So we can say, yes, Nigeria is a terrorized state. That would be a good normal. That would be a good way of describing Nigeria as a terrorized state, but not a terrorist state. So having taken that out of the way.
Thank you, Rational Mind.
The question you ask with regard to Kanu being arraigned, for me, I just see this as a way of kind of like a delay tactics, except if these efforts by the lawmakers from the East, namely this man, former Deputy Senate President, Ekwere Madu, and the other people who were saying they were trying to lobby the government to see if they can get some sort of concession whereby they'll be able to release him on some condition or whatever. So I see that as just a delay tactics, because we can see the precedents in other people's case, like Shore's case, where it took them a long time before they could really brought up charges. And when they brought up those charges, it was even frivolous charges that even could not hold water in any way. And so ever since then, they've been changing. They've been kind of employing delay tactics, like either they kidnap him, they take him back to the TSS, and then they'll go back to court, and then they will release him again. They will go and kidnap him, and then in the courts, they will start another drama within the court premises. We've seen all the drama acts being acted in that country. So we can expect to see more dramas in the case of with Kanu's case. And I know with these 7 count charges, which I've seen I've seen it. I don't really see anyone help me. Well, if they say maybe they might have used the one we've been arguing here about where he said kill them, like when he used the word kill them. I know some of people were arguing that he never used that word. I heard this some of the so-called sermon.
Even the people arguing, they've heard it. He says it all the time now.
In fact, I remember
if they kill you, kill them back.
Wow. Maybe he said that to you in that way, but then I remember when he said something about when they were talking about the remembrance of the people that died in the Biafran War, and some people were not adhering to that whatever we call it. He said if anybody walks and anybody is like a traitor among them, you should kill them. We should something like that. So you see, the thing is, some of these activists, I'll call them, like Kanu and Sunday Igboho, they must have in some ways done some mistakes too, some error, which, the one thing about the Nigerian government is they have policymakers, they have people who are intelligent, who work in intelligence. They have people who study the atmosphere in that country. They know how to manipulate things. And, we've seen that happen in the case of Abacha back then, how they tried to label. And to some extent, they got people thinking that Nadeko were responsible for some of the bombings around Nigeria back then. And so we could see that playing out again. In the case of Igboho, they took that issue of when he said, go to the border and, open the border. And then the next day we saw people going to the border and they were opening the border, chasing out the customs. And then from there, suddenly we heard that he had the weapons from those customs hidden in his house. Those were the weapons they recovered, all those things. So it kind of tell you that these people, they have master strategists who plan things for them, who observe. So the point is, what I'm just trying to say is they must have done some mistakes.
Sorry, don't call it master strategy. Call it ulterior motive.
Well, that's my...
don't pick his own words for him now.
I'm just talking about...
the truth.
Rational Mind, they want to dispense an English lesson for you. So teach him English, Lord Michael. Yeah. He wants to teach you English. He wants to teach you English.
What English?
I say don't call them master plan. Call it ulterior motive. It's not a master plan to frame people up. It's evil.
I said master strategist. I mean, people who are good at strategizing.
That is the same thing we're saying.
Well, my
well,
friend,
go ahead.
let me just go on,
Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
So let me just go.
Don't do that. Don't start at me.
No, let him speak as he will.
What did you say?
Don't worry, carry on.
Don't do that. I just apologize and you're trying to banter me. What's that?
Don't.
No,
let's
not
open up. Let's just. No, I think you're at cross
do anything after you
said
that. After you
just
apologize.
carry on. Just carry on. Just carry on. Yeah.
Both of you are in the same page.
Yes, just carry on. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize to you if I sounded like maybe I snubbed you.
Carry on.
I'm sorry, bro.
All right.
So,
group
anyway,
so
anyway, the thing is, for me,
is this a full moon today? Let me check. Is it a full moon? Because there's some weird behaviors going on. But carry on.
One man,
all right, carry on. Rational mind.
So, I know Lord Michael to be a very good guy. He's a good guy. I've heard him many times here. He's a good, cool guy. I mean, he speaks.
I'm just pulling your leg.
No, he's always agitated when Mike is around. That is the thing. When he says the name Mike, he's agitated. So he's agitated now. But
No. Mike is a good guy, but sometimes he just want to push you.
So you're not going to arrest him anymore. The last time you said now we hear also on this platform, man. God, you guys, the jokes alone,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So back to what I was saying. I'm not trying to cut anybody off. Because I know the time is of essence here. So anyway, I just see that they're going to play politics with that, except maybe if they do the pressures from different groups, namely the IPOB, sit at home is really biting hard on them, and maybe they can prevail over the federal government to kind of like give some kind of concession when it comes to, okay, we're going to let him go. I mean, give him some conditional bail or whatever. But then if they are not able to succeed, I just see them putting him there until the new administration that comes in, because they see him as a threat and he will continue being a threat. But like one man said, we've seen him, he has changed position over the years, like how we began with come to know him when he was talking about that match in London, where he was talking about the killings, and then suddenly again we saw him, he was fighting for Biafra, and then suddenly during the election period, we're hearing him saying, I have some documents signed. Up to this day, we never know what was signed. He said he has gotten some kind of signature or some kind of concession during the election when he was saying that nobody should vote from the East, and then suddenly he said he had some signature from some people. I don't know. We just keep hearing something.
Do you think he makes up a lot of stuff?
He does a lot of things. I just think so. That's what I think. Because if he has any, what was that? He said with time, I'm going to reveal it. I mean, until he was extraordinarily kidnapped and rendition. We never saw that whatever signature. What was the content of that thing? He said he signed with whoever.
Do you think he just wakes up and just says whatever comes to his head?
You see, one thing about the IPOB is that there's some measure of propaganda to what they put out.
Because a lot of it, you scratch your head,
Some measure of propaganda.
Rational mind, my biggest struggle with that space is just that Jubril something. And it's not even so much the Jubril, but people, educated people, some of these people with PhD, and they follow through that Jubril from Sudan. And then he woke up the next day and told us then that Jubril had died, and they gave the silicon thing to Yam. And then they went again with Yam all over the. I'm thinking.
But one man.
Yusuf from Egypt.
What is this?
Yusuf, you bring us to
Yam, Yusuf, silicon mask. One of the things.
Charles still believe Yusuf.
You know what? The first thing that got under me with Pansat as a character is first introduction to this space. It was. Because you see how it looks. It's a steady, upstanding person, clearly successful in life. And I was looking at him on my screen, and he was telling me that Buhari is a hologram projection. And then if he wants to meet, but then I was arguing with him. This is a conversation that took place. I was arguing with him that a hologram projection cannot take a physical form. How does it then meet functionaries? He says if he wants to meet functionaries, then they will put a silicone mask on somebody. This he's an intelligent and an educated. So this is just, and that conversation actually took place. I had a conversation, me, a full-grown adult, had a conversation with another full-grown adult that the president, that the president of a country who I despise as much as you is a hologram mask and a silicone thing, and we had a 20-minute conversation about this.
Woman, do you watch sci-fi movie?
Look at that. You see, this is it now. He now wants
you
to
watch sci-fi movies? So maybe they watch a lot of that.
It's just the most ridiculous. So this is what I'm saying. This guy just wakes up. He will say anything, and his adherents will follow through.
That's it. And he's the one that people like that that raise children like child, they raise them to teach them all those kind of things,
it's a very dangerous.
Can we go back to what our base of discussion, please?
Yeah. So I mean, we see that played on this platform. We see so many people who are IPOB inclined or who are even IPOB members themselves who come here and repeat the same thing, even though I'm not trying to mischaracterize anybody here. But what I'm just trying to say is that sometimes this propaganda. A young man here was I think it's like my child's age. I mean, I think what's his name? Jake.
Charles.
Charles. Yeah. So I mean, we can see from the way he talks every time. It's just one thing, repeating the same thing. I mean, like, hey, you need to do your research. I'm not saying everything Kanu said is wrong or is a lie, but sometimes when you step into this propaganda, there's a way it gets into your system, and it kind of make you to have just one way traffic kind of
one-way traffic.
Yeah, one way traffic of view of things. And if anybody brings anything contrary to that, you just don't want to accept it. But then you need to be able to rationalize things out, and look at it from different angles. Do research. This guy tells you, Jubril from Sudan, and then can you make your research? And I mean, he was even using Getty images back then, trying to disprove some things. Like, it's kind of wonder.
What they do. Look at his nose. So is this nose moving? Look at his ear. So it is plastic. And then hours and hours they are doing that. Hours and hours. Look at it. Does this man look like a 70-year? Look at his fresh hand, like a 30. They were just endlessly. They were doing this thing.
Aisha
boyfriend.
Unbelievable.
Aisha boyfriend.
And all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And he even said yam. He said potato and this, that, and the other. Just ridiculousness.
Woman, he said one Sudan, he went with Abba Kyari to somewhere and he died. Then when he's coming back, another just
broadcasting from a basement. Is broadcasting from a basement in Cuba.
Let's not put some of our Biafran people, our Igbo brothers here, make them feel like maybe we just.
Maybe when this thing is pointed back at them, they will see the ridiculousness of it. But it is.
There was a time he said Buhari looked like one man.
Yeah, this is it. They would do. Can you imagine that? Has Buhari even tasted amala in his life? Is the question.
So I mean, Kanu's matter, I see it to be we go the same way of other people. I mean, like the likes of Elza Saki and Shuwore, even the former NSA boss. I mean, they would delay it and just put them there because they don't have. I mean, that case is taken to the court of law. There's a way that if they have a good lawyer, they can really challenge it, and in fact, the court will dismiss everything because, like that, I'm sure. I mean, accusing somebody that he has been to Dubai and all that kind of a thing, and then they were like arguing it like it's a fact that this guy went to Dubai, he has bank account, blah blah blah. Like you wonder. And so the thing is, well, we just have to wait and see how this whole thing plays out. But for me, one thing I just know is either if they can get that concession, the Southeast lawmakers can able to convince the federal government to see reason to release him conditionally for them, or they will just keep him there and just play this same script that we've seen played every time with everybody who is a dissident to the regime of Buhari.
Hey, watch your mind.
All right.
Oh, I want to say something, one man.
No. I want to just hustle through now because I'm looking now to, the final furlong. So, rational mind. Let me go on to Sam then, who is now getting impatient that it's been held for too long. So now, Sam, to you, and thank you for staying with us. Still within the kind of space, but we're now going to Ohaneze in Digbo, who are now eager to see him in person so that they can assess visually his state of well-being. So they are asking then, almost insisting that Nnamdi Kanu must be presented on the 21st of October so that they can assess him with their own eyes. So to that space then, if Nnamdi Kanu is not presented, how do you think that? Yeah, how do you think that will play out?
Yeah, that will probably play out. He might not be presented because what they did to other people. Because even when they present him, his case is not good. They won't try the case this year. They'll probably try the case next year because the case started. The judge, first of all, want to hear how do they bring him into the country. That's the first thing they have to try first. Any judge that's going to preside over that case is going to say, how did you get into here? And that is when his British passports, all those testimonies have to come from Kenya, from all those who have he landed into the country. Because if he has American British passport and you brought him to Nigeria, that means you kidnapped him. So, but Nigeria government is not going to try him. So instead, they will make sure they find one thing or the other to keep him away. Because when he's away, at least the country can move forward. The same thing they did to Sowore. The same thing, all these people, they make sure that your case never comes to court, so that once Buhari government is coming to the end, the next government will release them. That's how I feel it's going to work. So they will never release him. Or even because even if they're going to release him, if they're going to bring him in court, as a citizen of Nigeria, the Constitution said 48 hours. That's when he's supposed to be. The judge is supposed to see him within 48 hours so the judge can decide either to give me a bail or not. So he might never be, but they'll make sure his lawyer is going to see him. They'll make sure the lawyer sees him, and he's going to be okay. They'll feed him. He'll be fine. That's all I have to say about that. They're not going to release him.
All right. Thank you, Sam. So now, Sam, let me go on then to Lord Michael, who has been chiming in. So now he has the floor. Lord Michael, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Hello, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Lord Michael. So now, Lord Michael, of course, the space that interests you the most are the treason committed by your party man, Nnamdi Kanu. So crime and punishment, of course, natural cause, or is it not? Treasonable felony and acts of terrorism are plenty enough to levy that against Kanu, do you think?
Okay, first of all, I want to say rest in peace to a man who has made history as the first Black Secretary of State
in the United
States. Yeah, Colin Powell. Yeah. Rest in peace. Even though I don't know him personally, but he has made history.
How old was he? He was under 80, wasn't he?
Yes, I think he died because of COVID-19 complications.
Oh, right. You see?
So people in America can relate.
And I hope everybody have gone and got their jabs, by the way. So you just had it there.
Yes, we have, but sometimes we're not really sure of what we have inside of us. We're being careful.
Yeah.
We've been trying to do this our own kind of abode, drinking all the lime and every other thing, because we don't really trust what they give to us. The truth is, we don't know what it is. We're just hoping.
Do you think it's a mind control thing? There's a lot of, anyway, let me not open up that space because yes, I agree with I align with I align with that rest in peace to Colin Powell. So now too, now your party man, Kanu.
Really, I don't think they have anything on him. They're always going to bring up trumped up charges. Like Mike said, they pushed his hand, they forced his hand. And like you said, he was one Nigeria at one time. Nigerians or the Nigerian government should really go back and ask themselves that these head agitators today were people who were preaching for the betterment of Nigeria at one time. What changed? They should search in themselves and know what they did wrong. It is not late for them to turn back and do the right thing. You know, people keep saying no election in 2023, we need to change the constitution, but there is a hand I'm seeing which might come to play later on. Do you remember Atiku Abubakar's case with Buhari? You know that case was just left, not that they had a conclusion. If people don't change it now,
which case?
The election tribunal. You know, all of the story the case just died down.
It went to the Supreme Court. Did not? Yes.
No, it did not. Atiku did not change it.
No, I can tell you what the pronouncement was at the
Supreme Court. It was Court of Appeal, not Supreme Court.
No, it went to
the Supreme Court.
Yes, and this was the quote from the Supreme Court. They said Buhari was not only qualified to be the president, they said he was eminently qualified to be the president. That was covered widely. Yeah, so it did.
Yes, with his NEPA bill as result, but that's fine. But then you see, has whatever. Please, the next time he's coming here, if that guy does not have a pen and a paper, kick him out. I am telling you to do that.
Why? Because is your brother, is it not?
He's my brother, but he needs to know what a border is. In the layman's terms, a border is just a mere demarcation.
No, but that's Radio Biafra, though, isn't it? He told you himself
that
Radio
Biafra because
he told you that it's the Bible.
No, don't mind him. You see, some people want to be holier than the Pope, and it's the problem in the Catholic Church. When you think you know more than the Pope, those are the kind of people. Because, see, let me tell you, if you listen to anybody, still apply your common sense. If somebody say, go and kill yourself, and you see you have a pen knife, and the other person has a gun, are you trying to tell me you're going to go because somebody you believe in said so? So,
Lord Michael, when I was saying the guy was Radio Biafra, and you were warning me to behave myself, and I then asked him, he said it is his Bible. He listens to it religiously. So as soon as they open their mouth, you know Radio Biafra talking.
Can I tell you something now?
Yeah, go on.
The moment Nnamdi Kanu was incarcerated, you know, Radio Biafra has not been effective. So I don't know where he's getting his information from.
Yes.
He might be getting it from social media. So they just want to claim. I'll say he's a wannabe.
All right.
So
no, don't say that. Well, yes, Simon Ekpa. It's a Radio Biafra is a metaphor for the whole of that space. Simon Ekpa.
No, it's not. I don't agree. Mike, take your time. Use Simon alone. So, okay, I think I've answered your question. I want to quickly tell Rational Mind why I am mad at him. You know why? Good. Some time ago, he made a very wonderful research, and everything he said was on point, line to line, command to full stop.
His conversation with Jafar, you mean?
Oh my God! But he was not sure of himself. He made Jafar, who was old man, gather under the tree to tell the
no, you cannot say that. So, Jafar is probably more educated. Is more educated than you. I would say that.
No, let me tell you.
What are you talking about?
He might be more educated, but you see that particular story.
It's a sharp mind. Yeah.
Let me tell you, it is not everybody who knows how to speak English that is telling the truth.
No, it's the words.
Rational Mind said on that day.
Don't say that.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. What Rational Mind said on that day, everything was on point, dot to dot. But my problem or my annoyance with him is that he could not defend himself, and he did, or he claimed to have done what would I call an investigation or research on it.
In fact, he said he wrote an article. He said he wrote an article and he
and
was
you allow
fumbling at the
somebody to
mouth.
just come from nowhere to come and tell you, and you were just keying into him, somebody who was just thinking from his head, and when you went back to read, he agreed on something, and he still told you but, and you still agreed again, then I'm like, rational mind. Oh God, you need to open your book again.
My brother, listen. Can I come in now at this point? Quickly, real quick, because of time. So, you might say what you said. I did not concede to him what he said.
Okay, fine.
One thing about me is this. Listen, one thing about me is this. I'm an open-minded person. That's why I go by the name Rational Mind. If you give me a point and you can prove it, I would argue my points. And if you have a superior argument, I might concede. But in that instance, it was because we thought that we're going to do more of research and more of speaking on that topic. That was why let me just leave it. I don't want to drag the matter. But that I conceded, no, I did not concede. It's just
okay, then fine. Then fine. Did you see what Mike wrote to you? Mike was on the page that you write. Did you see what he wrote to you? We were all disappointed at you because after what you did, I still went back to read. Go and sit down, denier. Or are you ashamed?
What did I write? Tell me what I wrote.
I don't remember, but I know you wrote something that
you don't remember. You're accusing me of
Lord Michael.
He said you don't remember.
Is this
I cannot remember word for word, but you wrote something against Rational Mind. I knew
what did I write?
Kind of,
as Ovie passed the duchy to you, Lord Michael, because you're a bit funky tonight. As he passed,
did you hear that logic? He said Mike wrote something. I said, what did he say? Can't remember. So you can't remember what I wrote.
Lord Michael, just a little bit on what you're saying. Just a little bit on what you're saying, Lord Michael. The conversation between Rational Mind and Jafar. And by the way, apologies if I said Jafar is more educated than you. I don't know his educational background and I don't know yours. But I just wanted you to push you back because you were trying to disparage him and he doesn't come across that way. Jafar, a very civilized person, very educated too, we can say that. But that conversation between Jafar and Rational Mind is one of the more delightful conversations that I've heard in this place. Very civilized, very factual. Nobody was trying to force emotion on top of fact. So somebody comes up with a point and he says, this is how I understand it. The other person comes up with that point and then they discuss it based on antecedents, based on their readings, and then they agreed to go and do more research to revisit it again. So just a delightful conversation that I particularly enjoyed. But you wanted them to be throwing punches, did you not, Lord Michael?
No.
You want kung fu fighting. Look at that.
No. Yeah. You see, my only point was Rational Mind did a good. He did a good research. You know what I'm saying? This. I still went back to look at what both of them said, and I figured out that what Rational Mind said is the fact that you can find even online. So what Jafar was saying was nowhere to be found. So that's why I am telling Rational Mind that how did you just let it go? But he has explained to me because he has a rational mind. He does not want to fight. So sometimes he allows people have their way, and I understand him now. You understand?
Okay, so you're giving the victory to him then in that particular exchange.
When they come back for the topic, then we will know.
All right, thank you.
Still key Rational Mind.
Oh, let me actually give you one more talking point. 12 U.S. Super TUCANO jets deployed to the northeast to fight Boko Haram. So is this now the turning point now where Nigeria now asserts its dominion over its own territory? Is this now the final hurrah for the Boko Harams?
No. What we are going to see more deaths of fighter jet pilots. We are going to see more ransom being paid. We are going to see more blackmail. We are going to see more jets coming down. And it's going to be a problem because when Buhari leaves power, we don't know who is going to be in charge and who's going to be in charge of those jets. So it's more problem. He's just only creating future problems. I think what he could do was either seek international help or use the method of dialogue. If you build more companies, you will have less hooliganism. So that's what I think.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go on then to Prof, who hopefully is still with us. We've not heard from him. Prof, are you there? But we can see you moving in the background, so clearly you're there, Prof. Okay.
My fellow engineer.
Professor.
Yes, engineer.
Yes. Prof. So to you then, the Kanu space. So is it going to be presented essentially? And if it's not presented on the 21st of October, what do you see in playing out as a result of? Prof. All right. I'm not sure if Prof is with us. But Jake, can you, or Charles rather, can you take that question? And can you choose one name and stick with this? Because you have so many names, Charles, you confuse me sometimes. But to you, Charles.
Yes. What he said?
Okay, never mind.
Yes. Yes. Namikano must be released. If not going to be released, Nigeria's going to fail. Yes. With Namikano. Biafra must come. He said it must come.
He said. What does he say mean?
He said means amen.
No, what tell him now? He doesn't know. I wanted to see if he knew.
Sorry.
Charles, what does schedule mean? What does Odema mean? Odema.
How are you?
That's what Odema means.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you see.
Odema is fine.
Look, it's an American now. But I thank you, Charles. I tease you sometimes. It's not a
the guy only repeat things he hears, man. He doesn't need to know the meaning or even the understanding.
Odema now means how are you? So thank you, Charles.
Do you know what a Fulefu really means?
I don't know, but a foolish person or
it's like Bontraway.
Then you shouldn't have said that. Then should you really?
No, now see, to us, it is not an insult. If they born you and you do not know how to speak your language, it's just like the black man calling a black man nigger. The black man doesn't get angry, but if a white man calls him, he gets mad. Okay. So we joke with it. So it's not. I don't mean
this is Lord Michael asking people to caution their language, but then calling people a fulefu at the same time. This is a Buhari man. The one room for
like
him.
Calling somebody Balogun.
Look at that, Balogun.
It's the same thing with Balogun.
Look at that.
No, but one
man. Tokumbo, I meant to say. Tokumbo.
You throw a question that is in dialect of Igbo, which Charles couldn't explain, and that's why
it's my
Lord is trying to explain to you. This is what they said in Igbo language. You understand?
Okay.
So he's not saying he's doing this.
No, forgive me, Charlie.
Yeah. No, I'm only
Charlie, forgive me.
No, Charles probably don't. It's probably me that was pushing. But let me now try to start rounding up from here. So we'll go from Sam to Rush. So let's start from Sam. Just a literal 1 minute closing thoughts. So Sam.
Yeah. With woman, thank you everybody for this. Everybody that is here, this is making everybody realize that every day we're learning new things about Nigeria. And it comes down to the natural thing we're all talking about, which I know all the Southerners are talking about. But for one thing, Ajalo Kiki said one thing, that most of the time, even Mark said it, that it is our own people, the Southern people, are letting the Fulani, or what you call them, take care of our space. But remember, the Constitution they signed in 1960s, and the Constitution that makes every region to be independent of everybody, so that Southeast can build their own stuff, Southwest can stay on their own, North can stay on their own, and as long as that country is not restructured, then with Nigeria 4 years from now, we'll still be talking the same thing. That country is moving nowhere. Because right now, We're running out of money. The oil you will be expecting 10 years from now will not be there. So this is the time for us, for the first time in the history of South, the Southern people are gathering together, and the Northern people are scared of it. So we have to continue doing the same thing, please. And I'm happy with this, your program, One Man. It exposes a lot of people. Things we don't know before, we're beginning to know it. We don't have history in Nigeria. Nobody is teaching us anything. So many people hearing this program, it's like an history teaching us little by little. Even when you don't know it, somebody will tell you this is how it happened, this is how it happened. And that's that education we are lacking. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for having me here.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Always
thank you for Edwin class.
All right. Thank you, Sam. So from Sam, we're going to Charles. Charles, are you there? Do you just want to say a word or two before we leave? Charles. Okay, I think Charles may well have left. He did say goodbye. Okay. So there you are. Say just a quick word then from you, Charles.
Yes, a quick word. I pray that Nigerians into the Nigeria is the first state. Nigeria cannot be one. They can be one. So we must all go our separate ways for our survival, for our grandchildren, for our mothers and children.
All right, thank you, Charles. You forgot your break Nigeria now. That is what you usually say as your last word. So break Nigeria now. I add that for you. Thank you, Charles. So from Charles, we go on to Lord Michael. So Lord Michael, to you.
Hey, okay. Thank you, everyone. It's nice being here. I meet the likes of Ajale Koko. What's this other man from Canada again? The gentle boss.
Baba Kure.
I call him Baba Kure.
And Ola as well. Ola is in Canada too.
Yes, Ola. That's good. You see, Mike, looks like I'm going to arrest him again, but maybe I should still forgive him. You see, what I think about that country called Nigeria, I think we as indigenous people should begin to do the right thing. We should start teaching our people how to take care of themselves. We should let them be vocal. We should tell them to video less and act more. Because what I see these days is you see someone trying to kill your brother, all you can do is bring out a video to video the event instead of question the person trying to intimidate your brother. And that's why we keep having body bags everywhere. So we should do more. We should try to cooperate amongst ourselves. Our country is in famine. People are hungry. Help your brother. If you know what you can do, just do it and stay out of trouble, but defend yourself.
Sorry, I was talking. I didn't know I was off the screen. Thank you, Lord Michael. So, thank you, Lord Michael. So we have Professor Data O back. So let's hear Professor Data O. Just, I was taking into the space, Prof. Nnamdi Kanu to be presented or not in court. It's looking, there's more of a 60% chance of him not, at least a 55% chance of him not being presented than being presented. So can you see why he may not be presented? And if it's not presented, what do you think the upshot of that would be?
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, the thing is simple. Like someone said it here, I don't know if it's Sam. They have to first of all start. How was this man brought into the country? You know, the Nigerian government has done terrible harm. This man was kidnapped. You're bringing in someone that was kidnapped to be presented before a case. That means the people, the whole FG have already committed their own crime. You know, that is wrong. I just don't know why. That's why I'm not surprised. If there are two reasons why, let me say there may be more reasons, but presently, to my thoughts now, there are two reasons why I feel he may not be brought back. One, the Nigerian government cannot be trusted. They are playing games and politics with him. Secondly, they know they did wrong. He was kidnapped. The government themselves even lied.
Prof, what if they said they rearrested him using international policing?
It's a lie. Isn't it what they said initially, the so-called Malami? It's a lie. There was no international police that was used, which they know. People have checked the data of Interpol. There's nothing, they were not involved. They have no way to prove. The government, hey, we should stop beating about the bush on this matter. All what these guys want to present against him, they will fail. The only way they will succeed is by their crook and who can crook means. They're going to write it down. That's the only way they will succeed in having any way of victory over him. I don't know. When I hear, I didn't want to interject. I heard what all you guys were saying. That for those I was saying, I was just saying in my mind, this thing's clear. Treason. What treason? What treason? Is he a terrorist? What terrorist offense has he committed? Rather, it's the government that committed a terrorist offense against him. This government is just they're saturated with shame. I've not seen a kind of government like this in my life. What can they do? They're using him for politics. Politics. Which Britain is behind it.
Britain.
Yeah, I said so. I said so.
All right.
And again, I say it again. Let the easiest way to bring this man's agitation to an end. Nnamdi Kanu has said it many times. Buhari is dead and ready to prove it before any court of justice. If you people prove he's alive, I'm ready to present myself to before any court of justice in the world. Very, very simple. And you see, the government has been dodging that place. They have been dodging. When I heard people saying Silicon,
has it not proven
the Buhari is dead. There's a time I was saying it on this show. I no more say it. He is DEAD. Clear. I don't know why some of you guys. No, this is a clear, very clear. He has said it. If you want, just prove he's not so. Yeah, I don't know why people are arguing. Please see, we have to take things as they are. Right. We should not stop beating
Did you hear what you just said? We have to take things as they are. You see the man on television every day. You see people meeting him every day, and you are telling us that he's dead.
Buhari is dead. I repeat it. Prof. Data says it. It's very simple. Anytime they want him to meet someone, they will prepare him. It's very, very simple. This new yam knows how to come out. He's better than you use the word yam. It's me that started calling him yam. I haven't heard somebody call him yam. I'm the one. Next time you attribute it to me. Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed. That's what I call yam. So he replaced this one is much more articulate compared to the other entities there. So me personally, I don't want to look at it because the main thing, this country is in shambles. If the more we look at that matter, we are not helping ourselves. What I see this nation is we're not together. And the worst of all, the thing that pains me is this government has some level of thinking. They'll think of how they can bring the people together, but they're not doing it.
All right.
That's why I say, hey, what kind of government is this? This is a problem. Then try a way to, foster a kind of unity, harmony among the people. They're not doing it.
Can I ask you a question, Prof?
No problem. Go ahead.
Can you see why people just find it utterly ridiculous that people are claiming that Buhari is dead, replaced with Jubril, and now Yam? I'm not saying that you are wrong, but can you see how people find that just ludicrous?
Why they see it ridiculous is one, they see the man coming out, in functions. Again, like this current one now travels more. With that, people will say no. But me personally, I told you, hear me very well. I repeat the statement. You may not know me well.
No, hold on. What are you basing it on? What are you basing this confidence on?
What I'm basing the confidence on, I have said it on this show. Before the election in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it clear. Clear. I said on this program, and I repeat, I saw it clear. 1, Buhari will win the election, and he will rig it. 2, he will die. 3, Osinbajo will never smell that seat.
Right.
I said in this program,
right.
You may not know me well, I saw it. And I know people that also, I know at least one person I was seeing in Nigeria that said that thing openly before people. Openly before people. So when this thing started playing, because when that election took place, I never believed, even though I saw it, but I never believed Good Luck would lose. Why? If you were aware before that election, you see how Good Luck presented news was and castigated Buhari, presented news that castigated Osinbajo, castigated news that castigated Oshuma. At least I remember these 3 people. He did that thing, and I was saying, this man has a plan. But when they started calling results by the I knew that this Buhari is entering seat. You understand? And again, the Good Luck did a very big mistake.
What I'm asking is, what are you predicating this assertion that Buhari is dead on? So you have to be basing it on something. Just tell us, go directly to why.
I believe he's dead.
Why you are insisting that he is dead?
It's not even that I'm insisting, it is so.
Okay.
That's number 1.
Yes.
That's number 1. It is so. There's a difference that it is so.
No. Why? Yeah, go to the why. Yeah.
See, the thing there is this. We all know what happened during Yar'Adua's time. Yar'Adua was dead. They didn't release that information. It was till late Dora released it.
No, but you are going at the why?
Wait now. Now, my own case, I've told you why I say so. This is very clear. I've told you why I say it, because I know it's so.
You know it's so.
I know it's so. I know it's so. It's not even, listen, if you see me, I know they two argue. Well,
but can you say why I am incredulous? Buhari is dead because you know it's so. That is what you have said.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So I think that settles it.
All right.
Even though they have mentioned some other evidence. So what me personally, I've looked at the matter and said, no point. Like even this man, what's his name? She also said such a thing. She always said that doesn't matter if it's this person or this person. That the problem in Nigeria is still there. That's why he said it, I think, when Mayego interviewed him. So that one, by the way. But what pain with this case of this man in government is they're not doing any effort to harmonize the country, and that's what is expected to be done.
By Yam, you want Yam
whatever Yam or the person in Asoro, they are not doing anything. Right. They are not doing anything, and they think by arresting Igboho, Kanu will help the matters. It's worsening things. I listened to this man today. I just for about not up to a minute, Mayegu, and he said something that shocked me, which I knew so. Mayegu said that the hardship in Nigeria is increasing. That Kanu's arrest is increasing the hardship. Igboho's arrest is increasing. Now, he gave an example. I didn't listen to him up to tell me. He said that, that apart from this, that the government are not doing right things. He mentioned that Dangote, there's a place he was building a factory. He built, I think he was to build a factory, but the land there for the indigenous people, they took the land. And the man, money matter. But after everything, was mentioning how Naira and the dollar price skyrocketed. And he was saying this thing is hardship onto the country. That do you think you just come and deprive indigenous people of their rights? Mind you, Mayogu was not even mentioning Igbo land though. I said, So this man has an idea of what is associated with when you deprive people that are meant to be allocated a particular right. So, these things are going on and on. If you watch what has happened of Kanu, see how high dollar is. See how high it is.
So it's because of Igboho that
dollar is part of it. Let me bet you.
Nothing to do with the economics.
Let me bet you. Wait, Mama, let me bet you.
Is it anything to do with the economics?
Yeah, why won't it have to do with economics?
Okay.
Go and read your Bible well and see when people transgress against the land in idolatry and see what happens to the land. Aren't you aware of that? Read your Bible well. Read your Bible well. So, you know what's going on in these nations. Yeah, you want to ask me another question.
All right. Thank you, Prof. I was about to round off when you came back, but
I know you want to round up, so I'm not surprised if you don't ask me any other question.
Yes, we're 6 hours, 12 minutes into it. You know,
my dear, you really have tried. You have tried. You have tried, and it's not easy. So, you know, I mean, I'm somebody. I understand all these things. You know, I have to tolerate. You know, I wish I came in earlier, but
no, I wish I came to you earlier. I did try to come to you earlier, but we couldn't hear from you.
Yeah, I don't know. My phone didn't respond. I had to switch it off, even though my phone indicated that the microphone won't work. That. So
you know the funny thing, I could see movement in the background, but I was talking to you. You couldn't, so I could see that you were moving around, or there was.
That time you indicated, I removed the mic. I unmuted myself. I was surprised you didn't hear that. I was indicating I'm leaving the room to where the same thing. I said, maybe a girl doesn't want me to speak. So that's it. The government should help themselves. They should just bring Kanu to the court, as far as I'm concerned. But to me, the probability of them bringing him is low. That's very clear.
All right, thank you, Prof. So thank you, Prof. So from Prof we go on to Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, we're just now doing like a 1 minute wrap ups. So Rational Mind to you,
Yeah, we want to thank everybody, our international audience, Nigerians in diaspora listening, and other people who are probably not non-Nigerians who are also interested in Nigerian politics and social life and economics. I want to thank you guys and your chats, comments, and all of that. It's appreciated. Having said that, yes, we keep talking about the problem of Nigeria. I think I heard you guys when you were, you and was it Mike? We're talking about what system of government would really work in Nigeria. This copy and paste with the 1999 Constitution, which they did not really, they really copied it exactly, but they copied something that they feel would really worked in their own interest. That is, the Northerners, who were the ones who oversaw, oversaw the whole writing of that Constitution. They kind of skewed it to favor them, and as long as that Constitution remains, regardless of whether we have a southern president as the head of that country, we are not moving forward. And so the only thing that I think would work is if we can go to regionalism, because, or kind of a co-federation, like what do they call it? Is it confederation kind of system of government, which was what regionalism was kind of back then. That's the only way it will work. And even though we say we want to design or redesign some kind of localized democracy that works for Africa, I think what's still going to work is that confederation.
Sorry, I must push you, Rational Mind. Yeah.
You said what?
I said I must push you. It's just I want to wrap it up. Yeah.
Okay, so that's just for that. Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. The real delight. Sorry, I had to push you, but it's just
okay.
the time. Okay. All right. So to you then, Mike. Your thoughts?
Oh yeah. Yeah, one point I think I thought you were going to ask me was about the Ohanese thing. The Ohanese.
All right.
See, that Ohanese, man. Let me run it up.
No, go to Ohanese, then speak to,
Yeah. To me, I think the Ohanese coming to the government, I think the government should just slap them and tell them to get lost, man. Because that group, I don't even know their relevance, to be honest. Among all the social-cultural elders group, like, they have the Northern Elders Forum. In the Southwest, they have the elders, kind of elders. And in the South side, you see like the elders, like the Edwin Clark and them. These people know how to control the situation in their space, crisis and things like that. They know how to come out to speak. But this Ohaneze, like I've been following them for years. It's like even their people don't respect them. And when they come to speak, they'll wear these red hats and then they just talk and make no sense. How can you be the elders of an entire region and one man can sit in London behind a radio station and brainwash your entire generation, entire population with Jibril? Like that right there is a complete failure. And what I do know is that these elders forum, I know the federal government recognize them and they give them allocation, some kind of salary or something like that, just for their position. I think they should abolish Ohaneze, man, because that group is worthless. Like they might as well be paying that allocation to Kanu as their new leader in that east. Because Ohaneze is not a leadership group, man. That group does not make sense at all. I don't even know if maybe they were around in the 60s. For them, if they were around, then they should have abolished them back then, because for them to have allowed a 33-year-old man to lead an entire tribe into war, and that tells me that I think that Eastern space, man, they lack elders. They know how to think, to be honest. Because Ohaneze, but I don't see what they do. They can't even control their space. Now, I suspect right now, when Kanu was free, they were enemy with Kanu. They were insulting each other back and forth. Now Kanu is arrested. I'm suspecting Kanu has paid them money to go come and do something for them. So I think they are collecting bribe. That's what I think. They want to collect money so to come out. Anyway, man, they need to go, man. They are not helping their people. They are
a serious case. Oh, thank you, Mike. If you carry on, the people they will send missiles through the thing to come and hit us. So thank you, Mike. Quickly to you, engineer. Just wrap it up for us, engineer. Thank you, Mike. By the way, so engineer to you.
Yeah, one man, thank you very much. And just a quick one man, before I say goodbye to everybody. Is there any way you can kind of, if you go live phase 5, is there any way, if you have like kind of 4 topic, is it possible to just share one topic then across the phase 5 on your platform, then do it second round again before everybody will just jump in? So it can make people to talk,
Sorry, repeat that. What's the format?
Yeah, the format is if you have 4 topics to discuss, then phase 5 online that will come on your platform, phase 5, then discuss one topic round, then go cycle by cycle.
Okay. So just a topic per person rather than everybody talking on everything.
Yeah, then maybe later you shuffle it again if possible, so that others can
for the balance. Okay, yeah, no, that's a good idea. Yeah,
and to be honest, the platform is good. What we need to understand here is we love our country, Nigeria, and when it comes to reality, people they do come and say so many things. If we don't have passionate in that country, nobody will come to this platform and discuss it. And one man, thank you for making it so that everybody will come and discuss things about our country, Nigeria. And also, thank you. You're not discriminating. You welcome everybody. You welcome anybody in this platform. And something we need to realize here, sometimes ago we are crying, we need a Hausa, we need a Hausa man, we need a Hausa man. God so kind, we have Jafar, but I hope that let's just keep everything to normal. Let's leave everything in neutral. We're just here to discuss about way forward in our country. But if we keep attacking one person that he volunteered to come out from the north, it's not going to help us. That's just the truth. So let's just make sure we keep things cool. And we need more Hausa people to come on the platform and discuss it. That's just the basic things and way forwards, how we can discuss it. And also about our country, let's keep fingers crossed and let's keep praying and believe one day.
What were you drinking, engineer? What were you drinking? Was it Origin?
My origin is finished anyway.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
You know you're going to put on weight with all this sugar that you
No. I eat a lot of bitter cola and somebody bought me this not this normal budget, the one like a powder. Well, that helps a lot.
What does bitter cola do for the body? What does it do?
I will send you the benefit of it. It's really good. It's really, really good. It's too bitter.
Is that the one that has the brown? The one that is white inside. That's the
Yes. Every day I eat in the morning when my belly is empty. I eat 2 or 3. Yeah, that helps a lot.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Back.
All right. So back to reality. Let's just work together as a team. And Igbos, we love you. Yorubas, we love you. Hausas, we love you. Any other part of Nigerian people, we love you all. And let's just make sure we just keep the positivity. Our leaders, we know they are a failure. Nigeria is not a failed state. It's a lovely country up to date. It's just, unfortunately, we have the elite and the so-called leaders. They are the one making things hard for the people of Nigeria and the citizens of Nigeria. My prayer is God will help everybody, and let's work. They said teamwork is success. So let's try and make Nigeria real, and hopefully God will help us. We'll have a president that will come and make things work for good for everybody.
Yeah. All right.
So God bless one man, and God bless everybody.
Thank you, engineer. I know what time it is where you are, because it's the same time where I am. So I don't know how you are going to handle it, but thank you, engineer. Always a real delight. Everybody enjoys hearing from you. So that was engineer rounding things up for us. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation within the comment section, but here, say peace.